Hi, I'm USA Today Bestselling Author Jennifer Youngblood. Thanks for joining me as I present the 101 on Love, the final book in my Good Girls Don't Come Last Romcom series. This unique video book featuring original video footage has been made especially for YouTube and is only available to enjoy here on my channel. Let me start by saying that I fell in love with Blakely and Corbin. Much of this novel was inspired by a Caribbean cruise that two of my writing friends, Cammie Checketts and Sarah Gay, and I went on with our husbands. It was fun to revisit that time in my mind as I wrote Blakely's story. A professor of psychology, Blakely never expected to get dumped by her colleague, and she certainly didn't anticipate crossing paths with a hunky mixed martial arts fighter. Blakely finds herself in the uncomfortable spot of being the last of her friends who have yet to find a significant other. While she tells herself that she's perfectly happy being single, her heart has other ideas. She agrees to go on an impromptu cruise as a way to soothe her broken heart. A snap decision to help a guy in need morphs into a complicated fake relationship that turns her world topsy-turvy. Sure, the chemistry between the ultra-masculine fighter celebrity is off the charts, but will the attraction lead to something more lasting? Corbin Ledger, a.k.a. the choir boy of Compton, is also reeling from a recent breakup with his glamorous model girlfriend. To make matters worse, he lost his championship title to the very man who took his woman. He needs to prove that he has what it takes to get back on top. Corbin is intrigued by the unlikely sparks that fly between him and the level-headed professor, who's determined to chop him down to size while psychoanalyzing him to death. Can Blakely and Corbin keep up the appearance of a fake relationship without falling in love? What happens when the past comes knocking? If you like flirty heroines, swoon-worthy hunks, and a dash of dramatic angst, then you'll adore this hilarious and achingly romantic finale to my Good Girls Don't Come Last series. Be sure to like this video and subscribe to my channel.
The 101 on Love, Good Girls Don't Come Last. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Laurie West. Prologue. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut. He's as nervous as I've ever seen him. My heart skips, skitters, and trips over itself when he gets down on one knee. He whips out a small velvet box from his pocket and peers up at me with soft, hopeful eyes. This is really happening, my mind screams. How many times have I dreamt of this moment? Now that it's here, I can hardly breathe. There's classical music playing in the background, but I can hardly hear it because it's drowned out by the frenzied pounding of my pulse. My gaze flits around the room. He thought of everything. A gourmet dinner, roses, candles. The great philosopher Evelyn K. Donelson, also known as my mother, often says, if you think you're in love with someone, but you're not sure, then you're actually not in love. For if you're truly in love, you'll feel it clear to the bone. Am I in love? Tears spring to my eyes. Yes, I'm in love, and it cuts me clear to the bone, just like Mom said.
Blakely Catherine Donelson,
he says solemnly.
Will you marry me?
Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler, long I stood. Thanks, Robert Frost, for that high-definition visual. Am I sorry I can't travel both? Heck no. There's only one road I want to travel. I want it with my entire heart. I bring my hands together and place them over my mouth as the waterworks start. He graces me with a noble smile as if to say,
It took me long enough, but I finally came around.
He's right. It took him almost as long to reach his decision as it took me to reach mine.
Blakely,
he prompts, his expression pleading.
I love you.
A knock sounds at the door. This is followed by a persistent pounding that rattles the windows. He looks past me.
Are you expecting someone?
I glance back over my shoulder as the door bursts open. Chapter 1. 3 weeks earlier. It's for a good cause, I remind myself for the umpteenth time. Skeet is gonna owe me big time for this one. The only reason why I agreed to participate in this wretched bachelorette auction is to help bring awareness to Skeet's outreach program, which she started to help underprivileged adolescents who need a place to go while their parents are at work. Skeet's program isn't merely a daycare, but more of an activity center where teenagers enjoy hanging out. I admire Skeet for her humanitarian efforts. Granted, Skeet is no Mother Teresa. She's more like Bilbo Baggins, the hobbit, whose predictable life was disrupted when Gandalf showed up at his door and set him off on his grand adventure. Except in Skeet's case, her Gandalf came in the form of a grumpy old man named Henry, who took a liking to Skeet and left her his fortune with the express instruction to use it to help other people. To Skeet's credit, she's honoring Henry's wishes and doing all that she can to help members of the community. I wish someone would have told me that when Henry set Skeet down her altruistic path that I'd be on the hook too. Normally I don't mind helping, but this auction has me squirming like I'm food for a colony of fiendish fire ants. For a while there, Skeet and I could commiserate about being the only two in our friend group who were still single. Now that Skeet is blissfully married to her best friend, and my brother, Jasper, I'm all by my lonesome. It's a sad, dreary place to be. Wonk, wonk. Debbie Downer alert. Gah, that sounded pathetic. Okay, my life isn't all that bad. Despite my own problems, I'm thrilled beyond words that Skeet and Jasper finally got together, and I'm proud to say that I helped the cause by playing matchmaker. I was super invested in Skeet and Jasper's relationship, to the point where I got steaming mad at Skeet for a while there when it didn't seem like she was going to own up to her feelings about Jasper. A humorless grin tugs at my lips as the psychology professor in me pipes in, arguing that my getting wrapped up in Skeet and Jasper's relationship was a form of transference. I have a bad habit of living vicariously through other people, wanting to help them find their happily ever after, because my path towards that destination has been blocked by an insurmountable obstacle. Despondency clutches me in a tight grip as I think of Reed, a fellow professor at the college where I teach. Reed teaches English and literature. A deep longing stirs through me, reminding me of how much I miss having him in my life. Immediately, my rational side kicks in with a reminder that Reed made a reasonable decision. He chose the well-being of his children over me. How can I fault him for that? Reed is trying to patch things up with his ex-wife, Cresta, in the hope that the two of them can be a family with their son and daughter. Eventually, when Reed remarries Cresta, I'll have to come to grips with the fact that I've lost him for good. I take in a deep breath as I pull my thoughts away from Reed. My stomach twists into one of those dreaded pretzel yoga poses that are impossible to get into and out of as I scan the packed audience. The enormous ballroom of the country club is filled to the brim. All the seats are occupied and people are standing in the back. Every year, Dottie Claiborne holds a Christmas party at the club. It's the event of the season. Wanting to mix things up a bit, Dottie brainstormed having a bachelor auction before the start of her party. She pitched the idea to Skeet, who ran it by me. Unable to stomach the idea of the desperate women of comfort trying to outbid one another to secure a date with the slim pickings of men that we have to choose from, I suggested that we hold a bachelorette auction instead. Dumb me. I should have looked down the pike far enough to realize that I'd be one of the lucky bachelorettes. Even worse, I'm the grand finale. Let me rephrase that. I might be the final bachelorette to be auctioned off this evening, but the finale award will surely go to Caroline Morelli, who's now on the stage. Her bid is approaching $1,000. Wow, that's the highest bid of the night. I hate to admit it, but Nellie Kinsey was right in her prediction of Caroline earning the top bid. I grunt softly, thinking how much I detest Nellie's hateful blog that she writes about comfort. Nellie Kinsey is a busybody of the worst sort, hiding behind her computer and wreaking havoc on unsuspecting town members. On a positive note, I'm excited about the money Caroline's bid will bring to the outreach program, especially since Skeet has pledged to donate 3 of her own dollars for every dollar raised at the auction. Then again, this auction is not about earning money. Skeet can easily fund the outreach program 100 times over. However, she wanted to bring awareness to the center and figured that the townsfolk of Comfort would be more invested if they spent some of their own money to support the effort. Bless her heart. Poor Caroline was a bundle of nerves before going out on stage. I don't blame Caroline for being nervous. She has been through the ringer. Several years ago, her husband died suddenly in a road biking accident, leaving her to raise their teenage son. Caroline recently came back to Comfort to help her mom, Willie Jo, run her pizza restaurant. Willie Jo fell off a ladder and is out of commission. Caroline reconnected with her first love, Hayden Morelli, who happens to be her late husband's brother. Caroline admitted to me earlier that she has a reputation for freaking out and running from potential dates that well-intentioned friends set her up on. Hayden is outside waiting, hoping that Caroline will run from the auction and straight to him. It won't be easy for Hayden and Caroline to be together. Tongues will wag about their complicated family connections. Despite all of that, I encouraged Caroline to run to Hayden. Here I go again, living vicariously through other people. Desperate to overcome her fears, Caroline wants to see the auction through. However, I pointed out to her that if she runs to Hayden, then she's not following a destructive pattern of running away from something, but to something. The romantic in me swoons, thinking of Hayden waiting outside. Will she leave him hanging the way Reed left me hanging? The MC's voice interrupts my thoughts when she exclaims, $2,000! Folks, this is incredible! Do I hear 2,050? I see another hand go up. Disappointment stirs inside me. If only Caroline would have summoned the courage to pursue her happily ever after. The next second, Caroline takes a step back. Then she turns and flees. When she flies past me, I give her a hearty 2 thumbs up. My spirits soar, and I feel as though my underdog horse has just won the Kentucky Derby. Maybe all hope is not lost after all. Caroline has mustered the courage to run to Hayden. If only I could run to Reed. Murmurs rustle through the audience. Well, folks, the MC chuckles. That's not something you see every day. I suppose when you've got to go, you've got to go. This brings a few chortles from the crowd. It doesn't look like she's coming back. A heartfelt apology to Caroline's top bidder. Her voice takes on a practical note. "The good news is that we saved the best for last," she fires with excitement. "Give it up for our final bachelorette of the evening, Blakely Donelson." That's my cue. Taking in a quick breath, I straighten my shoulders and go out on stage. My smile is stretched like taffy over my face, and I tell myself to walk with light, dainty steps, the way Albany taught me. Her words ring like an annoying cowbell in my ears. "Remember, you're a graceful gazelle, not a flat-footed hippo." Albany was the pageant girl, not me. Of course, it's not like Albany could participate in the auction, seeing as how she's married with a child. Lucky her. What does it say about me that all of my friends have moved on with their lives, and I'm still in the same spot treading water? Although at the moment, it feels more like I'm drowning in quicksand. A native of Comfort, Blakely teaches psychology at Comfort State College. She's the daughter of Mark and Patsy Donelson. Her brother Jasper is a firefighter, and the husband of Skeet Donelson, who is the sponsor of tonight's auction. I stop at the designated spot in the center of the stage. Remembering Albany's instruction, I position one foot over the other and try to stand up straight, holding in my stomach. Let's hope the Spanx will do its job and keep everything molded into place. Let's start the bidding at $300. $300 to the gentleman in the middle. I peer out to see who threw out the first bid, but the stage lights are blinding me so that I can't see a thing. A smile is plastered over my face, and all I can think is that I can't believe I'm being auctioned off like a slab of meat to the highest bidder. I tout to my students that the value of a person has more to do with what's on the inside rather than the outside. With this one event, I'm throwing away a lifetime's worth of sound wisdom. Like I said, Skeet is gonna owe me big time for this. The bid steadily climbs. I figure it'll top off at $1,500, but it keeps going. When it gets to $2,000, my jaw drops like it has been weighted in lead. $2,000 to the gentleman over on the side. Who'll make it $2,100? I look over to where the MC is standing behind a podium. She points. $2,100 to the gentleman in the back. $2,100, she calls out. There we go. $2,200 goes to the gentleman off to the side. The bidding goes back and forth like a ping-pong battle between the man on the side and the one in the back. Curiosity stirs inside me, wondering who these men are. It looks like we have a bidding war, the MC proclaims exuberantly as she keeps raising the price. I'm astounded when the bidding finally ends at $2,800. Congratulations to the gentleman in the back. What is your name, sir? The man answers, but he's too far away for me to make out what he said. People in the back convey the man's name up through the chain of the audience until it reaches the MC. Congratulations to Reed Thornston, the MC booms. You paid the top dollar of the evening for a date with Blakely Donelson. Thunderous applause breaks out and fills the cavernous ballroom. Confusion whirls through me as I go weak in the knees. Reed bid on me? Why? I thought he was working things out with Cresta so he could be there for his kids. Hope percolates in my breast as my vision blurs with moisture. This can only mean one thing. Even though it ripped me to pieces, I had the courage to do the right thing. I behaved like a rational adult and let Reed go in a grown-up, amicable fashion with the understanding that we could still be friends. Now, he's coming back to me. Congratulations to the highest bidder, Dottie Claiborne coos as she places a hand on my arm. I avert my eyes to avoid getting scarred by her plunging gown that leaves little to the imagination. I heard through the grapevine that Dottie got a boob job. It would seem that she's quite proud of her new purchase and wants to show them off. Ew. I don't need that snapshot in my brain. Instead, I focus on her glossy red fingernails. Light from the overhead chandelier picks up the shimmery gold tips on the ends. Dottie is one of those pampered women who probably spent an entire week getting ready for tonight's event. She hosts the Christmas party every year at the club and was the organizer behind the bachelorette auction. Thanks. Offering a brief smile, I scan the people in the ballroom, searching for Reed. A breathless energy is surging through me, demanding to be released. I've got to find Reed so I can discover why he bid on me. The corners of Dottie's lips turn down as outrage coats her voice. I can't believe that Caroline fled the auction. Talk about irresponsible. I expected more from Willie Joe's daughter. I don't dare admit that I encouraged Caroline to run. I slide a note of gentle persuasion into my voice, hoping to appeal to Dottie's sympathetic side. That is, if she has one. I wouldn't be too hard on Caroline. It would be tough to lose a husband. As if I know anything about husbands. I can't even manage to keep a boyfriend. Or maybe I can. Is Reed coming back to me? My eyes ping around the room. Where is he? I suppose, Dottie grunts. She certainly didn't score any brownie points with me. Caroline nearly ruined the auction. Her voice lifts as she oozes a syrupy smile. But you saved the day. $2,800. Wow. She gives me an insinuating look. Does this mean that you and your professor are back together? A blip of giddiness circles through me. That has to be what's going on here, right? Regardless of what might be happening with Reed, I have no intention of discussing my personal life with Dottie. Would you excuse me? I offer an apologetic smile. Sure. She nods but doesn't look happy about me brushing her off. Oh well, I'll have to mend fences with Dottie later. Right now, I have a bigger fish to fry. I move past Dottie and weave my way through the tight clusters of people, many of whom offer hearty congratulations. Thanks so much, I respond with a tight smile. My heart flips when I spot Reed coming toward me. He's dressed in a navy suit and poppin' yellow bow tie. I'm sure my friends will think the bow tie is hokey, but it fits Reed to a T. His offbeat manner and quirky style of dress might not appeal to most, but I find his bookish intellect stimulating. He's what you would call an Indiana Jones type, sans the adventure. Albany finds him dull and has made a point of telling me that he's a limp noodle over and over, emphasizing that I can do better. While I appreciate Albany's concern, she doesn't know Reed like I do. It's like I told Albany, I'm not looking for some pretty guy whom I can pin up like a poster to gawk at. I want a man with substance. Reed's like an avocado, nondescript and a little plain on the outside, but oh so smooth and rich on the inside. All I know is that when Reed quotes Byron to me in his full-throated lyrical voice, I swoon. "Hey," I begin with a tremulous smile.
Hey,
He utters, his brown eyes flicking over me with more appreciation than I ever thought him possible of exhibiting.
you look beautiful.
Moisture prickles in my eyes. Wow, this is a new side of Reed. He's never told me I was beautiful before. Touching my arm, he leans in and gives me a peck on the cheek. I never knew he could be so tender. When he pulls back, I hold his gaze in a question. "You broke the bank tonight with the bid. What does that mean?" My breath catches as I wait for his answer. Do I dare to hope that he's coming back to me? He searches my face. The vulnerability in his expression calls to me, with a sharp reminder that I've been miserable without him.
That I miss you.
His soft, plaintive tone wraps me in a cocoon of warmth. "What about Krista?" I ask hoarsely. "And your kids?" He swallows before glancing at the couples in the center of the floor.
Would you care to dance?
"Sure," I answer, figuring he's trying to ease his way into the conversation. Placing his hand on the crook of my elbow, he leads me onto the dance floor and draws me into his arms. As we move to the slow song, multiple eyes are zeroed in on us like we're making a debut on Dancing with the Stars. A chuckle tickles my throat. "I can't believe you paid $2,800 to go on a date with me." I peer up into his face, noting the faint shadows beneath his eyes. Has Reed been pining away for me as I have been for him? Ever since our breakup, he's been avoiding me at the college. I figured he was doing so to make it easier on the both of us. While I've been sorely tempted to meander over to the English department just to get a glance at him, I've refrained.
You're worth every penny,
He says. Did I hear him right? That's the second compliment tonight. I can count on one hand the number of times Reed has complimented me. I've always attributed his reticence to him being focused on loftier matters. However, tonight feels different. Tonight is a night for new beginnings. A glow of pleasure warms through me as a smile curves my lips. Even though his dancing skills are abysmal, being in his arms is a triumph. "I would have gone out with you for free," I admit softly. Our eyes catch and hold. Oh, how I've missed him. "I thought you were working things out with Krista." His jaw tightens.
about that.
Long pause.
It didn't work out.
A dozen questions pop through my mind like the rat-a-tat-tat of firecrackers going off in rapid succession. Am I the reason why it didn't work out? Did Reed choose me over her? When Reed broke up with me, he explained in careful detail that it wasn't about Krista. He felt obligated to go back to his ex-wife for the sake of his kids.
Matthew is struggling in school, and Lainey cries herself to sleep every night. They need their dad to be there for them in the home,
Reed insisted. He laid out his case in such a thoughtful, rational manner that my broken heart seemed of little consequence compared to weightier matters. How could I place my own happiness above that of Reed's kids? The only logical course of action was to let him go. "How are Matthew and Lainey?" He gives me a brief smile.
They'll be fine. They know that Krista and I both love them. That's the most important thing.
I tip my head, needing to know more. "What happened between you and Krista?" Shadows shroud his eyes. For a second, I've lost him behind a door of things which I have yet to experience. Forging a bond of marriage, sharing a mortgage and other household expenses, pouring your dreams and hopes into your kids. Irony clips his voice.
we started fighting, reminding us of why we broke up in the first place.
The regret on his expression rips at my heart, mainly because I can tell that a part of him is still connected to Cresta. Reed will always be tied to her because of their shared experiences and their kids. Disappointment climbs up my throat as I swallow it down. I'm not sure how I expected him to respond to my question, but I supposed I hoped his words would include something about not being able to live without me. I've always known that I love Reed more than he loves me. Or maybe I'm just better at showing it. My love for Reed started out as admiration for his notable academic career and the many articles that he has published in literary magazines. When Reed is in his classroom lecturing, he's a superstar. The downside of him being such a deep thinker is that he often has a hard time expressing his feelings. When I peel back the intellectual layers, I suppose there's a sliver of me that wouldn't mind being swept off my feet, to be looked at the way Jasper looks at Skeet, or how Memphis looks at Penn. Romance is not in Reed's DNA. The fact that he came here and bid on me speaks volumes. I can feel his nervousness as he clears his throat.
Are you free tomorrow night? I was hoping we could go out on that date.
A teasing smile tugs at a corner of my lips. Well, since you did pay $2,800, I suppose I can clear my schedule. Relief smooths out his features as he rewards me with a grateful smile. When I was a little girl, I used to dream about being swept away by my very own Prince Charming. I wanted the white horse, a castle, the sparkly princess-style dress with the puffy sleeves and skirt voluminous enough to house Ursula the Sea Witch. As I've matured and grown into myself, I've come to realize that not all relationships are storybook romances, like Skeet and Jasper's. Some are more sedate and grown up. While the little girl in me mourns about that, and still holds on to the hope of being rescued by a prince from the dragon of doldrums, the adult in me argues that I need to be content with what Reed is able to give. He came here and bid on me. We're going out tomorrow night. That has to mean our relationship is moving forward. I should probably question him more about where the two of us stand. However, right now, it feels good to simply be in his arms. Tonight, I can bask in the knowledge that I not only garnered the top bid of the auction, but even more important, the bid came from Reed. From what I can tell, he seems to be intent on resuming our relationship. I'm cautiously optimistic that perhaps this time he'll come back to me for good. Chapter 2. Wow, Skeet utters in a low, musing tone. Albany's original. You're pulling out the big guns tonight. I hope the professor appreciates the lengths you went to in order to get ready for this date. A tight smile wraps my lips in a tourniquet as I smooth my hand over the bodice of the dress. What's the point of having access to Albany's designer dresses if I don't wear one or two of them on occasion? Uh-huh, Skeet harumphs as she folds her arms over her chest. I don't like how she's drilling me with her Superman eyes that have the power to penetrate through my veneer of confidence. I'm a hot mess, and Skeet knows it. My stomach is hurling like an elevator that has been cut loose from the cable, going down, down, down. I swallow hard, willing myself to pull it together. I wish for the umpteenth time that Skeet hadn't dropped by a few hours ago to keep me company while I was getting ready for my date. I don't have to be a mind reader to know that she doesn't approve of me giving Reed another chance. At least she's keeping her thoughts to herself. Well, mostly, except for the occasional veiled comment. It could be worse. If Albany were here, she'd be shouting from the rooftops that I'm a moronic idiot for going out with Reed. Of course, I would argue that Reed paid an exorbitant amount to go out with me. How could I possibly refuse him? I peer into the mirror, taking a mental picture of my appearance. I went to the trouble of putting on magnetic eyelashes and ditched my glasses for contacts. The black shimmery dress does look fabulous, if I do say so myself. It picks up the depth of my chestnut hair, making it look full and lustrous. "Where's the professor taking you?" The droll tone of her voice is the strike of the match that sparks my irritation. "He has a name," I retort as I whirl around to face Skeet, who's sitting on the edge of the bed. Perching a hand on my hip, I give her the stare down. "Where's Reed taking you?" She makes a point of enunciating his name as she rolls her eyes. "Why are you so determined to cast him as the bad guy?" She touches her chest, her voice pitching high with the sauciness of telling me how it is. "I don't have to cast him as anything. He's certainly doing an inferior job of doing that to himself." The corners of my mouth quiver. "Don't you mean he's doing a good job?" I slip effortlessly into the role of teacher, the way one slides into a comfy sweatshirt. Academia is my safe zone, the place where the prowess of my brain overshadows the emptiness of my heart. My tone goes didactic as I lift an index finger. "If Reed did an inferior job of casting himself as the bad guy, then you wouldn't think he was one." The blank look on Skeet's face brings a giggle to my throat. Skeet is notorious for mixing up her words. I tease her about it relentlessly, because it's what I do, what I have done since we were kids. However, I find her slip-ups endearing. "You know what I mean," she blusters with a wave of her hand. "Furthermore, reminding me how intelligent you are won't change your situation." Ouch, that hurts. Just because Skeet gets her words confused doesn't mean that she's not a smart cookie. Skeet knows me inside and out. But more importantly, she cares. That's why she's dissing on Reed. Tender emotion wells inside me as I soften my voice. "I know you think I'm crazy for giving Reed another chance, but I know what I'm doing." She arches an eyebrow. "You sure about that? Jasper has been worried sick about you." She ticks through the list. "Albany's worried, Penn is worried, your parents are worried, I'm worried, even Presley and Beau are worried." I scrunch my face. Why in the devil are Presley and Beau worried? Presley is Skeet's cousin, and Beau is Penn's brother. The two are now married. Geez, I would think that Presley and Beau would have more important items to discuss than my love life. I give Skeet a stealing look. "Have you been blabbing my business?" "No," she gawks, her cheeks going pink. "You know how close Jasper and Beau are. They've been talking about it at the fire station." Ew. I cringe, thinking about being the topic of conversation at the fire station. I wish my brother would keep his big, fat mouth shut. Jasper and Beau are firefighters and best friends. You can't sneeze in comfort without everyone knowing about it. "Don't fault Jasper for caring," she fires back as she rises to her feet and pads across the carpet. She touches my arm. "We're just worried about you getting hurt." It's all I can do to keep my voice even. I know. I take in a long breath and let it out slowly. Time to paint Skeet a picture of the situation. Look, I agreed to do the auction for one reason. Because you wanted me to. I realize that, she concedes. Okay, then why are you harping on me for following through and going out on the date that Reed paid top dollar for? I realize that you need to see the one date through, Skeet says evenly. However, I would stop it there. She narrows her eyes. I don't like Reed using you. Her words slice my insides. Is Reed using me? Why is everyone so worried about him hurting me? Even Mom called earlier today, expressing concern that Reed bid on me at the auction. How many times have I preached to my students that the obvious answer is usually the right one? My entire network of family and friends seem to be opposed to Reed. Am I foolish for giving him another chance? I thought I was being rational about the situation, but maybe Reed is in my blind spot. I just wish that you would give yourself the chance to date other guys. A hard laugh rattles my throat as I turn away from her and go over to my dresser, where I begin placing my phone and makeup into my purse. I'll be sure and do that. The guys are lining up to date me, after all. Skeet steps up beside me. They would be. You just need to expand out of comfort. I turn, eyeing her in a challenge. And just how do you propose that I do that? She nibbles on her lower lip. A second later, her eyes light with an idea. You should go on a dating site. She talks faster, enthusiasm coating her voice. I can help you set up your profile. We'll get Albany and Penn to look over it, too. A smile curves her lips. We'll make you so irresistible that you can have your pick of any guy you want. No thanks, I clip, cutting this idea off at the roots. I've seen more than a few of those situations go south. Remember that student I told you about, Rebecca Sykes? The poor girl spent 2 months communicating with what she thought was a hot guy her age. When she finally met the guy in person, she learned that he was 20 years older than his profile suggested, and 50 pounds heavier. Well, that sounds like an insulated event. A smile tugs at my lips. You mean an isolated event? Yeah, she says with an offhanded wave. Actually, it's not. Dating sites are a hotbed for predators. One article that I read estimates that 16,000 abductions, over 100 murders, and over 1,000 rapes are attributed to online dating. Skeet's eyes bug. That's horrible, she utters, her hand curling up around her neck. It is, I agree with a hearty conviction, which is why I'm not going down that road. I reach into my purse to check the time on my phone. Reed should be here in the next 10 minutes. Butterflies fan my stomach, filling me with a restless energy. You haven't listened to a word I've said about Reed, have you? Skeet probes me with worried eyes. I listened. I'm just not sure that I agree with you. Reed is a good guy, I state emphatically. The only reason he broke up with me was so that he could be there for his kids. Skeet talks over me. My beef with Reed is not about his kids. It's about Krista. I know you don't want to face this, but Krista has a tight hold on Reed. She says jump, and he asks how high. Her words pelt me with needles of uncertainty. That's not true. Tears rush to my eyes. Him going back to his kids had nothing to do with her. The pity on Skeet's face fires me with a red-hot anger. "You don't have a clue what you're talking about," I hiss. "Why are you determined to ruin my date?" How easy it is for Skeet to sit on her lofty throne and cast judgment on me. She has Jasper, who loves her heart and soul. Albany has Gavin, Penn has Memphis, and then there's me, the last one hanging on the vine. I'll shrivel up and die long before anyone decent comes along to pick me. Reed may be my only chance. As if reading my thoughts, Skeet brings her case home with, "Don't settle for whatever crumbs Reed throws your way. You owe it to yourself to find someone who loves you the way you deserve to be loved." "I do," I croak. "In a perfect world, I would find that." Skeet rushes on. "Reed is locked into a life with Cresta." "Not true." I jut out my chin. "Reed says they're over." "Until the next time," Skeet counters. Her eyes are a battle flag emblazoned with the slogan, "You know I'm right." I love Skeet like a sister, but right now she's being a royal pain. "I'm done talking about this." I reach for my purse and slide the strap over my shoulder. "I appreciate you coming over, but you should probably leave before Reed gets here." My voice has a high-pitched, unnatural edge. Desperation washes over Skeet's features. "I wouldn't say these things if I didn't care." "Lucky me," I say tartly. "I'm glad you care so much." A tear escapes the corner of my eye and dribbles down my cheek. I wipe it away with my palm. "I do care," Skeet says simply. We give each other the stare down. Gunslingers at high noon, neither willing to back down. My phone dings, breaking the tense silence. I fish it out of my purse and look at the screen. It's a text from Reed. Skeet steps close and peers down so she can read it too. The words come at me in a sucker punch that whooshes the air out of my lungs.
"I'm sorry to do this, but I won't be able to make it tonight. Cresta is under the weather and needs my help with the kids. Let's plan a time to reschedule."
For a second, I go numb all over. Then a searing hurt shoots through me. I'm such an idiot. To think I spent the greater part of the day getting ready for the stupid date, telling myself that this time would be different. Tears pool in my eyes as I push out a short laugh. "Is this where you tell me that you told me so?"
"No,"
Skeet says quietly.
"This is where I say that I'm sorry."
Chapter 3. The ringing of the doorbell jolts me motionless. An unreasonable hope surges in my breast as I wonder who's there. Is it Reed? I haven't heard a word from him since he broke off our date 5 days ago. I thought I might hear something from him on Christmas, but nope, not a word. The doorbell chimes again. Gritting my teeth, I stare at the TV. If it is Reed, he's gonna be disappointed. No way am I opening the door right now when I look like crap. It's 1 p.m. and I'm still in my pajamas. I haven't combed my hair, put on makeup, or brushed my teeth. Heck, I might just forego the personal hygiene regimen for the next 2 weeks. I've got nothing but time stretching before me. School doesn't start back until January 9th. The doorbell rings again, followed by a pounding that nearly knocks me out of my skin. "Open up!" a female voice demands. I recognize the voice instantly. Albany. A sharp disappointment stings me. What was I thinking? Of course it wouldn't be Reed at the door. No doubt he's too busy playing house with Cresta and his kids to concern himself about me. I lean forward and use the large kitchen spoon to cut off a generous section of brownie. I shove it into my mouth. "Go away!" I bellow and then chew and swallow. "I'm not up to having visitors." The only thing worse than having your world fall apart is having it happen while your well-meaning friends watch the whole thing from a front row seat. From the time I dragged myself out of bed at 10 a.m. this morning, Albany, Penn, and Skeet have been blowing up my phone with texts, questioning if I'm doing okay. No, I'm not okay. I'm a wreck. I haven't answered a one of the texts, and I don't intend to anytime soon. Moisture rises in my eyes as I blink it back. Yesterday was a blur. Christmas was torture. I dragged myself to Christmas dinner with Mom, Dad, Skeet, and Jasper. It was all I could do to paste on a happy face. All the while, everyone eyed me with pity. Gah, I'm a monkey on display at the zoo. I didn't have to be a mind reader to know the refrain running through everyone's minds. Let's see if Blakely can piece herself back together after another setback with Reed. I direct my attention to the Hallmark movie playing on the TV as the knocking continues. A silent scream screeches in my head. Why can't everyone understand that I need some time to myself? Time to figure out how to put the pieces of my shattered heart back together. Actually, I'm not sure if it's my heart or my pride that's the most injured right now. I was an idiot to get my hopes up that things with Reed could ever be any different. The knocking continues. "I said go away!" I shout. Yes, I'm being a jerk, but I need some space right now, and my friends need to respect that. For the past 2 days, I've parked myself in front of the TV and have been gorging myself on frozen pizza that I baked in the oven, chips, brownies, and whatever else I could find in the pantry. I had hoped that eating myself into oblivion and watching copious amounts of Netflix would fill the emptiness inside me. It hasn't. The hole in my heart is growing larger by the hour. Conversely, my stomach is so jam-packed with rocks that it's going to pop. "We're not leaving," Albany chimes, "so you'd might as well open the door." I scowl, remaining where I am. "Open the door," Skeet pleads. Great, Skeet's here too. "Skeet made cookies," Penn adds. "And Penelope, just what I need. Everyone trying to cheer me up." My brain processes what Penn said. I could use more cookies, especially later on after my food digests. "What type of cookies?" I call out. Skeet answers with a lilting, "Your favorite, chocolate chip." No one can pass up Skeet's cookies, not even me. "Quit pouting and open the dang door," Albany demands. "I'm coming," I grumble. Good grief, Albany can be so annoying. Raking my hair out of my face with a jerky movement, I get to my feet. As I take a step forward, my foot gets caught in the strap of my purse, which is resting on the floor beside the couch. I trip and bang my shin on the corner of the coffee table. Tears spring to my eyes as I hurl out an expletive. I hold my shin and wait for the pain to ebb before hobbling to the door. I unlock it and throw it open. "Hey," I sulk as I step back to allow them to enter. They rush in with a flurry. Meanwhile, I clamp my arms over my chest and trail behind them as we go into the combination living room and kitchen that flows off from the foyer. Albany's eyes round to golf balls as she observes the aftermath of my eating binge. There are empty chip bags, 1 Doritos and 1 Cheetos, and a plate of mostly eaten pizza with only the crust remaining. The pan of brownies is hollowed out in the center because I overbaked the edges. Skeet's expression is concerned as her eyes rake over me. "How are you doing?" She uses her arm to push the chip bags aside and places her tin of cookies on the coffee table. I push out a self-deprecating laugh as I motion to my attire. Do you really have to ask? It smells like sour milk in here. Albany wrinkles her nose in disgust. It's probably the garbage. I haven't taken it out in a few days. I might as well have the word loser tattooed across my forehead. A look passes between Penn and Albany. What? I mutter as the heat from my face fogs up my glasses. Like I said, nothing worse than your best friends having a front row seat to your falling apart party. I remove my glasses and use the bottom of my t-shirt to clean them. Albany's dark eyes flash with fury. Reed's a moron. My voice goes practical. His kids needed him. I can respect that. Why do I feel the need to protect Reed even now? It's official. I'm a total loser. That's a bunch of malarkey, Albany cedes. I can tell from the looks on Skeet and Penn's faces that they agree. Penn goes to the couch, scoops up the blanket, shoves it to the side, and sits down. Skeet sits beside her as Albany plops down on the love seat. I shuffle over to the recliner and fold into it. You need to quit making excuses for Reed, Albany harumphs. She balls a fist and holds it up in the air. Her fiery demeanor is reminiscent of Scarlett O'Hara and how she held up those withered carrots and ranted at the sky. It's time for you to get mad and take charge of your life. Just because I'm taking a couple of days to regroup doesn't mean that I'm not in charge of my life. I counter with an arched eyebrow. A wry grin tugs at a corner of Albany's mouth as she motions to the coffee table. If you keep this up, we'll have to roll you back to school when your classes start up again. Spoken by the woman who can put away more ice cream than anyone I know, I fire back. Touché. Albany chuckles. She touches her hair. So I like ice cream. What's the big deal? Skeet scoots to the edge of her seat and clasps her hands in her lap. Her jaw works, letting me know that she's trying to figure out how to phrase her next words. You can't let Reed get to you. Her voice gathers intensity. You need to meet some other guys. Go on a few dates. She looks to Penn for help. Skeet's right, Penn pipes in. Sympathy touches her expression. If anyone understands what you're going through, it's me. When Tim had the affair, it rocked my world. I roll my eyes. Too bad I don't have a hunky cowboy next door to take away the pain. Penn's surprised expression pricks me with guilt. Don't get me wrong, I add. I'm glad that you and Memphis found each other. My gaze bounces from Penn to Skeet and Albany. Y'all have significant others. I shrug my shoulders as a tight smile wraps my lips. All I have is me. I detest the wretched tears that fill my eyes. Blinking fast, I focus on the floor so that I won't have to see their pitying expressions. Skeet's voice goes cheery. On that note, we have a plan. For a second, my troubles take a back seat to my curiosity. Plan? I throw her a warning look, my voice going hard. And don't say you want to fix me up on a date. Nope, no date. Skeet throws me a buoyant smile. This is so much better. She brings her hands together. You ready for this? You're gonna love it. She sings. Quit hedging and spit it out. I snap. We're going on a cruise, she announces jubilantly. My jaw drops. A what? A cruise. Jasper and I are going with you. Penn, Memphis, Albany, and Gavin would go, but Penn can't break away from the bed and breakfast right now. And I don't want to leave Noah, Albany interjects. He's too little to be away from Gavin and me for a long period of time. I wrinkle my nose. Thanks for the offer, but I'm looking forward to spending time at home. Ever since Skeet inherited the big bucks, she thinks that she can pay her way out of her and everyone else's problems. Obviously, Albany cuts her eyes at the coffee table. Skeet squares her jaw. I won't take no for an answer. The tickets have already been purchased. Her tone goes brisk. In fact, we need to get you packed now. We leave in 2 hours. What? I croak. My head spins like I just got off of the mother of all roller coasters. You can't just spring this on me and expect me to drop everything and go. It's not like you have anything better to do, Albany retorts. You had to go there. I throw her a look that could kill. She laughs and blows me a kiss in response. I scramble to come up with excuses. What about my school schedule? You'll be back home by the time classes start back, Pen reassures me. I think of something else. Can Jasper take off work? A broad smile curves Skeet's lips. He already has. Where's the cruise? Could I just up and go? The slightest tingle of anticipation runs through me. Anything would beat sitting around feeling sorry for myself for the next 2 weeks. At the rate I'm going, I'll eat myself out of house and home. The West Indies. We fly into Puerto Rico and leave from there. You'll have your own room with a balcony. She flashes a gargantuan smile. You've always said you wanted to go on a cruise. Today's that day, Albany sings. Skeet stands. Let's get you packed. The bus is rolling forward at a fast pace, leaving me no other choice but to run to catch it. There's so much to do and so little time. I can't leave my house in a wreck. I look at the food on the coffee table. Albany and I'll take care of that, Pen offers. We will? Albany gawks. Yep, Pen grins. We will. She shoos her hand at me. You need to hurry and get packed. Okay. I sigh as I smooth a hand over my t-shirt. It would seem that I'm going on a cruise. I'm putting the last item in my suitcase and about to zip it up when my phone buzzes. My heart lurches when I read the text. My throat squeezes and for a second I can't breathe. What is it? Skeet asks, frowning. A dozen emotions ping through me all at once. Surprise, frustration, longing. When she reads it, fury simmers in her eyes. It's a good thing you're leaving. That jerkwad needs to get the memo that you are not at his beck and call. Beck and call, I correct in dry amusement. She waves a hand. Beck and call, she blusters. Must you correct me all the dang time? Sorry, it's a habit. The knowledge that Reed texted, asking if we could go on our date tonight, gives me more pleasure than I would ever admit out loud. I chew the inside of my cheek as I tuck a lock of hair behind my ear. You know, maybe the cruise isn't such a good idea. My mom mentioned that she needs my help organizing her pantry. My parents are getting up there in years. It's probably not a great idea for Jasper and me to be gone at the same time. Steam spews out of Skeet's ears as her hand goes to her hip. You are going on the cruise, she roars. She holds out her hand. Give me your phone. I rock back. What? Why? She gets up in my face. Because I'm sick and tired of Reed leading you around by the nose. Heat crawls up my neck. This isn't about Reed. The heck it's not. Give me the phone. Skeet is going too far. No, you're not getting my phone. I jut out my chin, hurling out my words. Contrary to what you think, I'm an adult and do not need babysitting. Even if Skeet might be right about Reed on some level, there's no way I'll give in to her by handing over my phone. I've got to stand my ground, to prove that I'm not an imbecile. This is about the principle of the situation. She reaches to grab it from me, but I snatch my hand away. I yelp as Skeet lunges forward and knocks me onto the bed, sending my glasses flying off. The two of us scuffle, swatting at one another and pulling hair as I writhe and strain to try and keep the phone away from her clutches. My suitcase is at the foot of the bed. I accidentally hit it with my foot. It slides off the bed and crashes onto the floor. "Look what you did!" I scream.
"That was you, not me," Skeet insists.
"What are y'all doing?" Albany exclaims as she rushes into the room and picks her way around the suitcase and strewn clothes. In quick steps, she charges over to the side of the bed and pulls us apart. Skeet and I get to our feet. We stand red-faced, glaring at one another. "She's trying to take my phone," I wail as I point an accusing finger. "And she knocked off my glasses." Albany glances around. "Here are your glasses." She goes over, sweeps them up, and hands them to me. Thankfully, they aren't damaged. I wipe them on my t-shirt and slip them over my nose. "I can't believe y'all were fighting." Albany shakes her head in weary disgust. The last time Skeet and I got in a scuffle was in high school, when we both had a crush on Charlie Wilsop. If anyone asks, I would have sworn up and down that I was way beyond such childish behavior. However, I now stand corrected. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Skeet's voice goes shrill as she spins around to Albany. "You would be fighting her too. She's trying to back out of the cruise because Reed texted and asked her out tonight. I told her she's going on the cruise and demanded that she give me her phone." Albany's face registers shock and then rigid determination. "Give me the phone," she demands. "No!" I shriek, cradling the phone against my stomach. I throw Albany an accusing glare. "Not you too!" "I'm going to need your computer also," Skeet adds. Pen comes into the room, wide-eyed. She looks down at the suitcase and strewn clothes. Her arms fly into the air. "What's going on? I was in the bathroom and heard the commotion." Skeet launches in with, "Blakely is caving." One hand is perched on her hip, and the other is wagging in sync with her words. "She wants to stay here and go out with Reed tonight instead of going on the cruise." Pen's face falls. That's not good. I can take Skeet's banshee rampage and Albany's disgust, but seeing the worry carved over the face of my practically perfect friend is nearly my undoing. "It's not just because of Reed," I stammer. "God, why is everyone looking at me like I'm pitiful?" Tears blur my vision as I get a clear picture of myself. I'm pathetic, aren't I? My wretched glasses fog up again. This time I don't even bother to clean them. They'll air out, eventually. I push out a hard laugh as I look at the ceiling to stay the avalanche of emotion that's threatening to come hurling out. When I manage to get myself under control, I ask in a small voice, "How did I get here?" I'm Blakely Donelson, a psychology professor. I picture myself in a lecture room full of students who are lapping up my every word because I'm the so-called expert. The term unrequited love snaps through my brain as I mentally review the definition. Unrequited love means having strong romantic feelings for someone who doesn't feel the same way. It can leave one feeling underappreciated, causing shame, guilt, confusion, and pain. Skeet's expression immediately softens. We all have our weak moments. Remember how frustrated you got with me because I wouldn't admit that I had feelings for Jasper? I remember, I said dryly. I wanted to pound some sense into your brain. Skeet gives me a perceptive look. I know the feeling. I grunt in response before rolling my eyes. You don't have to go this alone, Skeet continues, her tone pleading. That's why you have us. Even when I'm trying to own up to my weaknesses, there's a tiny part of me that wants to argue that my friends are not validating my emotions. Maybe if they listened to how I'm feeling, they would understand. Or maybe they would tell me that I'm a lost cause. My apology falls from my lips as I look Skeet in the eye. I'm sorry. A smile tugs at her mouth. Me too. In all fairness, I did attack you first. That's true. Her smile widens. I would have taken you if Albany hadn't intervened. I guess we'll never know. I chuckle. Pen shakes her head. I can't believe y'all were fighting. What are we, in junior high? Some things never change. Albany pins me with a look that's hard as nails. About the phone. Don't forget the computer, Skeet adds. Remember that scene in Star Wars where Princess Leia and Han Solo are caught in the trash compactor? That's how I feel right now. Ew. I hate facing my weaknesses. My words come out thick, like they've been sloshed in Elmer's glue. Okay, I'll admit that I'm not thinking clearly where Reed is concerned. I can be strong. They give me doubtful looks. I can, I assert, lifting my chin. You will get stronger in time, Albany says in a pragmatic tone that sounds eerily like me when I'm in the throes of delivering what I deem to be a kick-butt lecture. But right now, you're tantamount to a recovering alcoholic, and Reed is your preferred brand of whiskey. She gives me a meaningful look. Hand over the phone. I need my phone so I can communicate with my mom and dad while I'm away, I protest. And what if one of my colleagues tries to contact me? I'll check your devices for you, Skeet says in a chipper tone. Jasper will have his phone on the cruise. He can keep you updated on your parents. I can tell by Skeet's eagerness that she's going to offer up 10 solutions for every one protest I can drum up. Always the peacemaker, Pen offers me a kindly smile. Chances are you won't have great service while you're on the ship anyway. That's true, I concede, knowing how this will end. I'm losing this battle. Any effort I expend from here on out will be futile. Fine, I'll give you my phone and computer. I direct my next comment to Skeet. But you have to promise that you'll check them every day to make sure I don't miss any important messages. The thought of not having my devices ties my stomach in knots. Cross my heart. Skeet makes a cross over her chest. I look at the phone in my hands. Shouldn't I at least text Reed back to let him know that I'm going out of town? No! All three of my friends explode at once. You don't owe that idiot a thing, Albany growls. In a quick movement, Skeet snatches the phone from my hand. Thank you very much, she snips in triumph. Albany goes over to my desk and grabs my laptop computer and charger. Pen bends down and picks up my suitcase. She places it on the foot of the bed and grabs an armful of clothes. Now that we got that settled, let's get this suitcase repacked so we can get you out the door.
Chapter 4. Corbin. Normally, the time I spend alone in the locker room before a fight is hallowed. I get myself in the zone by going through a mental checklist of my moves and techniques as I run my mind through an exercise of possible scenarios. If he does this, I'll do this. My stomach churns over and over before drawing into a hard ball. The angst I feel right now is not new. Fear is my constant companion on the eve of fights. It used to wig me out, but experience has taught me that in all actuality, fear is my friend. It will make me stronger, because my instinct is to rise up and meet it full on. The fear will be short-lived, for once I step into the cage and deliver the first blow, my trepidation will dissolve like vapor in the wake of my adrenaline rush. Some call my insatiable need to prove to myself over and over that I'm worthy to be in the cage a fool's quest. My mom worries that I've sustained a few too many hits to the head. A grim smile curls my lips. Maybe Mom is right. I smash my gloved fists together as fresh anger burns a hot trail through my veins. I don't have a playbook for what I'm about to do. Tonight is different from anything I've ever experienced. This is no ordinary fight. Rage will be what fuels me tonight, rather than precision and control. An image of Sedana flashes through my mind, flooding me with a fury so intense that I'm surprised it doesn't torque my insides. I was a fool to trust her. Tat tried to warn me, but I was too love-struck to listen. Being the idiotic moron that I am, I thought Tat was jealous, that he was butt-sore about his best friend spending so much time with a member of the opposite sex. My gut heaves, making me feel like I've chomped on a handful of sour balls and swallowed them in a single gulp. Sedana claims that her transfer of affection from me to Jamie Hamrick is owed to the fact that I've been dragging my feet about proposing. Sedana claims that I've been scarred by my parents' failed marriage. I suppose there's a grain of truth to that. How could I not be scarred? My deadbeat dad left when I was a kid, leaving my mom to raise me while trying to put food on the table. Mom and I had several tough years before she married my stepdad, Carlos Reyes. I owe a lot to Carlos. He takes good care of Mom and me. It was through Carlos that I got a taste of what it was like to be part of a real family. All wasn't peaches and cream, however. Growing up a tall, gangly white kid in a predominantly Mexican community in Compton, a city in southern Los Angeles County, California, had its fair share of hard knocks. I got pummeled on a regular basis before Tat brought me into his world and introduced me to his brother Angel, who owns a gym. It was thanks to Angel that I learned to fight. Once word got out around the neighborhood that I could hold my own, everything changed. The guys who had once tormented me grew to respect me. As I won fight after fight, that respect turned to reverence. From the outside looking in, it would seem that I've got life all figured out. I'm pulling in more money from the fights than I could have dreamed of making when I was a computer tech at a junior high school. I've got a swanky condo, a sleek sports car, and a glamorous girlfriend. Had a girlfriend. Until she did the unthinkable and betrayed me. That's the problem with being on top. There's only one direction to go from here, straight down like a lead balloon. Focus, I command myself. I can't let the negative thoughts in, otherwise they'll be my undoing. I'm tougher than this. The only outcome that I'll allow myself to entertain is where I come out on top. I'm no idiot. Some hungry contender is eventually going to beat me in a fight and take my title. I clench my teeth, vowing that the person won't be Jamie the Hammer Hamrick. The Hammer has been talking trash about me on social media and TV for weeks. I grunt as acid burns up my throat. I'll clean the Hammer's clock, and then wipe the floor with his cocky grin. My thoughts ping to Sedana. Yes, I've dragged my feet in proposing. However, my hesitancy is no justification for Sedana dumping me and then hooking up with my arch-enemy a week later. Her behavior only confirms that I was smart to hold off on the proposal. I'm gonna get a truckload of satisfaction out of beating the Hammer to a pulp. He's been gunning for my title for months. In fact, I wouldn't put it past the scumbag to woo Sedana just to get inside my head. That's not gonna happen. I've scratched and clawed my way to the top of the pack to win the light heavyweight division in mixed martial arts and have zero intentions of letting that scumbag get the upper hand on me. No doubt about it, the hammer is tough, but I'm tougher. Knuckles rap on the door. I turn and look over my shoulder as Tat steps into the room. "How you doing?" he asks, his tone husky with excitement. "It's a packed house out there." A wry grin slides over his lips. "All the chicks came out to see the choir boy in action." I offer him a slight courtesy smile. Because I'm clean-cut and make a point of staying away from booze and drugs, I've been dubbed choir boy. There are worse things I could be called, I suppose. Tat traipses over to the nearest chair and whips it around so that he can straddle the back. He surveys me with perceptive eyes before proclaiming, "You look like crap." "Tell me how you really feel." I smirk. Tat's real name is Juan Garcia. His nickname came from his multiple tattoos, some of which creep up the side of his neck. Tat's hair is so short it's nearly shaved. He's burly with layers of gristle and muscle, tough as rawhide on the outside but has a tender heart. He and I met when we were freshmen in high school. Fed up with getting harassed by one of the juniors, I decided to get the inevitable over with and picked a fight. I got my clock cleaned. Tat watched the whole thing. After everyone had left the lunchroom, I sat hunched over, nursing my black eye and busted lip. Tat approached with an admiring grin. "Man, you got guts to go up against Brooks." "Guts or stupidity," I muttered. He sat down beside me and gave me a few pointers. "You need to stop telegraphing with your right shoulder before you punch. It gives you away every time. Keep your elbows close to your body and throw quick punches to sensitive areas. It helps if you can get in the first hit." When I asked how he knew so much about fighting, he told me about his older brother Angel's gym. "You ready to wipe the floor with the hammer?" he taunts, interrupting my thoughts. "I'm ready," I growl. Tat gives me a doubtful look. "You sure about that? You seem a little weak." "Weak?" I balk as I thrust out my chest. "I'm not weak." I narrow my eyes, daring him to disagree. "All right," he concedes with a good-natured grin. "Just checking." He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a peppermint. Unwrapping it, he plops it into his mouth and shoves the wrapper back into his pocket. Drumming his hands on the top of the chair, he says, "It's a full house out there." "You said that already," I quip dryly as anticipation prickles over my skin. Ignoring my jab, he pushes on. "Angel's stressing. Sent me in here to see how you're holding up." Angel is my trainer, and Tat's my manager. I often refer to the brothers as the dynamic duo. Tat searches my face in concern. "Angel's worried that this thing with Sedana has gotten in your head." "I can handle it," I say offhandedly. It's not just Angel who's worried. Tat's nervous, probably because he knows me too well. He can tell that while I'm trying to put on a good front, I'm crumbling on the inside. "Just focus on your technique," Tat admonishes. "Channel your anger." His expression hardens. "He took your woman. Don't let him take your title." His eyes cut into mine. "You've come too far to back down, Guerrero." "We've come too far," I enunciate. A silent understanding passes between us. Tat and Angel saw something in me that no one else did. When I was a skinny kid trying to survive, I never would have imagined that I'd grow up to become a champion. I overcame nearly insurmountable odds to get here. Surely I can hold my ground. Angel often talks about my unconquerable spirit. I need to tap into that power now. I owe it to the Garcia brothers, and to myself, to show the hammer who's boss. I offer up a silent prayer for help and then grin inwardly, thinking how my nickname Choir Boy is more appropriate than people realize. Thanks to Mom's dogged determination of herding me to church every Sunday, I'm a deeply religious person. It was no accident that Tad and Angel came into my life. They were a gift, sent straight from heaven, and I've never forgotten it. Please, Lord, help me to make peace with my anger so that I can focus on the task at hand. Tad pushes back from the chair and rises to his feet. Let's do this thing. A peculiar gleam flickers in his eyes. Which will it be tonight, see? Guts or stupidity? A little of both, I quip. Tad has been repeating that mantra since the day I first spoke the words to him, and I always answer the same way. I heard that, he drawls as we share a grin. Show 'em what the choir boy from Compton can do. I nod as I hop from foot to foot and throw a series of jabs at an imaginary opponent to rouse myself up. The entrance song announces my arrival into the arena. While I'm not big on all the hype, I recognize that showmanship is an important aspect of the fight. Hearing my fight song, a country song that Tat selected because of the gospel message, the crowd goes wild. The press of the crowd is electric with the cheering and clapping as we strut down the path to the cage, wearing game faces. A guy springs to his feet. Pumping his fist, he starts chanting, "Choir boy, choir boy." Soon, other people join in. By the time I step into the cage, the entire arena throbs with the rhythmic repetition of my name. The adulation is intoxicating as I smile and wave at the fans. I do a little dance and make a show of punching before I make my way over to my designated corner of the cage, where Angel is waiting with a white towel slung over his shoulder. He fist bumps me and gives me a hearty pat on the back. Angel will act as my corner man during the fight. A cut man sits me down on a wooden stool. In deft movements, he applies petroleum jelly to the sections of my face that will sustain the greatest impact. The jelly will keep my skin supple and help protect me from damage from the hits. Once the cut man finishes, he and Angel leave the cage, taking the stool with them. They go to my corner area and set up shop on the other side of the vinyl-coated chain-link fence. The announcer steps into the cage with a glib smile. In a booming tone, he fires up the crowd even more by laying out the situation in short, punchy sentences. Corbin Ledger, the choir boy from Compton, must defend his title against Jamie Hamrick, the Hammer. Both fighters are undefeated. His voice escalates to a crescendo as he raises his arm like he's a preacher, lifting his entranced congregation to new heights. This is gonna be epic! As if on cue, a rustle goes through the crowd. The Hammer's entrance song, a hard rap number, pipes over the speakers. I watch in cynical amusement as fog billows down the aisle. I've seen plenty of crowd hogs during my time in the MMA, but this takes the cake. The Hammer is pulling out all the stops. The fog clears to reveal a group of scantily clad women who twirl their lithe bodies in a seductive dance. A cluster of photographers snap pictures at a rapid-fire pace. The Hammer rounds out the back, sporting an arrogant grin. Light on his feet, he spins around and takes several jabs at the air, putting on a big show for the crowd. Let's see if the clown fights as well as he showboats, Angel growls. I grunt in response, eager to get down to business. The anticipation is killing me. A championship UFC fight consists of 5 rounds that last 5 minutes with a 1-minute break in between. In a little over 30 minutes, this will all be over. For better or worse. Disgust sours my throat as I wonder for the umpteenth time how Sedona could have picked this flake over me. I skim the crowd and spot the object of my thoughts sitting a few rows back from the cage. That she looks terrific with her dark, lustrous hair and exotic features boils my blood. Sedona is half Mexican and half Caucasian. The sense of loss nearly overwhelms me. For some reason I can't explain, an image of my dad flashes before my eyes. As if sensing my gaze, Sedona and I meet eyes for one long moment. Is that a pinch of regret on her beautiful face? I clench my jaw, reminding myself to tamp down the emotion. Too late. It comes bubbling up with a vengeance. The pain I feel over losing Sedona meshes with the despair I experienced when Dad left. I don't know where one starts and the other ends. I remind myself that I'm no longer that helpless kid who was abandoned by his apathetic father. I've made a practice of eliminating toxic people from my life, the way a butcher trims the fat from a cut of meat. I just never expected Sedona to be toxic. A meaty hand reaches through the fence and squeezes my shoulder. "Focus on the fight," Angel orders in a gruff, garbled tone. I respond with a curt nod, tearing my eyes away from Sedona. The hammer enters the cage. We catch gazes, and he throws me a smirk as he struts like a rooster over to his corner. The cut man assigned to the hammer steps into the cage with a wooden stool and makes his way over to prep the hammer. "Teach that arrogant putz a lesson," Angel snarls. His curled-up lip gives me a glimpse of his gold eye tooth. My voice goes razor sharp. I intend to. Several minutes later, the referee takes his position in the center of the cage as the hammer and I stand in our corners, waiting for the go signal. At our weigh-in the day before, I came in at 201 pounds, with the hammer weighing in at 204. 1 pound shy of the 205-pound limit. I'm 6'2" tall. The hammer is roughly the same height. The smug expression on the hammer's face causes the hair on the back of my neck to stand on ends. When he blows me a kiss, it's all I can do to keep from ripping his head off. The hammer is a rich boy, notorious for partying it up with champagne and all the trappings. He craves being in the limelight, the way a dog soaks up the sun. Sedona must be delusional if she thinks she can build a future with this thug. 29 minutes and it'll all be over. Just 29 minutes. The ref gives the signal, and then the bell dings. The hammer and I come out ready to fight. I throw the first punch to the hammer's jaw. He comes back with a blow that causes me to stumble backwards. I'm jolted by the power of his fist. It's how he earned his nickname. Around and around we go, each of us trying to get the upper hand. By the time the bell dings, signaling the end of the first round, the hammer and I are both bleeding, him from the lip and me from the edge of my right eye. "How you holding up?" Angel talks to me through the fence as the cut man dabs antiseptic on my cut. I wince at the sting. "Good," I say. The word comes out slurred through my mouth guard. Truthfully, I'm rattled. The hammer is ruthless. I'm winded, and my edge is slipping away. My quest to get revenge on my adversary is replaced by a desperate need to make it through the next several rounds. Somehow, I manage to hold my own the next couple of rounds. It's on the fourth round when everything goes haywire. The hammer gets me in a chokehold and slams me to the mat. He pins me in an iron grip as I wiggle, trying to break free. Meanwhile, I'm jabbing at his torso. At the same time, he's pummeling my face. My right eye is so swollen that I can no longer see out of it. It's the kiss of death to get caught in a hold. The only chance I have of coming out on top is to break free. Exerting all the force I can muster, I escape from his clutches and stagger to my feet. The world around me spins and I struggle to get my bearings. In every fight I've ever won, there's a point, a sweet spot, where everything comes together, and I can see a clear path to victory. That hasn't happened yet. I pray that it will, soon. The roar of the crowd becomes a blur as the pounding of the blood against my temples drowns out all else. My chest heaves and falls in a shallow effort as I struggle to get a good breath. Holding up my fists, I prepare myself for the hammer's attack. He charges forward and lands a hit to my jaw. The force rattles my teeth. I punch him in the face, knocking him back. For a split second, I think I've gained the advantage. But then, he unleashes a series of punches that jostle me one direction and then another. I'm a fragile, insignificant boat caught in the ruthless path of a hurricane. I take a step back, only to find that he has me pinned against the cage. A blinding pain shoots through my jaw at the same instant his fist connects with my bone. Before my brain can comprehend what's happening, blackness crowds the edges of my eyes, and then I'm falling. In the time it takes for me to hit the floor, the fight is over. Along with my last shred of dignity, the hammer takes my title.
Chapter 5. Blakely. As I sit on the edge of the bed, drumming my fingers and looking around at the modular furnishings in my closet-sized cabin, the saying of feeling all alone in a crowded room comes to mind. Except this time, I'm alone on a crowded ship. Gah, why did I let my friends talk me into this? All was good at first. I was so caught up in the excitement of traveling to a new place that I hardly thought about Reed. Now, it's a different story. I can't help but wonder what Reed thought when he didn't get a response back from me. As soon as the thought flits through my mind, I squelch it, reminding myself that there's not a dang thing I can do about the situation. For the next week, for better or worse, I'm stuck on this floating city that reminds me of a mall with all of the shops and restaurants on the main level. We boarded the ship a little over an hour ago. Skeet and Jasper retired to their cabin, saying they wanted to get caught up on sleep, leaving me all by my lonesome with way too much time to think. I should have never agreed to forfeit my phone and computer. Jasper has a need to be prepared and ahead of the game in every situation, hence us getting on the ship several hours before we're scheduled to depart from the port. The plan is for us to meet up during the muster drill, where all of the passengers are required to report to their assigned location, so the crew can go over safety procedures and what to do in the event of an emergency. Afterwards, we're going to the main dining room, where we'll eat dinner at our designated table. Until then, I have a few hours to kill. Lucky me. Okay, I can't sit here and twiddle my thumbs. I'll go nuts. I've got to do something productive. An idea takes shape. I'll get a workout. I'm sure the ship has a state-of-the-art fitness center. Getting a hard workout will help me quiet my brain. I could run on the treadmill and get on the elliptical. Heck, I might even get in a lightweight workout after using the machines, depending on how ambitious I feel. Having decided on an activity that will occupy my time, my sense of well-being is restored. I change into workout clothes, slide my keycard into the side pocket of my spandex pants, and head out the door. It's strange not to have my phone. I feel naked without it. Skeet and Jasper's room is a few doors down from mine. I pause, questioning if I should let them know where I'm going. Nah, So long as I get back to my cabin about an hour before the muster drill, I'll have plenty of time to shower and get ready for the evening. The dress is formal for the last night on the ship. Tonight it's dressy casual, which is an oxymoron. I grin, thinking how Skeet would chide me about overanalyzing the terminology. 15 minutes later, I find the fitness center. This ship is ginormous. Even after studying the map key in the lobby area of each floor, I got lost a handful of times and had to ask for directions. The gym is located beside a spa. Maybe I should book a massage or other treatment. I make a mental note to grab a brochure after I finish working out. Using my key card, I step into the large room containing various machines. There's not another soul in the room. Wow, I hadn't counted on having the place all to myself. It's a nice bonus. I make a beeline over to a cubby area, which holds rolled towels. Grabbing one, I drape it over my shoulder and go over to a treadmill that faces a wall of windows. The fitness center and spa are located on the top deck of the ship. I step onto the treadmill, adjust my glasses, and tighten the strap I use when exercising, so they won't bounce when I run. I fiddle with the buttons on the machine and set it for a brisk walk. After I get warmed up, I'll increase the speed to a jog. There's a TV on the screen. I turn it on and switch the channel to HGTV. I didn't even think to bring the earbuds that I was given on the plane. Oh well, I can turn up the volume loud enough to drown out the sound of the machine. If anyone comes in, I'll turn down the volume so it won't be annoying. I quickly lose interest in the show and turn my attention instead to the city skyline, comprised of mostly putty-colored offices and hotels, with a few smaller pastel-colored structures dotting the landscape. The row of pink buildings near the water reminds me that I'm in Puerto Rico. My gaze climbs higher to the frothy white clouds perched against the azure sky. The day is bright and sunny. I'm on a cruise ship, about to depart to a series of exotic islands in the southern Caribbean. I should be happier about that. Instead, I feel a chilling kinship to Antoinette from Jean Rhys's novel, Wide Sargasso Sea. It's not without irony that I note that Reed is the one who introduced me to the tragic prequel of Charlotte Bronte's novel, Jane Eyre. Like Antoinette, who was eventually locked away and isolated from society, I'm cut off from all communications with home and Reed. Antoinette eventually went mad. My family and friends believe I've lost my marbles where Reed is concerned. Are they right? Okay, I'm being morbid. It's hard not to be when I've got nothing but time stretching before me. Drawing in a deep breath, I let the air fill my lungs before letting it out slowly. I can't keep dwelling on my woes. I make a concentrated effort to channel my thoughts in a positive direction. I need to take the advice I've given my friends on numerous occasions. Why is it so much easier to give advice rather than to take it? I chuckled darkly at the thought. Okay, Sean Acor, I need your wisdom right now, and I need a shot of it, straight into the center of my heart. The Happiness Advantage is one of my favorite books. I quote it to my friends and students often. Acor coined the phrase, falling up, meaning that it is possible to rise above our setbacks and choose to take the upward path. During hard times, I need to find the strength to get over Reed. That's the only way I'll ever regain my self-respect. My head knows this. Why is my heart not getting the message? Time to stop thinking and to start exercising. 5 minutes into the workout, I increase my pace. First, I'm going at a slow jog. Then, as the blood starts flowing, I get faster. I welcome the sweat that drips from my forehead as I push myself harder, my feet pounding in rhythm. It's nice to work my body and release the tension.
Ma'am,
I jerk at the sound of the voice. The movement causes my foot to slip. I trip and hit the emergency stop button with my palm. I catch myself as the treadmill comes to a screeching halt. Chills pop over my arms as my body tries to adjust from going full speed to a stopped position.
"I'm sorry to bother you,"
the man begins. He's wearing a white short-sleeved shirt uniform with stripes on the shoulders and black pants. I glance at his name tag, which reads Chad. The guy is so fresh-faced that I could almost mistake him for still being in high school. My TV is too loud, I surmise as I turn it down. Sorry about that. I figured it was okay since I'm the only one in here, I explain.
"It's not that."
What is it? Irritation prickles through me at having been interrupted. Now that I've lost my momentum, I'll have to start over and build myself back up to where I was. Chad pinches his lips together.
"I'm sorry, but we're closing the fitness center for a few hours."
My jaw drops. What? Just when I thought I had my afternoon planned out, the rug is pulled out from under me. He nods in the affirmative. Why? I sputter.
"We have a celebrity on board. He needs to get a workout."
I need my workout too, I protest. You stopped me right in the middle of it. You nearly caused me to trip and fall. He gives me an apologetic look.
"I'm so sorry."
I bunch my brows. What type of celebrity? His front teeth slide over his lower lip in what looks to be a nervous gesture.
A mixed martial arts fighter."
My words come hurling out. Are you talking about the guy who's doing the exhibition fight?
"Yes, ma'am."
He looks intensely uncomfortable. Figures, I grunt. When Skeet first mentioned the cruise, she pitched it as being a way for me to get over Reed. Being the trusting individual that I am, I took Skeet at her word and felt a rush of gratitude that my brother and Skeet would drop everything and go on a cruise for my benefit. Then, when we were on the plane headed to Puerto Rico, Jasper started jabbering about the exhibition fight of some guy who recently lost his title and is trying to make a comeback. That's when I realized that this cruise isn't just about me and my broken heart. It takes an act of Congress to get Jasper to take time off from work, which is why the gesture meant so much. Now I know the rest of the story. This cruise isn't about me. I'm merely the tag-along. Narrowing my eyes, I level a glare at Chad, channeling all of my frustration straight to him. I paid for this cruise and have every right to work out. No need to point out that Skeet paid my way. The point is that my way was paid, and I have a right to take full advantage of the perks. Chad's cheeks go pink as he ducks his head slightly under my tongue lashing.
"I was supposed to put a sign up saying the center is closed. However, I got busy with other things."
His expression turns pleading.
"It's only for a couple of hours. Please, just let me do my job."
He adds, I pride myself on being level-headed. No, I don't want to cause Chad problems. However, 2 hours might as well be an eternity right now. I'm the only one in here, I argue. Is it really gonna hurt for me to be on the treadmill while some MMA guy gets his workout? It's not like I have cooties. He winces.
"I'm only following orders."
He glances at the door like he'd like to make a mad dash for it. Blood thrashes against my temples. Fine, I growl. I'll leave. As if I have a choice in the matter. What now? I suppose I'll have to speed walk around the ship. It's gonna be a long, long cruise. Relief spills over Chad's face.
"Thank you,"
He trembles with a faint smile. I lift my chin, my words snipping out. For the record, it's not right to shut down an entire fitness center for one person, even if he is a celebrity fighter. Righteous indignation swells inside me. Now I'm a crusader for all the little people who get chopped down by thoughtless big heads who think the world is their oyster. A picture of Reed flashes through my mind. He has used me so many times, and I've let him. The sad part is that if I were back home, I'd be lapping up whatever attention he was willing to give me. Yeah, I'm pathetic. Sorry, Sean Acor. I'm not falling up. I'm falling down, 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 into a gaping black hole of confusion and despair. Unrequited love bites hard in the most tender spots of my heart. My stupid glasses fog up. I remove them from my face and continue to glare at Chad, who has become a blurry blob.
I understand,
he mumbles. It doesn't matter what I say. This ends only one way. With me leaving the gym. Am I being bullheaded about this? The rational side of my brain recognizes that Chad is only trying to do his job. I should view him as a worthwhile individual who has needs and hopes the same as me. On the other hand, it's not fair to close off an entire gym, which customers have paid to use, all because some MMA guy wants his privacy. In a flurry of motion, I grab my towel from the handlebar of the treadmill, throw it over my shoulder, and stalk out of the center. I get 2 steps outside the door and run smack dab into a brick wall. No, not a brick wall, but a guy who's as stout as a brick wall.
Whoa,
he cautions in a deep, throaty voice. His hand goes to my arm to steady me. His touch is strong. Sorry, I stammer as I glance up at his face, seeing nothing but another blurry blob. In a quick motion, I put my glasses back on. My vision sharpens as I blink. Wow, he's easy on the eyes. In a visceral G.I. Joe way, I take in his prominent brow and even features, my gaze sliding over his chiseled jaw that's dotted with a fine layer of stubble. His dark blonde hair is messy in a reckless way. He's wearing a white sleeveless shirt that highlights not only his impressive torso, but also his cut biceps. Jeez Louise, this guy is fit. As I lift my eyes to his, I'm startled by the dart of heat that zips through me. Swallowing the dryness in my throat, I become aware of his size in comparison to mine. He's so rugged and masculine that I question if he's real. Oh yeah, he's real. So very real.
You okay?
He asks, an amused smile tugging at a corner of his lips. I'm fine, I say tersely. He's still holding my arm. Heat from his fingers seeps into my skin, making me feel even more attraction, which quickly turns to humiliation. His smile widens, revealing a neat row of white teeth.
You sure? You look a little dazed.
I can tell from his cocky expression that he's getting a kick out of me ogling him. Good grief. What in the tarnation is wrong with me? I'm acting like I'm 16. I'm Blakely Catherine Donelson, a professor of psychology. I don't gawk at men, regardless of how well-formed their muscles are. I'm fine. I take a step back. My wretched glasses are fogging up. Again. Rather than making a production of taking them off, I lift them up from my nose to get some air flowing. It helps a smidgen. Feeling the guy's gaze on me, I do what comes most naturally when I get into a jam. I slip into my practical know-it-all persona. If you're on your way to get a workout, don't bother. He tips his head in amusement.
Oh?
The gym is closed for some boneheaded MMA fighter who's too good to work out with the other passengers. Wait until I tell my brother that one of his heroes, I make air quotes, is some grandiose celebrity who suffers from an entitlement complex. A low chuckle sounds in his throat.
Is that right?
He gives me an appraising look that does strange things to my insides.
That was a mouthful.
His voice has the fascinating combination of being both lyrical and strong, with a hint of tough guy gravelly. He tips his head.
So, your brother is a fan of this fighter?
I bunch my brows. Evidently, I thought he and his wife came on the cruise to help me, but on the plane ride over, I learned that Jasper came to watch the fight. Why am I spilling my guts to a complete stranger? Probably because I'm desperate for company. Shame on Skeet and Jasper for going off together in their cabin and leaving me to fend for myself.
Can't blame a guy for that.
He shrugs. You'd better believe I can, I fire back. Fighting is so Neanderthal. I shudder. Why can't people be civilized? He flashes me a boyish grin.
Ah, now.
He drawls.
Don't be too hard on your brother. Fighting is how men set things right with the universe.
He pumps his fist before lifting it in the air as his voice vibrates with exaggerated gusto.
It's how we establish our place in the world.
A giggle tickles my throat. I try to swallow it down, but it escapes nevertheless. He wags a finger as a grin slides over his mouth.
See, you know I'm right.
Just because I'm amused doesn't mean I agree with you.
Okay, I hear you,
he says in an easy tone. Curiosity lights his eyes.
So, Miss Philosophical, what do you do to set the universe straight?
I teach college psychology, I say with a note of pride. He raises an eyebrow as his voice takes on a musing quality.
I wasn't far from the mark. You are Miss Philosophical,
he teases. He touches his chin and turns sideways.
Let's see how intuitive you are. Take an assessment of me. Am I a lover or a fighter?
I'm unprepared for the heat wave that splashes over me. This guy certainly has the market cornered on charm. I blink fast as my hand goes up around my neck. I'd have to get to know you more to make an accurate assessment. Good grief, I'm not sure what to make of these feelings that are stirring inside me. They're different from what I experience around Reed. My love and adoration for Reed came out of my deep respect for him and his intellect. I wasn't initially attracted to Reed. Our relationship developed and blossomed after we got to know one another. What I'm experiencing right now is so physical, like I've been given a shot of adrenaline straight into my veins. He lowers his hand and turns to face me. His voice a low caress, he murmurs,
That can be arranged.
I take a step back and touch my glasses before folding my arms over my chest. If only my friends could see me now. If they hadn't all found their significant others, they'd be drooling up a storm right now. Heck, I'm drooling and I don't drool. My body temperature has probably heated up 10 degrees. I'm sure my cheeks are cherry red. I've got to put my head in control here before I turn into a puddle of mush. Adventure sparkles in his eyes.
Are you game?
My tongue sits like a rock in my throat. For what? I croak.
To get to know me.
Thanks, I say lightly. But I think I'll pass. Laughter flows from his throat like a ballad.
Ouch. Crash and burn.
A smile tips my lips. Are you always this brazen? He doesn't skip a beat.
Are you always this cagey?
What? I bluster, thoroughly insulted. I am not cagey.
Prove it.
Wariness sweeps over me. I don't owe this man anything. Even so, I come back with a single-word question. How? Did I really just say that? Eek, I'm losing it. Why am I going tit for tat with this guy? He motions with his head.
Let's go into the gym. I'm sure we can work something out with the fighter.
The thought of working out alongside this warrior makes me dizzy. I clasp my hands together. I don't think so.
You don't think the fighter can be persuaded to share the gym?
He throws me a confident grin.
I can be very persuasive.
I don't doubt that. Blood fires faster through my veins. It's all I can do to keep my tone impersonal. Considering the conversation I had with Chad, I'd say the chances are slim to none. He looks puzzled.
Who's Chad?
The crew member who asked me to leave.
I see.
I wouldn't waste your breath talking to the fighter if I were you. My hand goes to my hip as my voice goes conspiratorial. Evidently, the bonehead is doing the exhibition fight to prove he's not a has-been. I give him a pointed look. That translates to the fighter having a huge chip on his shoulder. I motion toward the closed door, meaning that the two of us are left in the lurch. Chad said the gym will be closed for a couple of hours. I let out a long sigh. Oh well, such is life. Talking helps me regain control of my senses. That way, I can focus on something else other than what it is about this man that excites me so. A new thought enters my brain. This attraction is a good sign that maybe there is hope after Reed. Is that what this experience is teaching me? My spirits lift. Yes, that has to be it. I'm not naive enough to think that this man could be a contender. Sure, he's eye candy and quick with the banter. However, I know nothing about him. I need a man who stimulates me intellectually first and foremost. If I'm also attracted to him on a physical level, well, that's a bonus, but not a necessity. I can't help but allow myself another glance at his torso. This time I take in his flat abs. This guy must live in a gym.
I didn't get your name.
His expression is open and friendly as he thrusts out his hand for me to shake. Even his forearms are tanned and toned, so very manly. Time stops as I look at his outstretched hand. His fingers are long and tapered. Blakely Donelson. Taking the plunge, I clasp his hand and wince at the tingle that ripples through me when he gives mine a firm shake. His skin is tough and calloused. He must be a blue-collar worker. He's tall, probably 6'2" or 3. As cut as he is, he's not beefy but lean and sinewy.
Blakely.
He says my name with precision, like he's committing it to memory. Do I dare tell him not to get his hopes up? Nope, better not go there. It would come off as conceited. I doubt that this man is interested in me. He's a big flirt. I'll bet he talks sweet to all the women. Chances are I'll never see him again. It's a big ship after all. Our eyes catch and hold, gushing a river of heat through me. I stand corrected. He is interested in me, but it's purely physical. A meeting of two strangers who cross paths for one brief moment, and then go on with their lives as if the event never happened. A few awkward beats pass. It rustles through my brain that polite conversation dictates that I ask his name. Your name is? I'm not asking because I want to know, only because it's what's expected. Keeping hold of my hand, he leans into my personal space, his golden green eyes shimmering with amusement.
You might have heard of me. I'm Corbin Ledger.
Don't think so. Talk about presumptuous. Jiminy Cricket, how in the heck would I know who he is?
I'm that bone-headed MMA fighter who's trying to prove he's not a has-been.
He winks. My jaw hits the floor, my cheeks stinging with the heat of a dozen sunburns as he releases my hand and grins.
Nice to meet you, Blakely Donelson. See you around.
With that, he turns, uses his keycard to open the door, and traipses into the gym with a jaunty step. He doesn't even give me the courtesy of looking back. Chapter 6. I take that brisk walk around the ship. All the while I replay the meeting with Corbin, the bonehead MMA fighter. Gah, I put my foot so deep in my mouth that it's doubtful I'll ever dig it back out. Jasper is going to freak when he realizes that I not only crossed paths with one of his heroes, but insulted the guy. The polite thing would have been for Corbin to tell me who he was before I made an idiot out of myself. All of the strain with read and travel is making me dense. I should have connected that Corbin was the fighter in question. After all, he did happen to be outside the gym at the same time the fighter was coming to work out. Also, Corbin is the epitome of a fighter, with his rock-hard muscles and imposing demeanor. And a lover, I admit. My insides warming. He's certainly charming. Is it terrible that I like how his eyes flecked with gold when he was teasing me? After finishing my walk, I go back to the cabin where I shower and get ready for the evening. Now I find myself back where I was at the start, sitting on the edge of the bed and drumming my fingers. The muster drill is not for another hour and a half. Time drags by on this ship. At this rate, I'll go out of my mind, more like poor Antoinette than I care to admit. Unable to handle the silence any longer, I rise to my feet. St. Martin is the first stop on our trip. I'll need some sunblock and maybe a hat to keep from getting burnt to a crisp. I'm sure they'll have those items in one of the shops. I step out of my cabin door, only to see a couple around my same age. The man and woman are tangled in each other's arms and are locking lips. Seeing me, they pull away from one another. The woman's cheeks stain with color as she gives me a sheepish smile. "It's our honeymoon," she explains, floating her husband a doe-eyed expression. "Congratulations," I say lamely. Nothing worse than being the third wheel. I should be used to it by now, but it still stinks. The couple forgets about me as they lose themselves in each other. Keeping his arm firmly fixed around his bride, the man uses his keycard to unlock a nearby door. They fall into the room and close the door behind them. Seeing their intense love for each other fills me with such an acute sense of loss that tears rise to my eyes. Laughing at myself for being such a sap, I blink them back and straighten my shoulders. I go to Skeet and Jasper's door and rap on it with my knuckles. "Comin'," Jasper says before opening the door. He's dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, and his curly hair is mussed.
"Hey, little sis,"
he begins.
"How's it going?"
He looks me up and down as the corners of his mouth turn down.
"Why are you all dressed up? I thought we were going casual."
"This is casual," I counter, rubbing a self-conscious hand over my red blouse. So I took a few extra minutes to get ready. I curled my hair and put in my contacts. It had zero to do with the fact that I wondered if I'd run into one bonehead MMA fighter. Skeet steps up behind Jasper and drapes her arm around his shoulder. When she sees me, her eyes nearly bug out of her head. "Whoa, you look great." A large smile fills her face. "This cruise has been good for you already." "It's a dream come true," I say dryly. Jasper pulls a face.
"Who peed in your Cheerios?"
I level a glare. Spoken by the man who came on the cruise just so he could watch Corbin Ledger prove that he's not a has-been. Jasper blinks in surprise.
"You know the choir boy's name?"
He lets out a low whistle.
"I'm impressed."
A chortle rises in my throat. Is that what people call him? The choir boy? To come to think of it, Corbin is clean-cut. I don't know a lot about the MMA, but many of the fighters are tatted up. Jasper looks at me like I've sprouted another head. His tone is frank, like he's stating a well-known fact.
"He's the choir boy from Compton."
"Compton?" I ask dubiously.
"Compton, Los Angeles. Don't they teach geography with all that psychology?"
Ha ha, very funny. I roll my eyes. A second later, I get a good look at Skeet. Her hair is all over the place, and she has a dreamy look in her eyes. Why do I get the feeling that these two have been doing more than sleeping? If I have to see one more lovey-dovey couple on this trip, I'll puke. Okay, that's not fair. I'm happy that Jasper and Skeet are together. Still, seeing them so content is a reminder of all that I don't have. My pulse increases as I look from Skeet to Jasper. So, have I gotten any text messages or emails? The internet should be working since we're at the port. A look passes between them before Jasper answers.
"Nothing that you need to be concerned about."
What's that supposed to mean? My heart lurches. Reed is probably wondering why I haven't responded to him. The longing to get to my phone is overwhelming. Of course, I'm concerned about back home and everything that could be happening. Well, you'll be interested to know that it's snowing back home, Skeet says cheerily. I scrunch my nose. Really? With it being South Alabama, we don't get much snow in Comfort. When it does snow, it usually turns to ice. Yep, she continues. They got 3 inches last night. Before Skeet can utter another word, I fire questions at Jasper. How are Mom and Dad? They haven't lost power, have they? It happens quite often when we have an ice storm. He holds up a hand to calm me down.
"No, they haven't lost power, and they're good. They said to tell you hello and that they want you to have the time of your life."
It has been a joy thus far. Trying to figure out how to keep myself occupied while y'all are napping. Sarcasm drips from my voice, and I make a point of looking at Skeet, whose cheeks flame.
"Don't get your drawers in a wad, sis,"
Jasper says easily.
"It's only been a few hours. We haven't even left the port yet."
Urgency fires through me, bringing home the knowledge that once we get out on the open sea, the internet will be spotty. If Reed has been trying to contact me, I need to know, now. My words tumble out in a breathless heap before I can stop them. Have I gotten any messages from Reed? Skeet pinches her lips together and glances at Jasper before turning her attention back to me. If there's anything you need to know, we'll tell you. Her voice is ironclad firm, leaving no room for argument. Y'all are so exasperating, I mutter. Skeet smiles sweetly. That's why you love us. She gives me a pointed look. You'll thank us for this later. Don't count on it, I hurl back. Look at the bright side, Skeet says. You get to ring in the new year in a warm place on this fabulous cruise ship."
"That's right,"
Jasper pipes in. "I'm so done with going rounds with these two. One thing I didn't count on when getting them together was having them gang up on me. It's infuriating." My voice goes snippety as I wave a hand. "Anyway, the main reason I stopped by is to let y'all know that I'm headed down to get some incidentals from one of the shops." I was going to tell Jasper about meeting his idol, but since he's being such a pain, I think I'll keep it to myself a little longer. "I'll meet y'all at the muster drill." Skeet's voice goes soft as she gives me an imploring look. "Don't be huffy. We're only keeping your phone and computer because we love you. When you're strong enough, we'll give them back." Yep, I'm starting to feel more and more like Antoinette. I'm sure that's what people told her. "We're only keeping you locked away in your room because we love you." Everything in me wants to rant and rail that I'm not a teenager, but that would go over like a box of bricks, confirming what Jasper and Skeet already think, that I'm a pathetic, lovesick wretch who had the misfortune of falling for a man who's lukewarm about his affection for me. It would be better for me if Reed would muster up the gumption to just cut me off rather than string me along. It's the tantalizing hope of what if that gets me. I detest myself for fretting over whether or not Reed has texted or if he's wondering why I haven't responded. My feelings aren't rational, but love rarely is. Whatever. See you later. Shaking my head, I march down the hall, my feet as heavy as concrete blocks.
"Don't be such a baby,"
Jasper calls after me. In a huff, I fling my hand into the air and give it a twirl as I continue walking. Our cabins are on the 10th deck. Skeet explained that it was better to get a cabin on an upper deck so that we could avoid seasickness. I make my way down the hall and to the lobby where I opt to take the stairs rather than the elevator. I go down to the main section where the shops are located. The food is free in most of the restaurants and cafes. Interestingly enough, there is a charge for ice cream. It boggles my mind that I could get food from any of the places 24/7. That's a nice perk to being on a cruise. What I would have given to have taken a cruise as a kid. Imagine being able to eat all the pizza you want, whenever you want. I browse around several of the shops, picking through racks of clothes without really seeing them. I'm sure a cruise is great when you have your significant other by your side. Alone, it's torture. A silent prayer goes through my mind. I know I'm being selfish and ungrateful right now. I've been taking my frustrations out on Skeet and Jasper, the two people who know me the best. I know they only want what's best, even if their actions are misguided. It probably would have been better for me to stay home. At least then I would be in my element instead of in some strange place, trying to figure out how to occupy myself. Help me to make the most of this cruise. I have always wanted to go on a cruise to the Caribbean, but I always thought it would be with a companion. I squeeze my fist and squelch the moisture that blurs my vision. Please, help me to come to terms with my feelings for Reed. If he's the one for me, then let him realize it. If not, I pause, not wanting to form the next words in my mind. However, I know I need to, so I press on, my heart beating dully against my ribs like a deflated ball. If Reed's not for me, then please help me to realize it and move on, once and for all. Please help me recognize new opportunities and to be grateful for them. The instant I end the prayer and utter a silent amen, an image of Corbin Ledger flashes through my mind, causing me to grin. It was kind of fun sparring with him. I looked down at my red blouse and skinny jeans, wondering what the choir boy from Compton would think if he saw me all cleaned up without my glasses. With that thought on the brain, I meander over to a shop that carries sunblock and other beach items. I replay my conversation with Corbin. To his credit, he took it rather well when I inadvertently insulted him. As I told myself when Corbin and I first met, odds are I'll never see him again. However, Corbin is a good distraction. The fact that I was attracted to him gives me hope that there might be life after Reed Thornston. I'm scrutinizing bottles of sunblock, trying to decide which one to buy when my skin ripples with the awareness that someone is standing behind me. The next second, a puff of warm breath tickles my ear.
You could go for the 50 SPF, but I recommend the 20.
A low voice murmurs.
Your olive-toned skin would look great with a tan.
I whip around. My elbow knocks over several bottles and sends a few toppling to the ground. Energy whooshes through me when I catch gazes with the MMA man himself. The next second, the store clerk throws us a sharp look.
Oops,
Corbin says with a sheepish grin.
Sorry about that.
The corners of my lips quiver. He doesn't look sorry at all. In fact, the devilish glint in his eyes suggests that he's used to causing trouble. I suspect he's one of those types who, when he was a kid, would sit behind the girl and yank her pigtails when the teacher wasn't looking. The reckless streak in Corbin is not only refreshing, but also endearing. I suppose it's par for the course. First you foil my workout. I look down, motioning at the mess. Now this. He presses his lips together and shrugs his broad shoulders.
I guess the rumors are true. I really am a menace.
Time speeds up and slows in the same breath as we share another look. This time I note that his vivid green eyes are rimmed in gold. Maybe not a menace, I tease. Just a Neanderthal. Clucking his tongue, he shakes his head.
Why can't people be civilized?
If only. I laugh. Taking a quick survey, I note that he changed from his workout clothes into a snug-fitting navy blue t-shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of Converse tennis shoes. Skeet often says that Jasper is the fittest man she's ever seen. Well, I beg to differ. The choir boy could certainly give my brother a run for his money. Suddenly I'm off kilter and a bit giddy. I suppose Corbin and I have beaten the odds. On a ship of almost 9,000 people, our paths have crossed a second time. He looks down at his clothes, the corners of his lips turning down in a mock frown.
Am I underdressed?
What? I giggle. Underdressed for what? He makes a point of looking me up and down.
For you.
The intimate way he speaks the words causes warmth to flush over me. The appreciation in his eyes makes me feel ultra-feminine. It's on the tip of my tongue to thank him for the compliment. Luckily, before I make an idiot of myself, I realize that he didn't actually compliment me. He merely said he was underdressed for me, whatever that means. He tips his head.
No glasses?
Contacts. He nods. On instinct, I touch the outer edge of my eye with my index finger. You don't like me without glasses? He looks thoughtful.
I like you both ways. With the glasses, you're the professor all the way. Now?
He pauses, studying me with a critical eye. I raise an eyebrow. Now?
Now, you're a glamour girl with that long, flowing hair.
He moves his hand in a wave.
You're a cross between Esmeralda and Jasmine.
Laughter sputters in my throat. Are you talking about the Disney characters? He doesn't so much as flinch.
Yeah,
So, you're a Disney fan?
I am.
He says matter-of-factly.
I grew up watching it with my stepsisters.
He has stepsisters. I file that bit of information away. A glamour girl, huh? What does it say about me that I'm gushing? A celebrity thinks I'm glamorous? Suddenly, I'm glad I took extra care in getting ready for the evening. His gaze moves over me from head to toe, rising heat over my flesh.
You look fantastic,
He says in a low tone. My blood pumps faster. Thanks. You look great, too. I figured I might as well own up to thinking he's handsome. He saw me ogling his muscles when we were standing outside of the gym. It's hard not to. Even now I have to fight the urge to keep looking at his cut biceps and how the muscles roll smoothly beneath his tanned skin. A pleased-as-punch smile fills his face.
Thanks, Doc.
I make a face. Doc?
You're a professor. I assume you're a doc.
I am.
See, I thought so.
And you're a choir boy. Surprise streaks over his expression. My brother got me up to speed, I explain. His eyes sparkle with amusement.
Ah, you've been checking up on me,
He taunts. Heat rushes to my cheeks. Have not, I retort.
It's okay,
He says easily.
you can own up to it.
Did he really just say that? Talk about arrogant. I'm about ready to tell him off. When he laughs, the sound is warm and mellow, like rich, smooth caramel.
I might have done a Google search on you.
My eyes bug. You did?
Yep, it wasn't hard to find you. With that cute twang, I figured you were from someplace in the South. I like your profile picture on the college website.
His expression goes sanctimonious as he turns to the side and strokes his chin.
Very scholarly.
A chortle breaks through my lips. I don't know whether to be flattered or concerned that you checked me out.
I had a few extra minutes after my workout.
How was your workout, by the way? I'm sure it was nice having the gym all to yourself.
Not really. It was kind of boring. All that privacy gave me way too much time to think about what a has-been I am.
Ouch, that stings. I moisten my lips. About that.
It's all good. The truth hurts.
His smile is strained. I had no right to cast judgment on you. A humorless laugh rattles my throat. Goodness knows I've got my own share of problems. Curiosity lights his rugged face.
Such as?
Too many to name. I chuckle. No way am I going to tell this Adonis about my sordid relationship with Reed. It would be too humiliating and unnecessary. Corbin's eyes fly open wide as he glances at the clerk who's walking quickly in our direction.
Incoming,
He blurts. Shoot, the lotion. I forgot all about the mess. Quick like a flash, I bend over to pick up the bottles. He does the same, and we butt heads. A sharp pain shoots through my forehead as I fall back into the shelf, knocking over much more than bottles of lotion. "What are you doing?" the clerk shrieks.
It's not her fault,
Corbin says with a good-natured grin.
It was all me.
Taking hold of my arm, he helps me to my feet. Concern touches his chiseled features.
Are you okay?
Gingerly, I press my fingers against my forehead. I'll survive. My skin is a bit tender, but there's no lasting pain. If anything, the situation is comical. I can't believe we butted heads and I fell back into the shelf. What is this? The I Love Lucy show? The clerk, a woman in her early 50s, straightens to her full height. Her voice reeks of irritation. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you both to leave."
"We can clean up the mess,"
Corbin offers. "That won't be necessary," the woman says stiffly. "Just go." The situation strikes me as funny as I suppress a giggle. This is the second time today I've been asked to leave, all because of you.
"I guess I am a menace."
Isn't anyone civilized anymore? "Evidently not," the woman snaps. Laughter gurgles in my throat. It's all I can do to squelch it. I look at Corbin, whose lips are quivering.
"Let's go," he suggests, "before she tars and feathers us."
The woman gives him a scathing look as we hurry out.
"That was fun,"
Corbin says. "There's never a dull minute with you." Corbin couldn't imagine how much of a compliment my words were. Now that I'm with him again, everything looks brighter and more promising. By unspoken consent, we pause in the main walkway, neither of us sure how to navigate the situation, but not wanting our association to come to an end.
"What now?"
Corbin asks. "I'm supposed to meet my brother and his wife for the muster drill." He grimaces.
"Ah, the muster drill."
A reckless streak goes through his eyes.
"We could live dangerously and skip it."
He points to the ceiling.
"We could go up to the top deck and reenact the scene from Titanic where you stand on the bow of the ship. I'll hold you over the edge."
"You can't be serious," I snigger.
"Why not?"
He wrangles his eyebrows.
"Haven't you ever wanted to fly?"
He holds his arms out like he's flying. "Not like that," I scoff. He lowers his arms and leans close. His voice goes low and husky.
"So, Doc, should we skip the muster drill?"
With him so close, it's hard to form a clear thought. No question he's handsome. However, his appeal goes beyond that. Corbin exudes raw masculinity. He's the type of man who would charge into a situation busting knuckles first, asking questions later. I realize that he's waiting for me to answer. Rousing up my tongue, I come back with, "No way, we're required by the Coast Guard to attend."
"Ah, so you're a rule keeper."
"I am. That's something to be proud of. To prove my point, I lift my chin. I take it you're a rule breaker?"
"A rule bender."
I can't help but laugh. Corbin has a keen wit. I like the sizzling banter that passes back and forth between us. Don't get me wrong, I'm not under any delusion that Corbin Ledger and I could ever be a couple. Aside from the fact that he's a celebrity, we're from two totally different worlds. I'm just having a bit of fun and passing the time. I feel more than see Corbin tense. I follow his vision trail and spot a group of people with cameras and notepads rushing towards us. In a swift movement, Corbin steps close and drapes an arm around my waist. "What are you doing?" I protest.
"Paparazzi,"
he growls. The next second, we're surrounded. "Is this your new girlfriend?" A woman holds out a cordless microphone.
"Are you ready for your upcoming fight?"
a man asks.
"How does it feel to have your title ripped away by the man who took your girl?"
I blink in surprise as I glance at Corbin, whose jaw is set in stone. The man who beat him took his girl? That's brutal. And Corbin has to suffer the humiliation in public. The hairs on the back of my neck rise as I glare at the vultures. Even though I know nothing about Corbin's past or what actually happened with his girlfriend, his loss blends with my own. I'm ready to defend him against the onslaught. "You need to give him some space," I demand. "What's your name?" This comes from the woman who asked if I was his girlfriend. Crud, now I'm on the hot seat. My brain races, trying to come up with an answer. I don't want to tell these people my name. Once my information is leaked to the press, the damage will be done. When Skeet got her inheritance, reporters came swarming to comfort. They were ruthless.
She is,
Corbin answers in a loud tone. I gulp. His words were spoken with such authority that I could almost believe the two of us are together, even though I, of all people, know that we're clearly not. I give him a questioning look.
You sure she's with you, choir boy?
A man jeers.
She looks stupefied.
The snarky comment taps on my nerves like a jackhammer, especially when I see Corbin's strained expression. If you're really together, then kiss her, a woman suggests. My lungs squeeze.
Don't let them get to you,
Corbin whispers in my ear.
They feed on fear.
He releases my waist and touches my arm.
Kiss her,
a man demands. His words catch like wildfire. A second later, they're all chanting. My face goes so hot that I fear it will burst into a bundle of flames. I turn to Corbin and see something in his expression that floors me. Desperation. In that fraction of a moment, our eyes catch and hold. We truly see one another for the first time. He's been hurt, just as I have. He doesn't have to breathe a word for me to know exactly how he feels. I straighten my shoulders and speak my next two words without the slightest tremble. Kiss me.
Are you serious?
He asks quietly. He leans close.
You don't have to do this.
I run his words through my mind. He's right. I could walk away right now and be none the worse for the wear. On the other hand, for so long I've had zero control over my life. I've been a pawn in Reed's game, hungrily scarfing up whatever crumbs he decides to throw at me. Helping Corbin will allow me to regain some self-respect. In time, I hope to take back my life. I glance at the sharks, a fierce determination overtaking me. Let's give these lowlifes something to chew on, I seethe. Amusement flicks over his rugged features, and then comes the boyish smile.
Okay.
In a movement so fast that it hitches my breath, he steps close, slides his arms around me, and dips me back. Reflexively, I curl my arms around his neck. Being held in his strong arms reminds me of his commanding masculinity. I expect him to kiss me with the blunt fire and fury of an MMA fighter. However, his mouth presses against mine with the softness of velvet. His lips caress mine in a gentle persuasion that tickles and teases like a wispy cloud. As our lips move together, I'm taken off guard by the warm ribbons that stir through my stomach. Then he deepens the kiss with an intensity that sends me into a tailspin. For a moment, I forget about the reporters and am lost in the tumult of these strange, exhilarating sensations. All too soon the kiss is over as he lifts me back up and stands me back on my feet. My legs shaky and uncertain. I struggle to regain my bearings as cameras flash around us. I'm vaguely aware of Corbin standing close, his arm wound tightly around my waist.
Smile for the cameras,
he urges softly. I do so, although I'm sure my smile looks dazed. That kiss was so very unexpected. I can't even begin to wrap my mind around everything that I experienced.
Clear the way,
a gruff voice demands. A path parts between the reporters as a stout man covered in tattoos pushes his way forward.
Give my boy some space,
the tattooed man orders. He steps up to Corbin and then sees me. His black eyes flick with surprise before he turns back around to face the reporters. The muscular guy is a head shorter than Corbin. Of Spanish descent, his black hair is so short it's almost shaved, and he has a diamond stud in his left ear. Is this man an MMA fighter? He certainly looks the part. "Tat, what can you tell us about the choir boy's new girlfriend?" a female reporter asks. He holds up his arms.
"You've taken your pictures. Time for you to leave."
"What's your prediction for the exhibition fight?" a man asks.
"That's enough for today."
He looks past the reporters and motions with his fingers. A second later, 2 male muscled crew members walk briskly up to the group of reporters, ready to do the tattooed man's bidding. The crew members remind me of bouncers at a bar. Will they throw the sharks off the ship? I sure hope so.
"You know our arrangement. We allowed you onto the ship to cover the exhibition fight on the condition that you give Mr. Ledger his space,"
the taller crew member begins. Corbin's guard dog narrows his eyes.
"That means it's time for you to scatter."
He eyes the reporters with disdain. Grumbling, the reporters disperse. "I'm sorry about that," the shorter crew member says to the guard dog. The tatted man hardens his jaw.
"You need to talk to the captain, or whoever is in charge, to make sure this doesn't happen again. My boy needs his space. That was our agreement."
"Yes, sir," the man nods.
"We'll take care of it right away."
As the crew members walk away, the tattooed man turns back to Corbin.
"Who's this?"
he asks, motioning to me. Corbin's arm is still around my waist.
"This is Blakely Donelson,"
he says with a cheeky grin.
"She's a professor of psychology. And my girlfriend."
The astonished expression on the tattooed man's face is comical.
"What?"
he blusters.
"When did this happen? You were unattached the last time I saw you in the gym. That was what, an hour ago?"
"I'm his pretend girlfriend," I correct. "We put on a show for the press."
"Yes, we did."
Corbin makes a point of looking at my lips.
"That was some show,"
he murmurs with a cocky grin. Heat ripples through me as I replay our kiss. "I suppose it was," I chuckle. The attraction between us is alive and well. The pragmatic side of me always thought that physical attraction was exaggerated in romance books and films. I now stand corrected. Of course, considering how Corbin Ledger is 100% male with his chiseled physique, it's only natural that I would be drawn to him. I'm sure I'm not the exception. Any woman with a pulse would notice Corbin. He removes his hand from my waist.
"This is Tat, my best friend and manager."
"Hello." I hold out my hand for us to shake. I'm medium height. With my heels, I'm the same height as Tat.
"Nice to meet you,"
Tat says as he clasps my hand and gives it a hearty shake.
"How did the girlfriend thing come about?"
he asks Corbin.
"The reporters were razzing us," Corbin explains. "I said Blakely was my girlfriend. They challenged us to prove it."
"So we did." I finish. It gives me a dart of satisfaction to know that we socked it to those sharks. If nothing else comes from this trip, I'll know that I did something to help someone.
"Prove it we did,"
Corbin drawls with a grin that stretches from ear to ear. His gaze holds mine, causing me to blush.
"Thanks for taking one for the team."
My pleasure. The second the words leave my lips, I realize what I said. An invisible blowtorch ignites my cheeks. God, I can't believe I just said that. I'm turning into Skeet. In a few more minutes, I'll be mixing up my words. His eyes hold mine in a caress.
"The pleasure was all mine."
Tat clears his throat.
"We should get going."
disappointment washes over me. Will this be my final encounter with Corbin? I suppose it's only fitting that he would exit my life as quickly as he came into it. Too bad, because when I'm around Corbin, my problems aren't as pressing. He's a brilliant rainbow that streaks across the sky and then disappears, leaving only a tendril of color lingering in its path. He reaches for my hand and sandwiches it between his palms.
Thank you,
he says with sincerity. Any time. A smile tugs at his lips.
If you ever want to take me up on the flying thing.
His voice dribbles off as we share a grin. My brain scrambles for something halfway intelligent to say in parting. Good luck with the fight.
I'll try and keep it civilized.
He winks.
Take care, Doc.
You too. He releases my hand.
See you around.
Yeah. I sigh as I watch him walk away. His gait is fluid and nimble, his body moving like a well-oiled machine. I trace the outline of his broad shoulders, noting how that even his tanned neck is attractive with his dark blonde hair tapered next to his skin. My lips curve into a grin as I think of all the crazy events that happened between us in such a short stretch of time. This time, Corbin glances back over his shoulder. A goofy grin wobbles over my lips as my hand goes up in a wave. Other passengers fill in the space between us, and then he fades from my view. Chapter 7.
This way, please,
the man in the black tuxedo uniform says, with solemn dignity as he leads Jasper, Skeet, and me through the massive dining area to our assigned table. We wind our way through the tables and up a series of steps that lead to an upper floor. Finally, the man directs us over to a table next to a wall of windows.
Here you are,
he says pleasantly.
This will be your assigned table for the duration of the cruise.
Thanks. Jasper nods as the three of us sit down. I look around the table, noting the empty seats. There are 7 of them. I wonder who'll be joining us. I guess we'll soon find out, Skeet says with an exuberant smile. The glow on my bestie's face causes me to grin. What? She asks. I tuck a loose lock of hair behind my ear. I'm glad y'all are having a good time. To my surprise, it occurs to me that I mean it, heart and soul. I've been so caught up in my own misery that I haven't stepped outside of my problems to recognize that Skeet and Jasper overcame a lot of obstacles to be together. They were best friends before falling in love. Skeet was petrified to pursue a relationship with Jasper because she feared losing him as a best friend. Then, when out of the blue Henry Roach left her his fortune, things got even more complicated. Jasper had a hard time coming to grips with her being wealthy. The two worked through their problems and have a rock-solid marriage, the kind of relationship I'll probably spend my entire life trying to find. Normally, I think of Reed when such thoughts come. However, this time, it's Corbin's face that flashes before my eyes. I can't help but smile inwardly. The choir boy is fast becoming my favorite daydream. Skeet turns to Jasper, love shining on her beautiful face. We're having a great time. They share a lingering look. Strangely, this time I don't cringe over their affection. Instead, I'm happy for them.
Your servers will be with you shortly.
The man nods and strides away to help the next guests. Skeet picks up the cloth napkin from her plate, shakes it out, and places it into her lap. This is fancy. Her brown eyes glimmer with anticipation. I wonder what they'll serve for dessert. Spoken like a true baker. Skeet's pride and joy is her bakery. I'm sure that whatever it is won't hold a candle to your chocolate chip cookies. My words aren't empty flattery. Skeet's baked goods are the stuff angels sing about. She gushes with pleasure as she waves a hand. I'm a lot to be desired. She means I lack a lot to be desired. Before I can correct her, Jasper chimes in.
She is a lot to be desired.
Giving her a tender smile, he drapes his arm around the back of Skeet's chair before turning his attention to me.
So, are you getting more excited about the cruise now that we're out on the open sea?
Actually, I am. Another picture of Corbin flashes through my mind. I wonder what he's doing this very minute. I can't help but glance around the room in the hope that I'll catch sight of him. Always ultra-perceptive, Jasper probes me with curious eyes.
You looking for someone?
My cheeks go warm. I thought I might catch a glimpse of that MMA fighter you're so enamored with. Jasper smirks.
I'd hardly call it enamored.
It's fun to get a rise out of my brother. You did take time off from work and go on a cruise. Something totally out of character for you, I point out. His voice pitches high.
Seriously? You're harping on that again?
Skeet touches his arm. This trip is twofold. Yes, Jasper wants to watch the fight, but we also want to be here for you. You needed a change of pace, and so did we. She gives me a warning look. Would you please quit tormenting your brother about the fight? I laser in on Jasper. I'm not tormenting you, I say sweetly. I only bring it up because I'd like to know more about the choir boy from Compton and what makes him so special. Jasper eyes me with suspicion.
I smell a rat.
The only thing you smell is your stinky feet, I retort. He places a hand over his heart.
That hurt. When I was 10, you need some new material, sis.
He flashes me a mean smile, the one he always gives when we fight back and forth. I stick my tongue out at him. Now, children, Skeet says in a motherly tone, control yourselves.
She started it,
Jasper sulks. I blow out an exasperated breath. I was just asking about Corbin. What's the big deal? Jasper's eyes round to baseballs.
Corbin? You're on a first-name basis?
A wise smile spreads over his lips as he sits back and wags a finger.
You met him today, didn't you?
Why would you say that? I gawk, hating how heat rushes to my cheeks. Victory flashes over his expression.
You met him, I can tell. Blakely has a crush,
he taunts. Hope lights Skeet's face. Really? You met someone? That's awesome! I adopt the same tone I use when setting my students straight. Yes, I did meet Corbin today. And no, I don't have a crush. Skeet swats Jasper's arm. Quit harassing your sister. It's a good thing she met someone. Jasper shifts to get comfortable in his seat and rolls up his sleeves.
What do you want to know about the choir boy?
Eagerness bubbles up inside me. I keep my tone neutral so I won't give myself away. Is he a good fighter?
One of the best.
You mentioned on the plane that he recently lost his title?
That's right.
I don't dare bring up the part about Corbin's former girlfriend shafting him by getting together with the guy who took his title. I sit up taller in my seat and moisten my lips. What makes him a good fighter, other than the obvious part about him being a champion in his division?
He's one of those instinctual fighters who has an unconquerable spirit.
My stomach tightens as I ask my next question. Do you think that Corbin will be able to win the exhibition fight? It's odd that I'm so concerned about Corbin and the outcome of the fight. What a difference a few hours can make.
Absolutely, Jasper says smoothly, easing my fears. The panda isn't a real threat. That's why they call it an exhibition fight.
Laughter ripples through my throat. The panda? Jasper nods, straight-faced.
That's his fighting name.
I crinkle my nose. Why would anyone opt to be called the panda? Skeet shrugs nonchalantly.
Beats me.
She glances around. Where's our server? I'm starved. She touches her stomach.
Me too,
Jasper agrees. I'm itching to know more about Corbin, although I have to be careful what I ask. Otherwise, Jasper will tease me relentlessly. So, he grew up in Los Angeles?
Yep, in Compton,
Jasper answers as he looks past me.
Where is our dang server? You'd think they would have better service on a cruise ship.
He drums the table with his hands a couple of times.
One would think,
Skeet harumphs.
Good evening,
a soft-spoken man with a slight accent says as he steps up to our table. With his olive skin, dark hair, and matching eyes, he has a multicultural appearance. I can't decide if he's from somewhere in South America or maybe India.
Sorry for the delay.
He touches his chest.
My name is Pip. I'm one of your servers. Brandon will also be helping. He should be here any minute. He's helping the other guests who will be joining your table. You don't have any menus.
He frowns.
I'll be back with those, some water and rolls.
Offering a brief smile, he hurries away.
I hope he comes back soon, Jasper laments. Otherwise, my intestines are gonna start gnawing on my stomach.
I wonder who else will be joining us, Skeet muses. It'll be good to get to know a few of the passengers. Pip returns a couple minutes later. He distributes glasses of ice water and places a basket of warm rolls on the table. Next, he passes out fancy paper menus that detail the many options which are available for the multi-course evening meal. I peruse the menu, my mouth watering at the shrimp cocktail and caprese salad.
I'll give you a few minutes to look over the menu,
Pip says before leaving the table. Jasper pulls the basket of rolls close. He selects one, dips his dinner knife into a ramekin of butter, slathers on a thick layer, and takes a large bite. Skeet motions to the server coming toward us. That must be our other server. What was his name again? I search my brain. Brandon, I believe? That sounds right, she concurs. There are two men walking behind the server. One is stout, arms covered in tattoos. The other is tall and lean with chiseled muscles. My heart leaps into my throat. It's Corbin.
Here you are,
the server says as he motions to the empty seats.
I'll be right back with some more drinks and more rolls.
Jasper chokes on his roll when he realizes who's joining us. He reaches for his water glass and takes a long swig. I bite back the grin threatening to spill over my lips. Because he's a firefighter and often thrown into dangerous, unpredictable situations, Jasper prides himself on holding his composure. However, right now, he's dumbfounded. Tat sits down directly across from Jasper, Skeet, and me. Corbin, on the other hand, goes around the table and selects the seat beside me.
Hey, Doc,
he begins with a cavalier grin.
Surprised?
A little, although I probably shouldn't be. Our paths seem to keep crossing.
Purely happenstance,
he winks. Uh-huh, I drawl. I've got your number.
I sure hope so.
His voice holds such an intimate significance that it rushes all the blood to my head, where it pounds against my temples, making me dizzy. I'm suddenly so deliriously happy that I have to fight the urge to giggle like a teenager. For some inexplicable reason, this superstar is interested in me. The prospect of dining with Corbin is glorious. It's flattering to know that he pulled a few strings to get a table with me. Tat opens up the conversation by directing his comments to Jasper with a tough guy nod.
How you doing?
Okay, Jasper croaks.
I'm Tat.
He motions.
This is Corbin, but everyone calls him C. Nice to meet you.
Jasper stammers. He looks at Corbin with an awestruck expression.
I know who you are. I'm a big fan.
Thank you, Corbin says with a magnanimous nod. He looks at Skeet.
And this lovely lady is your wife, I presume?
Jasper sits in silence like a knucklehead until Skeet jabs him in the elbow. He jumps, offering her a sheepish grin.
Sorry, this is Skeet.
More silence. Yes, I'm his wife. Skeet rolls her eyes in exasperation. You'll have to excuse my husband. He's a bit thunderstruck. More like starstruck. I chuckled dryly. Jasper gives me the evil eye, to which I shake my head and laugh. Jasper's looking forward to your exhibition fight, I say to Corbin. In a casual gesture, Corbin stretches out his arm and drapes it around my chair, much like Jasper did earlier to Skeet. His closeness cascades tingles through me. Skeet's eyes go round as her gaze lingers on Corbin's arm. If she's that surprised by Corbin putting his arm around me, she'll freak when she learns that we were locking lips in front of a throng of reporters a short while ago. The mere thought of Corbin's lips on mine causes my breath to come faster. Reel it in, I order myself. The kiss meant nothing. It was a publicity stunt. The kid in me gushes in the knowledge that I am now associated with a kick-butt MMA fighter. Jasper shakes his head.
That was a tough break with the hammer.
It was, Corbin admits. Something strange is happening here. I'm so in tune with Corbin's feelings that his angst is flowing into me. I think of the ex-girlfriend wanting to know more of the details about the breakup and why in the heck any woman in her right mind would choose another man over Corbin Ledger. Yikes. Did I really just think that? Okay, time to put this silly attraction into a box, close the lid, and seal it once and for all.
I hope you'll challenge him to a rematch.
Jasper reaches for another roll.
I think you can take him.
After adding a layer of butter, he looks at Tat and Corbin.
Want one? No, thanks,
Corbin says diplomatically.
I'm sure our servers will be back soon with more.
I grin inwardly at how Jasper neglected to ask Skeet or me if we wanted any rolls. Normally, Jasper is a gentleman to the nth degree. However, his chivalry has gotten overshadowed by his excitement over meeting one of his heroes. While it's tempting to razz Jasper in front of Corbin, I'll resist the temptation. Jasper and I might bicker and fight, but we're fiercely loyal to one another. Brandon and Pip approach the table. Brandon gives Tat and Corbin glasses filled with water and their menus. Pip places a basket of rolls near Tat, who grabs the top one and takes a large bite. Pip takes the lead.
Brandon and I will be your servers for the duration of the cruise. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask.
It runs through my brain that we'll be eating dinner at this table with Corbin and Tat every night. Excitement bubbles up my throat as I swallow it back down. I need to play the situation off casually, as if dining with a hunky celebrity is everyday business. In a polished tone, Pip goes over the menu in lengthy detail. When he's done, Jasper jokes,
Sounds great. I'll have one of each.
Not skipping a beat, Pip responds with,
"Yes, sir." "I was kidding,"
Jasper counters with wide eyes.
"You can have anything you want,"
Pip assures him.
"If it's not on the menu, we'll see if the chef can make it."
Jasper tips his head.
"Wow, that's impressive."
Pip and Brandon divide up the task of taking our orders. When that's done, we pass around the rolls and begin eating. The conversation revolves around Jasper peppering Corbin and Tad with questions about fighting. By the time our appetizers come, Jasper's still talking fighting. As if sensing mine and Skeet's restlessness, Corbin redirects the conversation.
"What do you do for a living?"
"He's a firefighter," I answer. "And he does some boxing on the side," Skeet pipes in.
"A boxer?"
Tad muses.
"That's cool. I do a little boxing myself." "Tad's brother Angel owns a gym,"
Corbin adds.
"How'd you pick up boxing?"
Tad asks Jasper.
"Bo, my buddy and a fellow fireman, has a brother-in-law who boxes. Memphis got us into it,"
Jasper answers. "Jasper's too modest to tell you that he's quite good." Skeet's voice rings with pride.
"I'm all right,"
Jasper says offhandedly. It's cute to see my brother blush. Oh, how I would love to razz him right now. Corbin turns to me, a wicked glint in his eye.
"So, does your disdain for fighting include boxing, or is it just the MMA that you find to be uncivilized?"
Jasper's jaw drops.
"Please tell me you didn't insult the choir boy." "She did."
Corbin grins.
"She chopped me down to size, chewed me up, and spit me out in tiny pieces."
Now I'm the one whose cheeks are burning. "It wasn't that bad," I counter.
"It was."
Corbin laughs. He leans in and touches my shoulder.
"That's okay. I still got a kiss out of it."
I nearly choke on my own saliva. Corbin gives me several hearty pats on the back.
"You okay there, Doc?"
Skeet throws me an incredulous look.
"You kissed him?" "You bet she did,"
Corbin jeers.
"Or rather, I kissed her. The two of us are dating,"
he states in a matter-of-fact tone. I whip around to him, my voice pitching high. "That was a publicity stunt to get those reporters off your back. You should be thanking me, not castigating me," I snip. A cocky grin stretches over his lips.
"I do thank you."
He makes a point of looking at my lips.
"That kiss was something."
Gah, my face is so hot it's going to combust. "You're enjoying tormenting me."
"I am."
He laughs.
"You can chalk it up to the Neanderthal in me."
"You are a Neanderthal." I raise an eyebrow, daring him to disagree.
"Guilty as charged."
"You're getting great delight out of teasing me, aren't you?"
"Just a little,"
he says lightly. What the heck is going on here?" Skeet blusters as she lasers in on me. "You kissed him?" "I did." My defense falls from my lips in disjointed fragments. "We were on the main deck where the shops are located. Reporters surrounded us and started harassing Corbin. One thing led to another." I push away my near-empty appetizer plate as I look to Corbin for help.
"Blakely came to my rescue."
The edges of Corbin's eyes soften.
"All joking aside, thanks for what you did."
The moment turns deliciously slow as the connection between us runs swift and strong. My eyes trace the angular line of his jaw. I can't look at his lips without thinking about their velvety softness at first, and then how they grew insistent when he deepened the kiss. "So, the press thinks you're Corbin's girlfriend?" Skeet's voice is coated with disbelief. "They do," I acknowledge. I watch as Skeet takes that in. Several seconds later, her expression turns thoughtful. Uh-oh, I can see the wheels turning in Skeet's crafty head. No telling what harebrained scheme she's dreaming up. The servers bring our dishes for the main course. I ordered prime rib, fluffy mashed potatoes with rich brown gravy, and seared asparagus. It looks delicious. Corbin ordered salmon stuffed with crab and topped with hollandaise sauce. It came with mashed potatoes and browned gravy, along with roasted vegetables. We turn our attention to eating for several minutes before Skeet opens up another conversation. "Have either of you ever been to Alabama?" She looks from Corbin to Tat.
"No,"
they answer. The corners of her lips turn down in disapproval. "That's a dying shame. You should go sometime. It's a beautiful place." A chortle tickles my throat when I see the puzzled look on Corbin's face. Jasper and I catch eyes, and I can tell that he's trying not to laugh. What Skeet means is that it's a crying shame that you haven't been to Alabama.
"Oh,"
Tat says with understanding. He spears a roasted potato and shoves it into his mouth. He hardly chews before washing the food down with a swallow of soda. Having only been around Tat for a short period of time, I can already tell that he's a blunt instrument. Questions percolate inside me, starting with, how did Tat and Corbin end up becoming friends and business associates? Corbin is clean-cut and more refined. No wonder he has been dubbed the choir boy of Compton. From my understanding, Compton is a rough place. That leads to more questions. How did Corbin grow up? What got him into fighting? He mentioned having stepsisters. Did he grow up with both parents? Or was one out of the picture? Does he have any siblings? "You should come to Comfort," Skeet suggests.
"Comfort is the name of our town,"
Jasper clarifies.
"I could go for a visit to Alabama.
Corbin looks at me and smiles.
Maybe take in a lecture or two from a certain professor of psychology."
"I have a fabulous idea," Skeet announces brightly. Here it comes, her harebrained scheme. I brace myself for whatever it is she's about to say. "I run an outreach program that provides a safe place for adolescents to go while their parents are at work. We offer a wide range of activities." She looks at Corbin. "You should come and teach some self-defense classes to the kids." "Corbin doesn't have time for that," I protest. "How do you know what he has time for?" Skeet retorts. Tat jumps into the conversation.
See, that's not a bad idea. It would be a way to give back to the community while rebuilding your image. Prove I'm not a has-been."
Corbin gives me a pained smile. Without thinking, I touch his arm. "I should have never said that. It was before I knew you. I'm sorry."
"The truth hurts,"
he admits. "It does," I agree. "I've certainly got my fair share of problems." Interest flicks in his eyes.
"What kind of problems?"
Oops. I stepped right into that landmine. My mind races to come up with some sort of answer before Skeet or Jasper start blabbing my business. "Similar to what you're dealing with," I say lightly. "A pesky ex."
"Want me to take care of him for you?"
Corbin jokes. "Please do," Skeet chimes in. "Professor Bonehead is a derelict." "That's enough," I warn Skeet. She rolls her eyes. "Like Corbin said, the truth hurts." Corbin turns to me.
"So, your ex is a professor?"
"Yes." His brow furrows.
"Does he work with you?"
"He does," I answer. Is Corbin jealous? The notion fills me with a curious sense of pleasure. His lips vanish into taut lines.
Maybe I should go to Alabama and attend a lecture or two.
That's a fabulous idea, Skeet proclaims. You should go as Blakely's boyfriend. What? I bluster. That's ridiculous. Why? You helped Corbin by telling the press you were his girlfriend, and then you all kissed. What could it hurt for him to go to Comfort and pretend to be with you? She hardens her jaw. It would serve Professor Bonehead right for leading you on. Humiliation burns through my veins. I'd like to shove my napkin down Skeet's throat to shut her up.
The professor has been leading you on?
Corbin probes me with inquisitive eyes. Before I can articulate a response, Skeet jumps in. You'd better believe it. The moron keeps vaselining between Blakely and his ex-wife. It's pathetic, she grunts. I clip out my words through clenched teeth. I believe the word you're looking for is vacillating. She twirls a hand as she lifts her chin. You know what I mean. I can't believe that Skeet is airing my dirty laundry. Seeing my distress, Jasper jumps into the conversation.
The short of the story is that Blakely trusted the wrong man. I can certainly relate to that.
Corbin huffs, his eyes round.
I mean that I trusted the wrong woman.
He turns to me.
I'm sorry.
Tears rise in my eyes as I furiously blink them back. Thanks. I look down at my plate, no longer hungry. Pushing my plate aside, I fold my hands in my lap. Corbin reaches over and squeezes my hand. His touch is as comforting as it is surprising.
You know,
Tat begins.
This fake relationship thing could work.
Fake relationship? My body tenses. I'm not sure what this thing between us is, but I certainly don't like to think of it as fake. I look down at Corbin's hand resting over mine. Should I pull my hand away from his? Tat's voice turns speculative as he focuses on Corbin.
It can only help you if the public thinks you've moved on from Sedona.
He looks at me.
It sounds like it would help you to send a clear message to your ex that you're not taking any more of his crap.
A smile spreads over his lips.
It's a win-win situation. The two of you hang out together on the cruise, pretend to be dating. Afterwards, we could go to Alabama. Corbin could teach a few classes.
He directs his remarks to Skeet.
Heck, we could even make a sizable donation to your program.
Skeet brings her hands together. That would be fabulous, she trills.
What do you say, see?
Tat prompts. Corbin removes his hand from mine.
The real question we should be asking is, how do you feel about this?
A lopsided grin lifts a corner of his mouth.
Could you handle hanging out with me during the cruise? I could let you work out with me.
He's so darn cute that I can't help but giggle. You mean I might actually get to finish a workout? His gaze caresses mine.
Maybe, if a certain someone doesn't distract you.
He makes a point of looking at my lips.
You sure this relationship is fake?
Jasper hoots.
Somebody needs to turn down the air conditioner. It's getting mighty hot in here, folks.
Stop clowning around, Skeet warns, giving him another swat on the arm. My heart beats wildly against my chest. I'm not sure what exactly is happening between Corbin and me, but there's one thing I do know. It's not fake. It's very real. So real that it's throwing me for a loop. Corbin Ledger is not my type. I've always dated intellectual guys. Maybe that's the draw. I need a change from my normal. I need some excitement in my life. Well, I'll certainly be getting it with this man. More excitement than I would ever need in 10 lifetimes.
Well, Corbin prompts. What's the verdict, Professor?
His voice is surprisingly gentle, his expression placid, as if he has all the time in the world for me to make a decision. The air holds its breath as time halts. Why do I feel like something significant is happening? I suppose it could work, I say casually. But only if you let me work out with you. It's all I can do to hold a straight face.
Done.
He punches out, like he scored the deal of the century. Not so fast, choir boy. I hold up a finger. There is a condition. Amusement turns his eyes more gold than green.
All right, Doc. Let's hear it.
I'm gonna need some good seats for that exhibition fight. I make a point of glancing at Jasper as I speak. The seat request is for him. Corbin balks.
What? You're gonna watch the Neanderthals clock one another?
He clicks his tongue.
That's a flash knockdown.
I shake my head. A what? Jasper translates.
When a fighter is knocked off his feet due to surprise.
I lift an eyebrow, directing my attention to Corbin. Wouldn't that be the expectation? That I would attend the fight and watch my boyfriend in action?
Seats are no problem,
Tad interjects. His fingers form a gun which he aims at Jasper.
I got you covered. You're gonna watch me fight,
Corbin muses.
I think I'm gonna like this dating a professor gig.
I can't help but be amused. Oh, yeah? A cheeky smile curls his lips.
Yeah,
he punches out with gusto, and then pumps his eyebrows.
Sounds like I'm about to get the 101 on love.
The 101 on love? You are too much. I shake my head, grinning. Corbin reaches for his water glass and proclaims grandly,
This calls for a toast.
His eyes soften as he turns to me.
Here's to us.
For a second, I'm so absorbed in him that we might as well be the only two at the table. I pick up my glass and clink it to his. Here's to us. Chapter 8. My skin tingles and stretches as I turn my face to the sun and bask in its warmth. This is paradise in its purest form. A gentle breeze rustles my hair as I soak in the soothing sound of rolling waves. The scent of coconut from the sunblock invades my senses. I want to remember every detail of this exquisite day. My eyes are closed, but there's no dozing off for this girl. I'm too aware that Corbin is beside me, reclining in a lounge chair. I can hardly believe any of this is real. I'm walking around in a splendid dream, dreading the moment when I have to wake up and face reality. Last night after dinner, we all went as a group to watch a comedy show. The great thing about the cruise is that live entertainment is offered every night. I had feared we might be attacked by those shark reporters. We weren't, thankfully, but we were certainly the object of interest for many of the passengers. A few brave souls approached Corbin and asked to take a selfie with him. Corbin handled the attention like a pro. However, after getting repeatedly bombarded, I sensed that the strain of being in the spotlight was getting to him. After the comedy show ended, Tad excused himself, saying he wanted to go and enjoy the nightlife. Corbin opted to walk me back to my cabin. Jasper and Skeet were with us the entire time. I'm sure they thought they were doing me a favor by hovering close. However, I was ready for them to give me some space. When we got to my door, Corbin touched my arm and gave me a peck on the cheek. An overwhelming longing came over me, and I wanted him to kiss me once again on the lips. However, I didn't dare suggest it. This morning we met in the main lobby bright and early to strike out on our adventure. To my surprise and delight, Corbin brought along 2 bottles of sunblock, the same bottles I'd been looking at in the shop, SPF 15 and 25. We didn't book an excursion through the cruise ship, but opted to decide what we wanted to do after we got on the island. We learned quickly that we were fresh meat for those hoping to book us on an excursion. It was unnerving to have so many strangers offering to take us various places or sell us something. After talking back and forth amongst themselves, Jasper, Corbin, and Tat decided to go with the guy renting ATVs. Once we gave the okay, the guy and a couple of his buddies who'd been waiting nearby shuttled us by ATVs a mile or so up a narrow road to a remote warehouse. At first, Skeet and I were trepidatious, fearing we were being taken to some secluded location to be robbed or worse. However, our fears soon dissolved. The man who ran the warehouse was great. Originally from England, he gave us the lay of the land, pointing out the best places to go on the island. Then he showed us how to operate the ATVs and sent us on our way. We rented 3 vehicles, one for Jasper and Skeet, one for Corbin and me, and one for Tat. Few things can compare to the rush I experienced as we sped down the winding roads of the island, the wind ripping at our clothes, my arms firmly fixed around Corbin's tight waist. Every time we made a turn, I felt the movement of the corded muscles in his back. It's not hard to suspend reality and pretend that I truly am Corbin's girlfriend. As if reading my thoughts, he reaches out and grazes my hand with the tips of his fingers. His touch zests me with a restless energy.
How you doing?
His voice is lazy with contentment. Great, I smile. How could I not be great? We're lying on a pristine beach at a deluxe resort in St. Martin. Maybe I should pinch myself to make sure this is real. Nah, that would hurt, and I'm not into unnecessary pain. Corbin's fingers trail a warm path back and forth over my skin. I open my eyes and shift toward him, trying not to gawk at his incredible muscles or how his golden skin glistens in the sun. I tear my gaze from his muscles and focus on his chiseled face, which is just as enticing as the rest of him.
What is it?
He asks with a quizzical expression. Did anyone ever tell you that you look a lot like Channing Tatum? That's as close of a compliment as I dare give him. He lifts a corner of his mouth in a smirk.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, I say with an offhanded shrug. He pushes out a low chuckle.
Do you always hold your cards so close, Doc?
I'm not holding any cards. His fingers are still trailing over my skin, driving me to distraction. He removes his hand and angles so that he can face me full on. His gaze moves over me from head to toe with a languid thoroughness that quickens my blood. I suck in my stomach, wishing that I weren't so pasty white. A tan would help minimize my body flaws. I'm not fanatical about my body like Skeet, who thinks she has to clog off extra calories every time she takes a bite of something delectable. However, right now I'm berating myself for eating that ginormous walnut fudge brownie topped with ice cream last night. And that was after I polished off a slice of lemon-iced cake. Corbin is not even pretending to be discreet about checking me out. His admiration is bold and apparent. Are you always so transparent when you look people over? I harumph in mild irritation. An easy chuckle rolls from his lips.
There are worse things than being direct.
Not how I expected him to respond. I have to admit, there's something admirable about him being such a straight shooter, particularly after I've turned myself inside out in an attempt to figure out Reed and his subtle behavior. I suppose that's true.
You look great, by the way.
Thanks. I press a self-conscious hand over my stomach.
Did anyone ever tell you that you look a lot like Jessica Alba?
Really? I squeak. Jessica Alba. That's a high compliment.
So, tell me about Professor Bonehead,
he prompts. A startled cackle clips my throat. Skeet needs to learn to keep her big mouth shut about my personal affairs. Skeet is lying on my right, hanging on every word that passes between me and Corbin. Quit being a brat. She rises up and pinches a plug out of my arm. Ouch! I yelp, rubbing my arm. I turn to Skeet. Why don't you and Jasper go for a swim? Skeet laughs. And miss this interesting conversation? Thanks, but I think I'll stay put. She juts her thumb. Besides, Jasper's out cold. I'm surprised you haven't heard him snoring. Figures, my brother can sleep anywhere. I smirk. Corbin sits up and cranes his neck to look past Skeet.
Is Tad out too?
Skeet lowers her sunglasses and peers over at his still form. Looks like it.
Tad was out late last night, burning the candle at both ends.
Corbin lowers his voice.
The poor guy got dumped by his girl a couple of weeks ago. He's had a rough time of it and needs all the R&R he can get.
He touches my arm.
Let's go for a walk.
Gladly. I throw Skeet a smug smile. And no, you can't tag along. She thrusts out her lower lip in a pout. Fine, be that way. I think I will, I snip as I slide my legs off the lounge chair and dig my toes into the warm sand. I pull a cover up from my beach bag and slip it over my head. Corbin grabs his t-shirt and puts it on. He rises to his feet, and we pad side by side across the gleaming white sand to get to the shore. My gaze sweeps over the expanse of the ocean. I've never seen water this turquoise. Earlier in the day, we drove around on the ATVs and explored the island. St. Martin is unique in that it's two separate countries, French and Dutch. We then went to a beach that our English friend recommended. Kupakoy Bay is secluded and incredibly beautiful with its caves and unique rock formations. What we didn't realize is that it's a nude beach. I'd always imagined that only people with perfect bodies would dare go nude. How mistaken I was in that regard. We got quite the education during our 2 or 3 hour stay there, and finally decided to go to a different location. We ended up making our way to the resort where we presently are. We ate lunch at an outdoor cafe and are now lounging on the beach. The deadline for reporting back to the ship is 4 p.m. It's now 2 p.m. I can see the cruise ship off in the distance, docked at the harbor. While it looks to be relatively close, we estimate that with traffic and the narrow roads, it'll take us 40 or so minutes to get back to the port, return the ATVs, and get back to the ship. It would make me feel more comfortable to leave now. However, Tat, Jasper, and Corbin insist that leaving at 3 p.m. will give us plenty of time. What is it with men and them wanting to take things down to the wire? Corbin throws me a sideways glance.
A penny for your thoughts.
I was just thinking that we should probably go ahead and leave soon to get back to the ship in plenty of time. My stomach twists with the worry of getting left behind. St. Martin is beautiful. However, I get the impression that it's not a place I'd like to be at night. Even at this resort, there are signs everywhere warning tourists not to go on the beach at night.
We'll be fine,
Corbin says casually, like my concerns are completely unfounded. He motions at the splendor before us.
Why are you in such a hurry to leave this tranquil place?
The only zen you can find on the tops of mountains is the zen you bring up there. He stops and turns to face me.
That's pretty good.
He purrs.
Did you come up with that on your own?
Nah, it's from the American philosopher and writer Robert M. Pirsig. He purses his lips, studying me. What? I tuck a lock of hair behind my ear. Not wanting to have to bother with my glasses, I opted to wear contacts instead. Okay, if I'm being brutally honest, I wore contacts because I look prettier without my glasses and I wanted to impress Corbin. Of course, that means that I haven't been able to swim. The water looks so enticing that tomorrow I'm planning to put aside my vanity and wear my glasses.
I suppose the Zen quote would apply if we were on a mountain top instead of the beach.
True, I concede. His voice takes on the tone of an orator, and he lifts his arms like he's delivering a speech to a large audience.
No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man.
Okay. Not sure how that applies to our conversation.
Me neither, but it rolled right off my tongue.
I scrunch my nose as I search my brain. Socrates?
Nope, Heraclitus, a pre-Socratic philosopher from the city of Ephesus.
The choir boy knows his Greek philosophers. I'm impressed.
It's the only quote I can remember,
he admits with a sheepish grin.
I gave a report about Heraclitus in high school.
He taps his temple.
It stuck.
Good to know that fightin' hasn't pounded out everything from your brain. Amusement colors his features.
You sound like my mom. She worries about me getting hurt.
Sounds like a smart woman.
She is,
he answers with affection.
She's the best.
He tips his head.
You know, you remind me of her, a little. She's well-read and smart like you.
Thanks. He thinks I'm smart. That's nice to know. My stomach tightens as I replay his words. Corbin getting injured is a real concern. As soon as the fear comes, I inwardly chide myself. I can't get invested in an MMA fighter. Fighting is what he does. He's a grown man and knows the risks. Well, if something has to stick in your head, that's a good quote to remember.
I think so.
We go at an ambling pace, enjoying the experience of simply talking and being together. Tell me more about your mom, I prompt. He presses his lips together as if compiling his thoughts.
Her name is Mary, and she's a shift manager at a small grocery store.
What about your dad? His jaw goes sharp. Several beats pass before he speaks.
He left when I was a kid. Deserted us.
I'm sorry, I say quietly. Even if I didn't teach psychology, I would know from Corbin's reaction that he has some baggage where his dad is concerned. Of course he would. The man deserted him and his mom. He throws me a tight smile.
Ancient history.
I resist the urge to probe deeper and shift gears. Yesterday you mentioned having stepsisters.
2 of them.
He looks impressed.
You were paying attention.
I tend to do that. I respond with a slight smile so that I won't come across as being braggy. Do you have any siblings?
I'm an only child.
There's a sense of loneliness about him that tugs at my heartstrings. To be so tough on the outside, he strikes me as tender on the inside. I connect the dots. So your mom remarried?
She did, when I was a teenager.
His voice softens.
Carlos is a great guy. He takes good care of Mom.
He grins.
And he makes some of the best tamales, refried beans, and tortillas you'll ever eat.
Is Carlos Hispanic?
He's from Monterrey, Mexico.
Did you know that Skeet is half Mexican? I giggle at his astonished expression. I know she doesn't sound like it at all. Her dad is from Mexico and her mom's from Comfort. Skeet's about as southern as a person can get, both in her mannerisms and the way she speaks. Curiosity prickles over me. What was it like to grow up in Compton? Is it as rough as people claim?
Yeah, it is.
I wait for him to expound, but he doesn't. I'm itching to ask more about his childhood, starting with how he got into fighting. How should I approach it so he won't get testy? Before I can articulate any more questions, he turns to me.
So, when do I get to hear about your ex?
When do I get to hear about your ex? I counter. He quirks a grin.
Here's how I see it.
He emphasizes each word.
I know what's going on in your head. Every time I say something about my past, you're psychoanalyzing me.
That's not true, I protest, but it's written all over his face that he's not buying it. I'm not sure if I should be concerned or impressed that he has pegged me so accurately in such a short period of time. Okay, I'm analyzing you a little. I pinch my index finger and thumb, leaving an inch of space in between. It's what I do.
I knew it,
he says with gusto. While we're being so frank, why don't you tell me how you started fighting? Did it come from you growing up in a rough neighborhood without a father? He cocks his head as if considering my questions.
Here's what we'll do. You tell me your deep, dark secrets first. Then I'll feel more comfortable opening up to you.
He speaks as though it's a done deal. Who does he think he is? Some king who can make a decree and then have me obey it? Simply because the words flowed from his lips? I rock back, my voice shooting up to the wisps of clouds overhead. I'm not gonna tell you my secrets. We've only known each other for a day. Either he's completely unaffected by my outburst, or he's also good at holding his cards close.
Come on, Doc, he drawls. There has to be something in your bag of quotes that talks about how human relationships aren't limited to the constraints of time.
Can't think of anything offhand. I talk faster, using my hands. Anyway, I'm not Santa Claus, carrying around some fuzzy red bag of quotes and tossing them out to the world. Melodic laughter flows from his throat.
You sure about that?
He taunts. He leans into my personal space, eyes zinging with laughter.
I thought that was what all professors of psychology do.
Ha ha, very funny. I give him a shove, much like Skeet does to Jasper. Jiminy cricket, his arm is rock solid and ridged with muscles. What does it say about me that I'm a fangirl, crushing on him right now? I would love to trace the lines of those bicep muscles. Ew, please tell me I didn't just think that. What has gotten into me? What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, he was bagging on me because I'm a professor. My words come out saucy as I wag my finger in sync. I have to put on a good show of being outraged to cover up this ridiculous attraction. I suppose this is poetic justice. What I get for assuming I was above going gaga over some guy because he's easy on the eyes and puts off pheromones like Nellie Kinsey puts off gossip. That's a blanket statement if I've ever heard one. His comeback is so fast that it nearly gives me whiplash.
Kind of like how all fighters are uncivilized Neanderthals.
My eyes fly open wide. That's not fair. I spin around to face him. You're getting me back for making that jab about you. For the record, I said what I did before I knew who you were. I stare him down with a look that says, "Don't push me, Buster."
Uh-huh.
His lips quiver before a pleased smile breaks over his rugged face.
It's kind of fun getting under your skin.
He's playing me like a fiddle. Okay. I deserved that, I admit with a sheepish grin. My friends and family often razz me about my sharp tongue. They call me a brainiac who thinks she knows everything. I suppose there's an element of truth to that. In fact, I have to rein in that part of me when I'm around Reed because my sarcasm is lost on him. Those times when I can't resist the urge to be cheeky, he gives me a faint smile tinged with condescension, as if to say, I'm so above this childish behavior that it's not even on my radar. I've always thought it was a good thing that Reed doesn't go tit for tat with me. My logic has been that we balance one another out, that our differences make us stronger. However, I'm enjoying the verbal sparring with Corbin. Quite frankly, it's downright exhilarating. Corbin can certainly dish it out, and he can hold his own. He pauses in his tracks, retrieves his phone from the side pocket of his shorts, and starts punching on the screen. Corbin fascinates me. His behavior is totally unpredictable. What are you doing? I demand in bemusement.
Finding a quote about human connections.
I crinkle my nose as laughter circles my throat. You can't be serious.
Heck yeah, I am.
What are you typing in to find the quote? I peer over his arm at the screen. He talks as he types.
Human relationships are not limited to the constraints of time.
You are crazy, I snicker.
Maybe,
he slings back with a reckless glint.
I have been told that a time or two.
He chuckles.
Then again, bucking the system has been my saving grace in the past, so why stop now?
Are you referring to how you got into fighting? I ask with a hint of eagerness. He gives me a wise look.
That story is for a later time.
My hand goes to my hip. You're enjoying dangling the bait. He grins in response. A second later, his voice rings with victory.
Okay, here we go. There are no constraints on the human mind, no walls around the human spirit, no barriers to our progress, except those we ourselves erect.
Wow, I utter. That's profound. Who said it?
Ronald Reagan.
I let the meaning of the quote sink into my brain. I guess I'll have to add that to my bag of quotes. It's deep, something that I'll have to ponder over at a later time when I'm not so Twitter-pated over a tall, strapping MMA fighter. He pushes out a short chuckle before rewarding me with a smile as brilliant as the glittering ocean who's stretching her legs into the far distance before fading into the horizon. He shoves his phone back into his pocket as adventure lights his features.
See, our possibilities are endless,
he proclaims, his voice carrying on the salty air.
And just because we've known each other for a day doesn't mean that we don't have a connection.
He probes me with an intensity that fires my cells.
You can feel it too.
I can, I admit quietly. He touches my arm, his expression going tender.
And we shared a kiss.
My pulse bumps up several notches as my words come out as light and frothy as the foamy waves nipping at our toes. That was for the reporters.
I hear you.
He sighs.
Thank you for that, by the way. You saved me.
His words ring with significance. You're welcome, but I'm sure you would have handled the press just fine on your own. I can tell from his expression that what I'm saying is right on the money. Corbin has no trouble holding his own on any playing field, and he knows it.
All the same, I appreciate what you did.
His compliment infuses me with warmth as we share a smile. My breath hitches when he steps closer.
When do we get to kiss? For us.
He trails a finger up and down my arm, rippling an awareness over my skin that goes down to my toes. I lose myself in the depths of his penetrating eyes. Corbin is so intense, so alive and in the moment. Being with him makes me feel as though I can let go of some of my restraints. Instinctively, my lips part as he lowers his face to mine. Before our lips touch, I hear movement and voices. We pull apart and turn to see 3 girls in their early 20s making a beeline across the beach. "Hello," the one in the front begins in a bubbly tone as she flaps her hand in a wave. "We saw you from a distance and recognized you." She eyes Corbin with a doe-eyed adoration that drives an unexpected spike of jealousy through the center of my heart. The girl is tall, with long blonde hair. Both she and her companion are clad in string bikinis that leave little to the imagination. Their skinny bodies are perfectly toned and tanned. They are so polished that they might have stepped straight out of a Beachbody commercial. "Can we get a selfie with you?" the girl asks. Of course Corbin is going to say yes. What else can he do? He does something surprising. He looks at me to get my approval. "Go ahead," I say dourly. A friendly smile tips Corbin's lips as he turns his attention back to the girl.
Sure.
He shrugs. She steps close, presses her body against his, and holds up her phone. Smiling brightly, she snaps the picture. The other girls take their turns getting photos. Meanwhile, I stand watching the whole thing like an old pair of shoes that has been traded in for shiny new pairs. There's no way I can compete with these girls, nor do I want to. They look like they're barely out of high school, around the same age as my students. "We're looking forward to your exhibition fight," the blonde gushes. Corbin looks surprised.
You're on the cruise ship?
"We are," another girl answers with a wide grin. "Maybe we could plan a time to get together," the lead blonde says shyly. If a cartoonist were sketching a caricature of me, I'd be red-faced with steam coming out of my ears. How could that floozy ask Corbin out with me standing right here? After seeing these drop-dead gorgeous girls, Corbin will surely dump me like a hot potato for one of them. I glance down at my cover-up, thinking how it suddenly looks too baggy. I'm a nerdy frump. Corbin glances at me. For one flash of a moment we catch eyes. The corner of his jaw flicks, letting me know that he's uncomfortable. He has that same look he had when talking to the reporters. I'm surprised that I can read him so clearly. He's wearing a solicitous mask while keeping the bulk of him hidden away. A new revelation dawns on me, making me deliriously happy. Corbin isn't interested in these girls, not even remotely so.
Sorry, but I'll be spending the cruise with my girl.
Corbin throws me a crooked grin that has intimate written all over it. The girls turn to me as if just now realizing that I'm here. The blonde tosses daggers at me with her eyes. Somebody needs to tell Miss Beachbody that the extra serving of snark doesn't look good on her. She turns back to Corbin, a seductive smile tilting her lips. "You don't know what you're missing," she chimes. When Corbin doesn't respond, she sighs in resignation. "Well, thanks for the selfies. I guess we'll see you at the fight." With that, the blonde and her entourage traipse away. Corbin winces as he rubs his neck.
Sorry about that.
I can't resist throwing a heated glare in the direction of the departing girls. Why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything." Actually, he did do something. He claimed me as his girl. Although I am pretending to be his girlfriend, so I shouldn't read too much into the situation. Still, the protective way he spoke the words made me think he meant what he said. And we did almost kiss, for us, before we were so rudely interrupted. "I don't know how you can stand all of that attention," I spout.
"It's not easy,"
he admits. He motions up the shore in the direction we were going before getting stopped.
"Shall we continue?"
I hug my arms. We should probably head back. This thing with Corbin is confusing the heck out of me. While it's nice to have something else other than Reed to dwell on, I don't want to trade one problem for another. Corbin's a celebrity and has people fawning over him. We live on opposite sides of the country. This is a pretend romantic relationship. I don't need to blur the lines. I glance back at the ship in the harbor. I don't want to cut it close getting back. The corners of his lips turn down in disappointment.
"You never told me about your ex."
I'm sure there will be plenty of time for that later. Maybe if I keep putting him off, he'll lose interest in the topic. He gives me a perceptive look.
"I know what's happening here."
"What?" I ask innocently.
"Those girls threw you off. All of that adulation crap doesn't mean a thing."
"It's not just them." He searches my face.
"Then what?"
Emotion bubbles in my throat as I swallow it back down and stare out at the water. Try as I might, I can't keep the tremble out of my voice as I try to articulate my feelings. I've been hurt before, and I don't think I can go through it again.
"Whoa, who says anything about getting hurt?"
He throws me a lopsided grin as he motions from me to him.
"We've got a good thing going here. You can't mess it up because you're afraid."
"I'm not afraid," I harumph. He lifts an eyebrow in a surly challenge.
"My success in the cage has more to do with reading the body language of my opponent over anything he might say to me."
He looks me in the eye.
"Right now, everything about you screams that you're afraid."
It gives me no pleasure to admit that he can see right through me. "Okay, so what if I am?" My throat thickens. "I just came out of a bad relationship. I can't jump into something else at the snap of a finger, especially when I don't even know what the two of us are. Is this thing between us fake or real?" Ew, I sound so desperate. "I can't believe I just did a DTR," I mumble. He eyes me with amusement.
"What's a DTR?"
"It's a term my students often use. Define the relationship."
"Ah,"
he chuckles. I don't dare point out that many a guy has run for the hills because the girl was too quick to try and pin him down with a commitment. Amusement touches his features.
"What do you want us to be?"
At least he's not running. Yet. "What do you want us to be?" He looks thoughtful.
"I suppose I'd like to get to know you, see where things go. Is that so bad?"
I consider his words. They sound reasonable enough. I guess not. Although we live on opposite ends of the country, so it's doubtful that anything lasting could come of this. It could all be a colossal waste of time, leaving us emptier inside than we already are. He smiles.
"Are you always so grim?"
Call it what you will, but I prefer to be pragmatic. He looks down and shuffles the sand with his feet.
"I can think of another name for it,"
he says in a low tone. "What's that?" I frown, not liking where this is going. He lifts his gaze to mine.
"A pessimist."
"Seriously?" I sputter. Now you're judging me? I throw up my hands. You're unbelievable.
No judgment, he says evenly. We're just having a conversation.
A hard laugh riddles my throat. Is that what you call this?
Yeah, I like having open discussions. Is that such a bad thing?
Tense silence stretches between us.
All I'm asking is that you don't make any snap decisions. Let's just enjoy the next few days and see where the road takes us.
His eyes flick with humor.
As Reagan so wisely said, there are no barriers to our progress except those we ourselves erect.
Wow, I can't believe you're using that against me. He shrugs.
Just being pragmatic.
Okay, I hear you, loud and clear. A begrudging smile breaks over my lips. He gives me a tentative look as his voice goes husky.
Do I get that kiss now?
Not on your life, I harumph as I turn and walk briskly up the sand to get back to our group.
Hold up,
he calls as he hurries to catch up. Chapter 9. As we near our group, I halt in my tracks.
What's going on?
Corbin asks. I'm not sure, I utter, trying to figure out what to make of the 3 local women who are busy at work. One is giving Tat a shoulder and neck rub, another is massaging Jasper's feet, and the other woman is braiding Skeet's hair. Corbin and I look at one another. My expression radiates astonishment, whereas amusement is written all over his handsome face.
Well, it certainly seems like everyone managed to keep themselves entertained while we were gone,
he surmises with a chuckle. I guess. What in the heck possessed Jasper and Skeet to let these strangers work on them? It strikes me as a huge invasion of privacy. What's going on? I ask as Corbin and I step up to them. Is this your friend? The older woman working on Skeet asks in a sing-song voice that's rich and melodic. It is, Skeet answers. The older woman looks at the younger girl who's rubbing Jasper's feet. Silent information passes between them as the younger girl jumps up. Let me do your hair. She hurries over to me, takes my arm, and attempts to stir me to an empty lounge chair. No, thanks, I'm good. The last thing I want is to have my hair braided. I glance at the ship. We need to be getting back. There's really no time. You have plenty of time to get back, the girl counters. Sit down and I'll let you pick out which color beads you want. With a wide smile that showcases pearly white teeth, she says, You look beautiful, like Bo Derek. I don't think so, I say in a firm tone. Jasper waves a hand.
Oh, come on, sis, don't be a spoil sport. We're on vacation. Relax, he urges.
I don't find getting my hair braided relaxing, I counter. Bunching my brows, I throw him a glare. Since when are you so agreeable about getting your feet rubbed? Who is this man who has suddenly replaced my brother? Never would I have imagined that Jasper would go for a foot massage. We've had people hounding us all day, trying to either get us to buy something or go on an excursion. I can't imagine what must have transpired to get Jasper to let some strange woman rub his feet or braid Skeet's hair. Skeet, on the other hand, is so naive and good that she's taken in much easier. She would have a dying duck fit if I said that out loud, but it's true.
Tat talked me into it,
Jasper says. At that, Tat grins. Ah, situation explained. Jasper succumbed to peer pressure from his newfound MMA buddy. "Sit down," the older woman orders as she flaps her hand. "We'll make you look so pretty," she coos. "Blakely hates people working on her," Skeet says with a note of apology as she hands the older woman another bead. "She doesn't even like getting pedicures or manicures. It's all I can do to get her to the beauty salon to get her hair cut." She's right. I don't enjoy any of those things. Getting my hair cut is a necessity that I've come to terms with, but I certainly don't have to do all the other fluff stuff that my friends love doing. I glance at Corbin, who's wearing a ginormous grin. "What?"
"The doc doesn't like doing all the typical girly stuff,"
he muses.
"I'm learning a lot about you."
His eyes light with teasing. "Oh, quit harassing me," I bluster. However, I'm more amused than irritated at his razzing.
"You would look cute with your hair braided in the island style,"
Corbin quips with a taunting grin. "I don't think so," I harumph, folding my arms over my chest and rooting my feet into the sand. Smiling blithely, as if oblivious to my protests, the girl hustles me over to a chair and practically pushes me down. "We'll just do the crown." Her expression turns pleading. "I'll make you look so pretty," she says softly. There's something vulnerable about the young girl that calls to me. She's a waif, with large, timid eyes and stringy hair. She can't be much older than 16. I wonder what her life is like. Going off her dirty t-shirt and men's basketball shorts, she doesn't come from money. Are the other women her relatives? Is the girl on holiday? Will she go back to school after the break is over? I have no idea how the school system works on the island. "Go for it," Skeet encourages as she twirls her hand. "YOLO!" "YOLO," I grunt. Skeet loves to pull the "you only live once" card when she's trying to cajole me into doing something. The woman rubbing Tat's back turns her attention to Corbin. "I'll work on you next," she promises.
"Thanks, but I'm good,"
Corbin says pleasantly. "Excuse me," I pipe in. "But if I have to endure this torture, then so do you." I pin him with a challenging look.
"I see how you are. Misery loves company,"
he drawls. He shrugs in acquiescence.
"My lady has spoken. I'm next."
Delicious tingles ripple through me. He called me his lady. Skeet throws me such a goofy grin that she might as well be shouting, "Blakely has a new boyfriend." Ugh, rocks settle in my stomach. I don't like having my personal life on display. "I can't believe I'm doing this," I mutter to Skeet. "How long is this going to take?" I turn to look at the young girl who's selecting beads from a square plastic container. "Would you like white beads?" she asks, her tone mimicking the sing-song manner of the older woman. "White is fine," I answer flatly. "I don't care what color the beads are. They're coming out of my hair the second I get back to my cabin." The girl grabs a comb and begins pulling it through my hair. "How long will this take?" I ask again. "Not long," she assures me. Skeet gives me a warning look. "Be nice," she urges in a low tone. "I am," I grumble. 30 minutes later, the women are still working on Skeet's and my hair. The braids are so tight that they're digging into my scalp, causing it to itch like crazy. Call me a party pooper, but I can't wait to get these wretched beads out of my hair. I'm sure I look ridiculous with the crown of my hair skinned back. The only consolation is knowing that some of the money will go to help this young girl. Hopefully. Our precious time is trickling away. Irritation presses on me with a hard stamp. Am I the only one worried about getting back to the ship on time? I'm not great at judging time, but the sun is sitting lower on the horizon. What time is it? I ask Skeet. She looks at Jasper. What time is it, hun? She asks breezily.
2:45, he answers. We need to leave soon.
The hint of urgency in Jasper's tone causes my blood to pump faster. How much longer is this going to take? I ask the young girl. 5 more minutes, she assures me as she uses the flat of her hand to press down on the beads that are woven into my hair. 10 agonizing minutes later, and she's still working, as is the older woman braiding Skeet's hair. They seem to be oblivious to our situation and how we're clearly running out of time. Jasper, Corbin, and Tat are now on their feet and packing up our things. Urgency fires through me as I look at Skeet. We've got to leave, now. I glance at the ship in the harbor. It might as well be a world away. All I can think is that we're cutting it down to the wire. Even if you're not done, we have to go. I pull away from the girl and stand. Skeet, I bark, we're not going to make it back to the ship in time if we don't leave in the next few minutes. You're fine, the older woman says in a placating tone. I have no intention of getting into a discussion with the older woman. Skeet, I say in exasperation. You're right, Skeet agrees. We need to leave, she says to the woman as she stands. Skeet's hair is only 2/3 of the way braided. She looks absurd with part of her hair wound up in the tight braids and the other part hanging loose. I'm sure I look even worse.
How much do we owe you?
Jasper asks, reaching into the pocket of his shorts for his wallet. $1,000, the older woman says. My jaw gapes.
That's outrageous.
Corbin frowns. $1,000, the woman repeats with rigid determination. Tad curses under his breath.
We let you give the massages and do the braids because we were trying to help you out. You said you had kids at home that need feeding.
His voice goes razor sharp.
Now you're trying to rip us off? I don't think so.
He pulls out his wallet and counts out a series of bills.
$300 is highway robbery, but it should do the trick.
You don't have to cover it all, dude, Jasper protests. In several quick steps, Tat marches over and slaps the money into the older woman's hand.
Yeah, I do, man. I got us into this.
He throws the woman a disgusted look.
I was trying to help you out, but you're running a scam.
He scoffs. I lock eyes with the young girl. Guilt shadows her dark eyes as she averts her gaze.
Let's go.
Tat clips, his jaw hard as glass.
We've got a ship to catch.
I gather my towel and beach bag as we rush across the sand to get to our ATVs. I glance back. My stomach lurches. The women are walking several paces behind us. The older one is on her cell phone. The desire to get to the ATVs and back to the ship is overwhelming. Corbin is walking beside me. The women are following us, I say in a low, worried tone.
Just keep walking,
he commands, in the tone of one preparing himself for a possible battle. My skin prickles with unease. Do you think the woman is calling other people to come?
That would be my guess,
he answers. Corbin confirming my fears rattles me as I quicken my pace. I glance at Jasper and Skeet, who also look concerned. We make our way across the beach and to the parking lot of the resort where our ATVs are parked. My heart slams against my rib cage when we spot 3 guys standing in front of our ATVs. I look back to see the 3 women still behind us. The knowledge snaps through my brain with a terrifying certainty that the women are part of a ring.
Stay behind me,
Corbin warns. There's a dangerous edge to his voice.
You too,
Jasper orders Skeet. Skeet and I move close together as Corbin, Jasper, and Tat take the lead. Do the men have knives or guns? We're in a foreign country. Thankfully, we left our passports on the ship for safekeeping. I glance back over my shoulders, relieved that the women have fallen back. They're standing half a football field length away, watching.
Good afternoon.
Tat begins pleasantly. He motions at the ATVs.
You're in our way.
The tallest of the men is around Corbin and Jasper's height. He's muscular with colorful tattoos running the lengths of his arms. His long, raven hair is braided similarly to mine and Skeet's. He plants his feet in a battle stance, his hands balling into fists.
You owe my auntie $700,
he says in the same sing-song island tone that the women used.
We paid them more than a fair price, Tat counters. Now I'll kindly ask you to move out of our way.
Braided Hair smirks and turns to his companions. One is short and thickly set. The other is medium height and skinny. All 3 men look to be in their early 20s.
Did you hear that, man? This dude thinks he can rob auntie and then push us around.
His expression hardens as he turns back to Tat.
Not gonna happen. Pay the money, or else.
A silent prayer flits through my mind. Please help us to get out of this situation and to stay safe. I take a quick scan of the parking lot, hoping to see more people or a security guard. But it's empty, except for us, the men and the women, who are standing back and watching.
I'll ask you once more to get out of the way,
Tat says. My heart drops when Braided Hair whips out a knife and crouches into a fighting position. The guys behind him ball their fists. Oh no, Skeet whimpers as she grabs my arm. My stomach roils as I keep uttering silent prayers. Braided Hair wields the pocket knife and lunges at Tat. In a lightning flash movement, Tat sidesteps his attempt. He wrenches Braided Hair's arm behind him and causes him to drop the knife. The thickly set guy charges at Corbin. At the same time, the skinny guy goes for Jasper. I watch in awe as Corbin blocks the guy's punch with such a neat move that it might have been choreographed. A moment later, Corbin socks him in the jaw. The guy staggers back. He regains his footing and comes at Corbin again. This time, Corbin sideswipes the guy's feet, dropping him to the ground like a block of lead. Jasper and the skinny guy trade blows before Jasper jabs the guy in the eye with his elbow and does a side kick that lands the guy on the ground. Tat kicks Braided Hair's knife several feet across the parking lot and yanks on his arm. Braided Hair doubles over and yelps in pain.
You broke my arm, man,
he whines.
I'll break more than that if you don't stay out of our way,
Tat warns, shoving Braided Hair forward. Braided Hair stumbles and then straightens back up. His face twisted with rage, he goes for Tat again. Tat gives him a swift jab to the nose, sending blood spraying out. Braided Hair doubles over, holding his nose. The other 2 guys are still on the ground.
Call the others,
Braided Hair screams across the parking lot to the women.
Let's go,
Corbin barks.
That's all the prompting Skeet and I need. Holding our bags to our chests, we scamper to the ATVs and climb on. The engines roar to life as Corbin, Jasper, and Tad back out the ATVs. My arms wrapped tightly around Corbin's waist, I hold on for dear life as he speeds behind Tad and Jasper out of the parking lot. I brave a glance back to see braided hair still holding his nose. The other two guys lumber to their feet. We race down the road, weaving in and out of traffic. I look back over my shoulder, fearing that the others who braided hair mentioned might be behind us. By the time we get to the port, it's 10 minutes till 4. Corbin and Jasper let Skeet and me off the ATVs. "Run to the ship," Corbin directs. "Tell them we're coming. We have to drop off the ATVs. We won't be far behind you." Nodding, we do as he says. We reach the ship entrance and wait our turn to pass through security and a metal detector. "Excuse me," I say loudly to the man who's studying a screen to examine the contents of our items as they pass through a scanner. "I need to talk to someone in security." "Talk to a crew member inside," he says in a bored tone. "Fine," I grumble, biting back my angry retort. The second we're allowed to pass into the lobby area, I look around for a crew member. I flag a guy walking past. "Hey," I begin. "We're still waiting for 3 members of our party. They're running a few minutes behind. They had to return our ATVs," I explain. He looks me up and down, his gaze settling on my partially braided hair. I'm sure he thinks I'm a loon. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but the captain won't wait for anyone. He closes the gangway at 4 o'clock sharp." He lifts his arm and looks at his wristwatch. 2 minutes from now." "You can't leave them," Skeet cries, tears pooling in her eyes. "We were attacked by a group of thieves." The guy blinks. I'm sorry, but the rules still stand." "Let me handle this," I say under my breath as I catch hold of her arm. Nodding, she clamps her lips shut. I straighten to my full height and use my most authoritative tone. "You're going to want to wait for these passengers." Exasperation coats the guy's face. "It's not a matter of wanting, ma'am. The captain will close the gangway. He doesn't wait for stragglers under any circumstances." I lean close, enunciating every word through clenched teeth. "If you want the exhibition fight on Saturday to go on as scheduled, you'd better call the captain and explain the situation. Corbin Ledger, a.k.a. the choir boy, is one of those so-called stragglers." The guy rocks back, blinking fast. "I'll call him now," he says as he walks briskly over to another crew member and whispers into the older man's ear. Several seconds later, they come over to us. "I understand that Corbin Ledger got detained," the older man begins quietly. "Yes, he should be here soon. He and 2 other members of our party had to return the ATVs that we rented." "We were attacked by thieves," Skeet interjects, her voice shrill. "That's why we got derailed." The man gives Skeet a funny look. "Detained," I correct. "That's why we got detained." I know Skeet's trying to help, but she's making things worse. Now the men surely think we're off in the head. The older man pulls a walkie-talkie from his side, moves a few paces away, and talks into it. He steps back and announces, "The captain will wait 5 more minutes." Skeet's eyes widen as her words rush out. "But what if it takes longer?" "Then they'll have to travel to the next port and rejoin the cruise tomorrow. I'm sorry," the man says. "That's the best we can do." My throat constricts to the size of a toothpick as I swallow. I hate the idea of leaving Corbin, Jasper, and Tat on that island, especially not knowing if the thieves could be lurking around to retaliate. Skeet shakes her head, tears filling her eyes.
I knew it was a mistake to let those women braid my hair and give the guys massages," she says hoarsely, her hand going up to touch her hair. The older man's eyes widen. I can only imagine what he must be thinking when Skeet mentioned the word massages. A hysterical laugh bubbles in my throat. "The women gave the guys neck and foot massages while we were at the beach," I clarify. The older man nods in understanding.
"I'm sorry you got taken in."
"Jasper told me it would be okay to help the women," Skeet whimpers. "It will be okay," I reassure Skeet as I offer the men appreciative smiles. "Thanks for your help."
"I just wish there was more that we could do," the older man says. "Good luck to you both."
With a curt nod, he and the younger crew member stride away. Skeet and I go over and watch as the last of the passengers file through the security area. Skeet clasps and unclasps her hands, her face white with apprehension. I may be better than Skeet at portraying a calm persona, but my heart is hammering out a fast beat against my ribs. We wait. After what seems like an eternity, I catch a glimpse of Corbin's dark blonde hair at the same time Skeet lets out a cry of relief. The second Jasper gets through security, she runs and throws her arms around him. "We were so worried," she breathes into his neck.
"That was a close one,"
Jasper admits with a wince. Corbin steps up with a wide grin. Caught in the heat of the moment, I fling my arms around his neck. He chuckles in surprise before encircling my waist with his strong arms.
"This is a nice welcome,"
he murmurs. "I'm just glad y'all made it in time." His muscles are taut against my skin, our bare legs touching. Everything about this fierce warrior draws me in. He pulls back so that he can peer into my eyes.
"Thanks to you. The guys at security told me you got the captain to wait."
A sideways grin tugs at his mouth.
"Of course, when the guys realized who I am, they insisted that we take a few selfies."
A chortle falls from my lips. "What?" I fume. "While you were doing a photo op with your fans, Skeet and I were waiting on the other side, sweating bullets that you wouldn't get here in time." I'm keenly aware of his arms around my waist. His nearness ignites every inch of me. Never have I been this physically attracted to a man before. I never realized these feelings were possible. His expression turns sheepish.
"Sorry about that."
"It's okay," I say with a long sigh. "I'm just glad you're okay." I suppress a shudder. I was worried what would happen if y'all got stranded on the island and those thieves came looking for you.
"I was worried about that too,"
he admits. I had halfway expected him to respond to my worries with some macho comment. I'm impressed that he's being straight with me. I search his rugged face, relieved to see that it's unmarred. I have to fight the urge to touch his cheek, to run my finger along the defined edge of his jaw. He's a fighter. How is it that his face is not scarred? Then again, now that I'm super close to him, I notice a hairline scar on his chin. Also, his nose is slightly crooked, like it has been broken a few times. His battle scars only add to his attractiveness. Earlier, I didn't see him get hit, but everything happened so fast that I couldn't be sure that he didn't get clocked. "How are your hands? Did they get scratched or bruised?"
"I've had worse,"
he says offhandedly. Of course he has. He fights for a living.
"Thanks for being concerned about me."
A pleased smile tugs at his lips. "Somebody has to watch out for you," is the first thing that falls from my lips. The moment slows as his voice goes husky.
"I'm glad that somebody is you."
The significance of his words are a much-needed reality check. I can't allow myself to get swept away in a whirlwind cruise romance with a celebrity. I don't do casual relationships. A droll grin tips his lips.
Is this where you withdraw into yourself?
I startle. How is it that he can read me so well? I'm not withdrawing into myself, I snip. His smile widens, his moss-green eyes sparkling.
You are,
he taunts. Okay, I bluster. So what if I am? I can't put my heart on the line and have it stomped to smithereens. I'm not sure why I'm getting so testy all of a sudden. What is it that I want from Corbin? He's already told me that he wants us to spend time together to see where this goes. Maybe I'm still reeling from our heroin experience. My nerves are firing all over the place, trying to release the adrenaline. Also, it scares me that I'm already so invested in Corbin. Should I be worried at how quickly my affections are transferring to him? We just met yesterday, for crying out loud. Yes, I should be concerned, very concerned. While I don't want to spend my life alone, I'm not a clinging vine. I'm a hard-working professional woman who will be just fine on her own, if that's what fate dishes onto my plate. The edges of his eyes tighten.
Just because you've been hurt in the past doesn't mean that I'm gonna hurt you. I've been hurt too, but I'm willing to give you a chance. You should extend the same courtesy to me.
I'm not used to someone using such profound logic on me. How can I argue with that? It occurs to me that we're sinking into conversation much too deep given our current circumstances. I look around and spot a group of men and women who are talking excitedly amongst themselves and throwing glances at Corbin. One woman has her phone out, videoing. For better or worse, Corbin attracts attention wherever he goes. I make a point of cutting my eyes at the group. Maybe we should continue this later, when we have more privacy.
We can do that.
His eyes cut into mine.
Just be prepared for some straight talk.
I laugh in surprise. I can do that.
Glad we got that settled.
He pauses, a wicked grin tugging at his lips.
In the meantime, should we give those folks something to wag their tongues about?
Anticipation circles my spine when his gaze drops to my lips.
After all, you are my girlfriend.
He leans close, causing my breath to hitch.
This is a first,
he murmurs. What? I whisper.
I've never kissed a girl with braids before.
A cackle circles my throat. If you ever get tired of fighting, you could do stand-up comedy. He rewards me with a large smile that stretches from ear to ear.
I believe you just gave me a compliment, Doc.
I suppose I did. Unable to resist the temptation to touch his face any longer, I remove my hands from his neck and trace the line of his prominent cheekbone. His eyes deepen, heightening the green as his lips take mine. I meld into him as our mouths move together. All of the tension from earlier gushes out and mixes with my passion for Corbin. The clearing of a throat causes us to pull back. My chest falls up and down in rapid succession as I turn to see the older crew member who helped me earlier.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Ledger. The captain would like to speak with you about the skirmish you had earlier with the thieves. Of course.
Corbin nods. Reluctantly, he lowers his hands from my waist and steps back.
I can escort you to see the captain now, the man offers. Sure thing. I'll get my manager to go too.
Corbin surveys the area. Tat's over there talking to Jasper and Skeet. I point. Corbin waves them over.
That was some kiss,
Jasper says to me. Heat rushes into my cheeks. I got caught up in the moment. It didn't even occur to me that Jasper and Skeet were watching. What has gotten into me? Jasper eyes Corbin.
Starfighter or not, you hurt my little sis, and I'll kill you.
Seriously? I sputter. You're embarrassing me, bro.
You've got to respect a man looking out for his sister, Corbin counters. Don't worry, I won't hurt her.
He extends his hand to Jasper, who clasps it.
You've got some impressive moves, Corbin says.
He does, Tad grins.
So much so that I might have to consider recruiting him.
He strokes his chin.
The fireman has a nice ring to it. This guy could do some real damage, especially if Angel got a hold of him.
Jasper thrusts out his chest, grinning.
Really?
Skeet makes a face. Don't get any ideas. I'm not having you locked away in some cage, fighting people.
He wouldn't be locked in,
Tat says.
Well, not exactly.
He laughs.
The captain wants to talk to us about the skirmish,
Corbin says to Tat. It's then that I realize that there are blood splatters on Tat's t-shirt. They probably came from when Tat punched the guy in the nose. The sight of the blood brings back all of the unpleasantness. We're lucky that we came out of the situation as well as we did. A prayer of gratitude goes through my mind. Warmth rustles through me, letting me know that my prayers were answered. Tat straightens his shoulders as he looks at the crew member.
Let's do it.
Corbin touches my arm.
I'll see you at dinner. Afterwards, we can have that talk.
Sounds great. See you in a bit. We share a smile before he turns to leave. His lithe body moves with the fluid grace of a dancer. My gaze takes in the outline of his broad shoulders, noting how that even with a baggy t-shirt, his back tapers into his waist. His legs are lean and tan.
Aren't you something?
Skeet jeers. What? My cheeks flame. She clucks her tongue.
Kissing Corbin in public? You're turning into quite the rebel.
Oh, hush. I got caught up in the moment.
Uh-huh. You got caught up in something, all right.
She gives me a shrewd look.
You like him.
A lot. I lift my chin. So what if I do? Isn't that what you wanted? For me to meet someone on the cruise? She nibbles on her lower lip.
Yeah, I just never dreamt that it would be a celebrity. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of life? It was brutal when those reporters came around after Henry left me his money.
I know, I was there, remember? Misgivings gnaw at my insides. And to answer your question, I'm not sure what I'm ready for, I admit. She nods in understanding. If anyone knows how it feels to fall for the wrong guy, it's Skeet. Of course, Jasper wasn't the wrong guy. Skeet just had to realize how great she and Jasper could be together. Is that what's happening to me? The big difference is that Skeet and Jasper were best friends who'd known each other for a lifetime. I've only known Corbin for 24 hours. Sure, he seems enticing right now, but that could change with time. He could be like fish, fresh as frost for the first few days in the fridge, and then it starts to stink. A humorless laugh scratches my throat. Corbin Ledger isn't remotely my type. Skeet wrinkles her nose. I know, I wouldn't have put y'all together in a million years. She dips her head. And yet y'all do look good together. Her words lift my spirits. You think so? I do, she says decisively. Well, on a positive note, I haven't given Reed a second thought all day. My words are a revelation, filling me with a renewed sense of hope. A large smile stretches over her face. You know what I call that? What? Progress. She punches out as she links her arm through mine.
Let's go get these horrible beads out of our hair. Amen to that. I told Jasper that the braiding and massage thing wasn't going to end well, she laments. But he said, just let her braid your hair. What can it hurt? If I'd been there, I would have put the kibosh on that faster than you can blink. I'm sure you would have. Too bad you were off gallivanting with your fighter. Smile for your audience, Skeet prompts with a sugary smile as we pass by the group that was watching Corbin earlier. Now they're fixated on me. It takes all the torque I can summon to force a tight smile, which I'm sure looks more like I'm imitating the Grinch. Better get used to it, Skeet whispers in my ear. You're the new it girl. Great, I huff. I sure hope Corbin is worth all of this. Time will tell, Skeet chimes. Yep, time will tell, I say, mostly to myself. Chapter 10. Just as I feared, it was brutal taking the beads out. It took me over an hour to get my hair untangled and combed through. My hair felt like it was breaking into pieces as I pulled each bead out. I'm sure the process caused split ends. I made sure to apply extra conditioner and leave it on an extra amount of time to help repair the damage. It took poor Skeet over 2 hours to get her beads out, and she'll have to get her hair trimmed as soon as we get back home. During dinner, Corbin and Tat told us about their meeting with the captain. He wanted a rundown of everything that happened, along with detailed descriptions of the women and our attackers, so he could relay the information to the authorities on the island, in the hope that they could curtail anything of the like from happening to other tourists. Jasper was impressed that the captain would go to such lengths to find and stop the perpetrators. Tat then went on to explain that since tourism is the main source of income for the island, the authorities would take great pains to make sure the island is safe, especially in resort areas. Tat followed this up by saying that the captain has a vested interest in wanting to keep his passengers safe. Especially when they're VIPs, Jasper added, winking at Corbin. Corbin squirmed in his seat and played down the comment, arguing that the captain would have been equally concerned about every passenger, regardless of their status. I didn't have the heart to point out that the crew members were ambivalent about our situation until realizing that the choir boy from Compton was involved. The fact that Corbin is uncomfortable with his fame makes him even more endearing. I throw him a sideways glance as we share a smile. An electric current jolts through me when he reaches for my hand and links his fingers through mine. His knuckles are raw from the skirmish. Earlier, when I questioned if he was injured, he played it off. What kind of man remains totally unruffled after something like that? If it had happened to Reed, he'd probably be reeling for weeks until his therapist could help him work through the trauma. For Corbin, the fight was everyday business. There's something impressive about Corbin's old-school resilience. I like how his calloused hand engulfs mine. He makes me feel so dainty and petite. Reed is tall but super slim. I sometimes feel a bit thick compared to Reed, especially since I have my fair share of curves. Corbin and I still haven't had our in-depth conversation. After dinner, Skeet insisted that we all go as a group to watch karaoke. So, here we sit. I'm no dummy. I can see the wheels turning in Skeet's crafty head. She thinks she's going to talk me into performing, but there's no way I'm getting up on that stage. We've listened to 12 people sing so far. I'm starting to wonder how much longer we'll remain in the lounge. I'm craving some alone time with Corbin. I want to get to know him on a personal level, to find out what makes him tick. I need to know why he started fighting
and what he hopes to accomplish with his life. A smile touches my lips. I suppose I'm guilty as charged. I do want to psychoanalyze him. I can't help it. You know how Rumpelstiltskin spins straw into gold? Well, psychology is the method I use to turn the chaos of life into order. The realization presses on me like a bag of cement that every passing day of the cruise brings me closer to that dreaded moment when I'll have to part ways with Corbin. Whereas the prospect of spending 4 nights and 5 days on a cruise seemed painfully long to me at the beginning, time is flying by at lightning speed. I only have 2.5 days left with Corbin, and the bulk of one of those days will be taken up with him getting ready for his fight on New Year's Eve. The cruise ends the following day, meaning that I probably won't get to see Corbin on Sunday for more than a few minutes, right before we dart off to the airport to catch our flights home. He's planning to visit Comfort to help out with Skeet's center, but that's not the same as having him around on a daily basis. I can't help but wonder how I'm going to view Reed when I get back home. Will my pull to him be lessened or severed altogether? It's absurd to think that a few days spent with a man like Corbin could reshape my feelings for Reed, which developed over an extended period of time. The quote that Corbin recited rushes through my mind.
No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man.
Right now, it's impossible for me to know how I'll feel once this is over. All I know at this moment is that it boggles my mind to contemplate how alive I feel when I'm with Corbin, or how he's coming to mean a great deal to me, even after having known him a scarily short amount of time. Maybe time truly is irrelevant when it comes to human relationships. There are some people you can be around a lifetime and yet never really know them. For instance, I don't understand why Reed is hot one minute, then cold the next. Every time I come to terms with him going back to Cresta so that he can provide a stable home life for his kids, he pops back into my life, and then the hurt starts all over again. The woman with short, curly red hair on stage finishes her rendition of Girls Just Wanna Have Fun by Cyndi Lauper. Like the other performers before her, the woman has perfect pitch. I clap along with the audience as she offers a quick curtsy before scampering off the stage. The DJ, a burly guy in his early 20s, goes onto the stage to announce the next performer. As the DJ leaves the stage, the next performer steps up to the microphone and sings something from Lionel Richie. His sound is smooth and professional. The man certainly knows how to perform, just as those before him. I take in a deep breath and let it out slowly. It's not the entertainment that's the problem. It's me. I'm tempted to suggest to Corbin that we leave. However, I don't want to come across as too forward. Maybe it's how I was brought up, but I like to be pursued by the guy rather than the other way around. Corbin has enough women throwing themselves at him. He doesn't need me leading his fan club. My legs are getting restless. Something similar happened on the plane. I had to get up and walk around a couple of times so I wouldn't go nuts. I bob my knee up and down to release some of the tension. Sensing my angst, Corbin leans close and whispers into my ear.
How you doing?
His breath is a warm tickle on my skin that rolls me in a wave of dizziness. For an instant, all thoughts fly right out of my brain. Then I realize that he asked me a question. I rouse myself into action, my words spilling out like potatoes tumbling from a torn bag. I'm good. I throw him a reassuring smile for good measure. He scopes me with a shrewd gaze which I swear has the power to see into my soul.
Did anyone ever tell you that you're a terrible liar?
My eyes go round as I turn to him. What? He makes a point of looking at my knee that's working like a sewing machine. I lower my heel, forcing my leg to be still.
Are you ready to get out of here?
He murmurs. A thrill of anticipation runs through me. Yes, my mind shouts. Finally! It's all I can do to keep my expression impassive as I shrug. I guess we could leave, if you want to. He chuckles softly.
How about this? We'll stay for a couple more songs and then we'll sneak out.
What about the rest of our group?
I'm sure they're capable of carrying on without us.
I can tell from how he speaks the words and the amused expression on his chiseled face that he knows I'm chomping at the bit to leave. Heck, he probably knows that I'm craving some alone time with him. My desire to be with Reed would typically fill me with self-loathing. With Corbin, it's different. I'm living out some sort of wish fulfillment where I can throw caution to the wind and simply be in the moment. Sounds great. Relief spritzes through me. 2 more songs. I can handle that. I sit back in my seat and focus on our clasped hands, savoring the warmth flowing from Corbin's skin into mine. He strokes his thumb across my skin, fanning a rapturous fervor through my blood. When the guy finishes, the DJ gets up to announce the next performer. I'm only halfway listening. Mostly, I'm too busy pondering over the intense attraction that Corbin elicits from me, and how I can hardly wait until we're alone. At least, as alone as we can be on a crowded ship. Maybe we'll take a long stroll on the deck and gaze up at the stars. The romantic in me swoons at the thought. An aching warmth ribbons my insides as I imagine what it would be like to kiss Corbin without anyone around. To really kiss him, holding nothing back. The 2 kisses we've shared with the world watching have been incredible. I can only imagine how exquisite they will be when it's just us.
Next up, we'll have Corbin and Blakely singing I've Had the Time of My Life,
the DJ announces into the microphone, before crossing the stage and going back to sit down behind the music booth. I startle, my bones nearly shaken out of my skin as my brain replays what the DJ said. I turn to Corbin, who's wearing a gargantuan grin. What? I shriek. No way am I getting up there. Anger streaks through me. This has to be Skeet's doing. I withdraw my hand from Corbin's and clutch the arms of my chair.
Come on,
Corbin drawls, his jade eyes glittering like polished emeralds. He leans into my personal space, wagging his eyebrows.
If I can do it, so can you.
I don't do karaoke, I harumph. Wait till I get hold of Skeet. I'm gonna wring her traitorous neck. I'm sure she thinks this is so funny. A knowing smile waffles over his lips.
That's not what Skeet tells me.
Just as I thought. Corbin is sitting on my right with Skeet on my left. I whip around, glaring at her. What have you been saying about me? I bark. She offers me a sheepish grin. You love karaoke. She cranes her neck to bypass me and talks directly to Corbin. Like I told you, Blakely's the karaoke queen. She throws me a checkmate look. I've Had the Time of My Life is one of her absolute favorites. Blakely has a huge crush on Patrick Swayze. Had, I punch out. The poor man is dead. Skeet waves a hand. Fine, she huffs. Had. You know what I meant.
Let's do this thing.
Corbin pumps his fist. You do karaoke? I croak. Why am I not surprised?
I can hold my own,
he says with a shrug. I shake my head. Is there anything you can't do?
C's a lousy cook,
Tad interjects from the other side of Corbin.
That's true,
Corbin concedes. I look from one side of our group to the other, my narrowed eyes landing on Skeet. I don't appreciate y'all talking about me behind my back, I snip. And just because I like doing karaoke in the privacy of my home, surrounded by friends, does not mean that I have any intention of getting up there and making a fool of myself. My voice goes shrill as I motion to the stage. You heard the people who performed. I talk louder. They were flawless, as if they've waited their entire lives for their one moment to get up and perform on this cruise ship. Since when has you not being good enough ever stymied you before? Skeet taunts. Remember how you lip-synced to Living on a Prayer back in the day? In junior high, I growl.
It's like riding a bike, Corbin says with a hint of impatience. Once you do it, you never forget. Do you want me to throw you over my shoulder and carry you up?
The reckless glint in his eyes lets me know that he's only partially teasing. Seeing our unfolding drama, the DJ partially stands and peers over his booth.
Come on, sweetie. Don't be shy.
He makes a wide sweep with his arm.
Get on up here.
His smile is friendly and encouraging. Don't keep everyone waiting. Go, Skeet demands through gritted teeth. Jasper is sitting beside Skeet. He leans forward.
You should do it, sis. Live a little.
I pin him with a surly look. Didn't you say something to that effect earlier today when you urged Skeet to let the woman braid her hair? Look where that got us. I growl. Poor Skeet is going to have to hightail it to the hairdresser the minute we get home to have her hair trimmed. He rolls his eyes.
This is different.
Corbin stands and glances around at the audience.
Blakely,
he begins chanting as he pumps a fist. Corbin, I say in exasperation as I grab his arm. He just laughs and chants even louder. Several seconds later, the people sitting at the surrounding tables start chanting my name. Corbin grabs my hand and pulls me to my feet. Red-faced, I allow him to drag me up to the stage. Like Skeet said, I have no problem hamming it up in front of my friends. However, peering out over the expectant audience terrifies me. I thought it was bad when I had to go on stage during the auction. This is 1,000 times worse, because I have to do something other than smile and wave. I have to perform. My throat is bloated and scratchy like it has been stuffed with a fistful of cotton balls. I swallow hard, praying that I'll be able to sing. Corbin, on the other hand, is perfectly at ease. Do you even know this song? I whisper. We're standing beside each other in front of the microphone attached to a stand.
Of course, I have stepsisters, remember? I've heard this song a gazillion times.
I can't help but chuckle.
Hang on and I'll get you another mic,
the DJ says. A second later, he jogs up and hands a cordless mic to Corbin. My hands trembling, I remove the mic from the stand. Seeing several people holding up cell phones spikes my terror to new heights. Are you sure you want to do this? I ask Corbin in a low tone. This will draw even more attention to you. I have no doubt that people are recording because they realize who Corbin is.
People are gonna video me no matter what. I might as well have a little fun.
He turns to me, his jade eyes sparkling.
You ready, Doc?
There's only one way out of this, to move forward. In a few minutes, this will all be a memory. As ready as I'll ever be. Corbin turns his attention to the screen hanging from the ceiling. Out of habit, I also glance at the screen and then remind myself that I know every word by heart. I could perform this song in my sleep. Okay, then why are you freaking out? My mind insists. The music begins as I take in a sharp breath, hoping that it will quell the butterflies in my stomach. The male starts off the song. Corbin comes in right on cue, his voice clear and melodic. While he's an adequate singer, it's his delivery that steals the show and brings a hearty round of applause. He performs with all his heart, like he's a superstar musician. I'm coming to learn that Corbin never does anything halfway. All too soon, it's time for my part. I try to come in strong so that I can smooth out any quivers in my voice. Watching Corbin's exuberance emboldens me. By the time we get to the chorus, I'm singing like I'm Celine Dion. No longer am I worried about being on stage or singing in front of strangers. I'm totally in the zone, performing with as much gusto as I've done countless times before. Our voices blend surprisingly well. As the song draws to a close, we end in perfect sync. Thunderous applause breaks out as the audience gives us a standing ovation. The glow on Corbin's face sends my heart soaring. He encircles my waist with his free arm, still holding the microphone. Then he pulls me close and plants a shivery kiss on my lips, causing the crowd to go wild. It's often said that life is made up of moments. This is a moment I want to lock away and treasure for the rest of my life. Chapter 11. Corbin and I are alone. Finally. We're on the top deck, leaning against the railing and gazing at the night sky. A fingernail of the moon glows silver, and the glittering stars are so large and close that I can almost reach out and touch them. I can tell from Corbin's body language that he's gearing up to do some heavy talking. I've been waiting for this all evening. Now that the moment is here, butterflies are revving their wings and gearing up to start their flight in my stomach. I try to pinpoint what it is that I'm so afraid of. Maybe it's that when we dive deep, we'll discover that the magic between us is only an illusion, our physical attraction working overtime. Or maybe it's the opposite. We could forge such a strong connection that the knowledge will be hammered into my soul that he's everything I've ever wanted and more. Then what? The cruise will end, he'll go back to Compton or wherever he lives now, and I'll go back to comfort. We might try to have a long-distance relationship for a time, but then the bond we've created in an impossibly short amount of time will weaken until it eventually dissolves. The short end of the story is that either scenario leaves me empty and alone. If Corbin could read my thoughts, he would accuse me of being a pessimist. Maybe I am. I'm mainly trying to give myself some straight talk so that I won't fall head over heels only to be hurt again. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. When I got involved with Reed, I knew he'd recently gone through a divorce, that Cresta had left him heartbroken with 2 children who depend on him. In the beginning, I took a hard stance against falling for Reed, but then I let my guard down. I can't make that same mistake again. I have to be tough, to keep my heart under wraps. I can't get swept away by Corbin's terrific looks and quicksilver charm, or the fact that he thrills me in a way I can't put into words. And I'm rarely at a loss for words. I don't know what all of this means. Only that ever since I met him, I haven't been able to stop thinking about him. He's taken up a permanent residence in my head, and possibly my heart, but I'm not ready to either acknowledge or analyze that yet. Resting his arm on the handrail, Corbin turns to me.
That was some performance.
You weren't half bad yourself. He leans close, his tone going intimate as his eyes linger on my face in an intense way that infuses me with the heat of a dozen roaring fires.
We make a good team.
His hand moves to my face as he caresses the curve of my cheek with the sides of his fingers. His touch causes my breath to come faster. Instinctively, my lips part with anticipation of him kissing me again. To my disappointment, he lowers his hand. It takes all the intestinal fortitude I can muster to keep from pressing my mouth against his.
Tell me about the professor,
he prompts. A bark of laughter clips my throat. Shouldn't we work our way into this? Gaze at the stars, talk about how beautiful the night is?
I'd rather talk about your beauty.
The compliment warms me through to my toes. You are charming, I murmur.
And you are stunning. I love you in red.
Thanks. My lashes brush against my cheeks as I look down at my dress. I opted to wear it since red is my best color, and I wanted to impress Corbin. That he thinks I'm beautiful is immensely gratifying. He looks terrific in black slacks and a short-sleeve white button-down shirt that highlights his golden tan and cut arm muscles. The breeze rustling his hair adds to his appeal, giving him a bold, adventurous vibe. He truly is magnificent to look at. Several beats pass. I know what's happening here. He's using silence as a tactic to prompt me to open up about Reed. Taking in a deep breath, I rest my forearms on the handrail and stare out at the dark, restless water as I collect my thoughts. Where should I start?
At the beginning.
He steps close and drapes an arm around my shoulder. It's hard to think about my history with Reed when Corbin's nearness is driving me to distraction. Warmth from his strong body flows into mine, making me feel secure and protected. He strokes my bare arm with the tips of his fingers. Goosebumps ripple over my flesh in a good way.
So?
His voice dissipates into the moist air, which is tinged with a faint taste of salt. Reed and I work together. He's tenured, highly regarded at the college.
So, it was a networking thing.
His jab stings. It's not like that, I retort.
I'm listening.
I suck in another breath, trying to wrap my mind around what I want to say. Then I just blurt out the meat of the matter. Reed pursued me. He sent flowers, asked me out multiple times. I clasped my hands together in a tight hold. I resisted his attentions at first. Eventually, he wore me down.
Why did you initially resist going out with him?
Because he was recently divorced with 2 kids. I didn't want to be a rebound. I push out a short laugh. We started dating. I fell for him. Supposedly, he fell for me, too.
Supposedly?
He removes his arm and turns to face me. Bitterness coats my throat. I thought things between Reed and me were going great. Then one day he came into my office and announced that he needed to go back to Cresta because of his kids. He said he wanted to give them a stable home life, with both a mom and a dad. Corbin's voice takes on a hard edge.
The professor should have thought about that before he wooed you.
His bold, in-your-face outrage causes me to grin. I love that everything is so black and white with Corbin. It's refreshing. Reed apologized profusely for breaking my heart. Shock registers on his face. Bathed in silver light, his features look even more chiseled than normal.
Seriously, what a moron.
A half laugh escapes my throat. That's exactly what Skeet and my other close friends said. They've dubbed him Professor Bonehead.
Sounds appropriate.
He grunts. I don't blame Reed for wanting to give his kids a better life, the practical side of me asserts.
That's not the issue,
he argues.
No one forced Reed to pursue you. He got you where he wanted and then dumped you. It was a power play thing.
His blunt words are a punch in the gut, mostly because they contain an element of truth. It's on the tip of my tongue to argue with Corbin simply for the sake of argument. But then what would I say? Maybe Reed's actions were a power play. I have no idea what to think about Reed. Right now, here on this ship with Corbin, my problems with Reed seem surprisingly distant.
What's the situation with you and the professor now?
I thought we were over. I force my tone to go light. I did the right thing. Rather than rip his head off and tell him to go jump in a lake, I told him that I understood where he was coming from.
You're a better woman than me. I would have busted his head.
A giggle rises in my throat. You realize that what you just said makes no sense, right? He tips his head, bemused.
What do you mean?
I put on my professor cap as I explain. It's impossible for me to be a better man than you, and it's impossible for me to be a better woman than you.
Because I'm not a woman,
he finishes with a glib grin. No, you're not. I sigh. Corbin Ledger is the manliest man that I've ever met. He picks back up on the heart of the conversation.
You did the right thing and let Professor Bonehead go.
I did.
You were sensible about it.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm? He scratches his head.
It sounds like you let him off easy.
Maybe I did, I shrug. At the end of the day, he was going to leave anyway. Would it have made any difference if I had pitched a hissy fit?
Pitched a hissy fit, he hoots. I haven't heard that expression before.
I slather my twang on thick. Stick around, choir boy, and I'll teach you a little something about how we do things in the South. His gaze holds mine.
I'd like that.
Heat simmers through me as I trace the outline of his lips. I'm reminded again that we're alone, and that I've been fantasizing about kissing him again all evening. Maybe I should do something completely out of character and take the lead. After all, letting Reed take the lead is what got me into such a pickle.
So, is Reed history?
His voice is light, but I detect an undercurrent of seriousness. I moisten my lips. I thought so, but then, several days before Christmas, I participated in a bachelorette auction. The proceeds went to help Skeet's program, I quickly add. A large smile tips his lips.
You were in a bachelorette auction?
He lets out a low whistle.
Wow.
I shove his arm. It was for charity.
Okay. How does the auction connect with the professor?
Reed bid on me. Corbin's jaw goes sharp.
I see.
We were supposed to go out the day after the auction, but then he sent me a text shortly before he was due to arrive, canceling. He shakes his head in disgust.
The guy's a loser.
What does it say about me that even now a part of me wants to defend Reed? I resist the temptation and remain silent. He studies my face.
Is that it?
In a nutshell.
Why do I feel like there's more?
You know, for an MMA fighter, you're pretty good at reading people. He lifts a corner of his mouth in a crooked grin.
Only people that I care about.
Thanks, I say softly. Silence settles between us until Corbin speaks.
You'd might as well come out with the rest and get it over with.
I chuckle in surprise. Okay, choir boy, you asked for it. Skeet, Jasper, and my friends were worried about me falling back into old habits. That's why Skeet insisted on taking me on this cruise and why she confiscated my cell phone and computer. She doesn't want me to have any contact with Reed. His eyes round to saucers.
They were that worried about you?
I'm afraid so, I grimace.
Wow, you had it bad for the professor.
I did, I admit. He gives me a questioning look.
How do you feel about the situation now?
I'm not sure, I answer honestly. He nods in disappointment and looks out at the water. I touch his arm, my voice lilting. But you'll be happy to know that since meeting you and us spending time together, I haven't given Reed a second thought. That's not exactly true, but mostly I've compared Reed to Corbin and he's come up short. I'm not about to admit that out loud. He turns to face me, a pleased smile curving his lips.
That's a good sign.
I think so. Curiosity kindles inside me. Okay, I've told you my deep dark secrets. It's your turn.
Nah,
he drawls.
You don't want to hear about me. My story will bore you to tears.
My eyebrows shoot up into my hairline. Oh no, Buster. You're not weaseling out of this. We had a deal. I tell you my secrets and you tell me yours. I also want to know how you got into fighting. It's his turn to take in a long, audible breath.
I grew up a poor white kid in Compton.
He begins somberly. Be serious.
I am serious.
He rocks back.
I already told you about my dad leaving, and then Mom marrying Carlos.
He pauses, the muscles in his jaw flicking.
What I didn't mention was how tough it was to be a gangly white kid in a predominantly Latino community. I got picked on a lot. I learned early to either get tough or die.
My heart twists, thinking of all that he went through. I'm sorry, I say quietly as I touch his arm. It means the world to me that this fierce man is opening up to me and showing his vulnerability. That takes courage, probably even more than it takes for him to step into a cage and fight.
I came out of it okay,
he says with an offhanded shrug. I don't try to hide my admiration. You came out more than okay. You did rather well.
Thanks, Doc.
He grins. A few seconds later, he turns serious.
Tad and I went to high school together. He witnessed a fight where I got my clock cleaned.
He chuckles softly, a smile tipping his lips.
Tad took pity on me and introduced me to his brother Angel, who runs a gym. I learned how to fight, and the rest is history, as they say.
I wrinkle my nose, trying to fill in the gaps. When did you know you wanted to be an MMA fighter?
It kind of found me. After high school, I took some night school classes and learned computer skills. I took a job at a middle school keeping their computers running. In the meantime, I kept fighting, mostly because it's my therapy and I enjoy the sense of community and friendships at the gym.
His voice goes husky with emotion.
Those guys are like family to me. Eventually, word got out about my wins. A guy approached Angel, asking if I wanted to do an amateur fight. I did a series of them and won a few belts before going pro.
He chuckles.
All the years I spent fighting, Mom kept urging me to expand my brains so I would amount to something. That's why I went to night school.
He balls a fist and holds it up.
Who would have thought that I'd end up fighting my way to success in the end?
That's cool that you went to college and learned computer skills.
The Neanderthal can be taught.
You're gonna keep holding that over my head, aren't you?
Absolutely.
He laughs. It's okay. I deserve it. I wait a few seconds before prompting. Tell me about your ex-girlfriend. My words soak into the solitude of the night. I span the splendor of the dark, rippled water, only visible because of the lights from the ship. It's a bit awe-inspiring to know that we're a tiny speck in the middle of a vast sea.
Surprisingly, it's similar to your situation.
His words stoke my curiosity, especially considering the swift connection or understanding that ran through us yesterday when those shark reporters hounded Corbin about his breakup and the loss of his title. I felt his pain as if it were my own. I'm eager to hear the details. Really? How so?
Well, Sedona pursued me. She's an up-and-coming model. Tad wanted me to go to a party to network with some of the power players in our sport. I went and met Sedona.
Jealousy pinches my gut. She's a model, meaning that she's probably drop-dead gorgeous. If I had access to my phone or computer, I would have already looked her up. Now I'm left to the ravages of my imagination. Is she blonde and skinny, or is she dark-haired and curvy like me?
At first, I was leery of Sedona. Once I started winning, women came out of the woodwork.
Disgust coats his voice.
Everyone wants a piece of the champ.
That must be so hard. I purr. He turns to me, his expression serious.
It is. I have no idea if a woman actually wants me or if she's simply enamored with all the hype.
My words fly out before my brain can fully process what I'm saying. How do you know that I'm not with you for the hype? The laughter that rolls from his throat is as pure and bubbly as natural spring water.
You don't know the first thing about fighting, and you had no clue who I was when we first met.
True, I concede. I nudge his arm. Let the record state that I'm not with you for the fighting. A shudder runs through me. In fact, it gives me the heebie-jeebies to think of you in a cage and having to fight. It's so primitive. He laughs again.
You mean Neanderthal?
Yes, I punch out. My stomach knots. Do you really have to do the exhibition fight on New Year's Eve?
It's a walk in the park.
I think of something as I dip my head. Is your opponent on the ship? Is he also getting hounded by the reporters?
No, the panda is flying in the day of the fight.
I scrunch my nose, remembering my reaction when Jasper first told me who Corbin was fighting. What kind of name is the panda?
I'm not sure where the name came from.
He muses. curiosity niggling at me, I direct the conversation back to the part that I'm dying to know. So, you were with Sedona, and then what happened? I sense more than see him go tense.
Initially, I was drawn to Sedona because of her striking beauty.
Not just beauty, but striking beauty. It's my turn to tense up. What does she look like? I ask, making a point to keep my voice casual. He turns to me, a pleased smile filling his handsome face.
You're jealous.
No, I'm not. I scoff. I'm so glad we're in semi-darkness so he won't see that my face is burning. Who needs Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer when you've got me and my bright red cheeks?
You are,
he taunts.
It's okay. I get it.
His tone goes pouty.
I don't like hearing about Professor Wonderful.
A snigger sputters from my lips. I would hardly call Reed Professor Wonderful.
As I was going to say about Sedona, she's beautiful, but an empty shell. All she can think about is her social media followers or what outfit she's going to wear to the latest party.
He pushes out a soft grunt.
You can't imagine how refreshing it is to have a real conversation about something substantial.
You're pretty good at holding up your end of the conversation. And while we're making comparisons, I find it refreshing that you don't beat around the bush. I like your straightforward talk. His voice is rolled with amusement as he comes back with,
Well, that's good to know.
He winces.
I'd hate to have to cushion my tongue with some soft pillow diplomacy.
Laughter gurgles in my throat. Even after knowing you for a short period of time, I can safely say that it's not in your DNA to deliver anything other than plain speak.
Hey,
he counters.
You make me sound terrible.
It was a compliment, actually. He looks surprised.
Really?
Yeah, I sigh. With Reed, I was always trying to figure out his motivation. I grit my teeth. It drove me nuts that I could never get a clear read on him. That's why I appreciate you calling things as they are.
Thanks,
he says with genuine appreciation. I drive the conversation back to the topic that's still picking away at me, especially now that I have the image of her being strikingly beautiful seared into my brain. How did you and Sedona break up? He takes in another breath, clamping his lips together.
Like I said, the two of us were on different wavelengths. Our breakup was inevitable. We were both busy, me with the fighting and her with her modeling.
His voice hardens.
She was pressing me to propose.
Wow. I blink.
She broke up with me and started going out with the Hammer a week later. I suspect that she was seeing him behind my back, even before we called it quits.
He grunts in disgust.
It was her underhandedness that cut the most.
My voice goes soft and beseeching. Are you doing okay after the loss of your title? Corbin has certainly had his share of hard knocks.
As good as I can be.
He rubs a hand across his forehead.
The kicker is that I probably wouldn't have lost to the Hammer had I not been so furious with him and Sedona.
He shakes his head, his jaw turning razor sharp.
Sedona was at the title fight. We caught eyes right before. She threw me for a loop.
Because you still care about her. My voice sounds inestimably small in my own ears. They must have been serious if Sedona expected him to propose.
Yeah, I suppose I do still care, a little.
I nod in understanding as disappointment presses around me like a heavy coat. The instant the disappointment comes, I try to analyze the situation. Of course Corbin would still care about Sedona. They have a history together. The two of us only just met. It takes time to forge a lasting relationship. I can't just snap my fingers and pretend that Corbin and I don't have baggage from previous relationships. My analysis isn't working. What I'm feeling instead is something raw and primal. It cuts me to the quick to think of Corbin having romantic feelings for any woman other than me. God, that sounds so petty and ridiculous, considering that we just met, and that this is most likely just a cruise romance that will end when we reach our final port. A part of me wishes that we could suspend time and stay on this ship forever. He makes a face.
More than having residual feelings for Sedona, it was her betrayal that got me.
He barks out a short laugh.
It took me right back to the time when my dad left.
He rubs his neck.
There you go, Doc. I'll cut to the chase and do the psychoanalysis for you. I have major daddy issues.
Kudos to him for calling it out. Everything in me wants to put my arms around Corbin and speak soothing words to ease his pain. We all deal with issues of one sort or another. Emotion clogs my throat. Look at me. I'm so messed up that Skeet and Jasper took drastic measures to confiscate my phone and computer so I wouldn't succumb to old habits. He turns to me, his brows knitting.
Would you really go back to that jerk? You know he's just stringing you along.
I nibble on my lower lip. Yeah, in my heart of hearts, I do know that. It gives me no pleasure to admit it out loud. I hug my arms, peering out at the darkness. I hate that I've been so weak where Reed is concerned. I punch my words out with a vengeance. That I allowed him to have so much control over me.
So you wouldn't go back to him?
I turn to Corbin, offering up the most honest answer I can give. If you had asked me that question a day ago, I would have answered that I would consider giving Reed another chance.
No.
Now that I've met you, I'm starting to view things differently. A pleased smile overtakes his face.
That's good.
I guess. My hands go up into the air. I have no idea what will happen after the cruise is over. I don't think I would be good at a long-distance relationship, and I don't want to be one of those women who believes she can't find fulfillment unless she's in a romantic relationship. His eyes are soft as velvet as they probe mine.
Would it be a tragedy for us to be stronger together than we are apart?
I jerk as I consider his question. No? I suppose not. But isn't it naive to think that two people on opposite sides of the continental U.S. with completely different backgrounds could meet and then, whammo, just like that, they float off into the sunset together and live happily ever after? Smooth laughter flows from his throat.
There you go again, trying to define the relationship. My girl is the DTR queen.
DTR queen, I fume. Seriously?
Seriously.
He answers with such certainty that I can't muster up the words to defend myself. A second later, he flashes a disarming smile that obliterates my defenses. Then he takes my hand before pulling me into his arms.
Let's take it one step at a time.
Tears press a wall against my eyes. Okay, I squeak as I force a smile. Luckily, I'm able to tamp down my emotion with a couple of hard swallows. He cocks his head.
Do you hear that?
What? I strain my ears to pick up on what he's referring to.
Music,
He announces with such gusto that a real smile curls my lips.
You're pretty good at singing,
He continues.
How are you at dancing, Doc?
I don't hear any music, I counter. At that, he starts humming "I've Had the Time of My Life" softly into my ear. There are no guarantees as to how this will end. However, right now, I can't deny that it feels more right than anything I've felt in a very long time. One great thing about Corbin is that he knows how to buff off my rough edges and put me at ease. I chuckle as my apprehension slips away and dissipates into the inky stillness of the night. I can hold my own.
We're about to find out.
He takes my hand and twirls me around. Chapter 12. The next morning, persistent knocking at my door rouses me out of a deep slumber. I was having the best dream. Corbin and I were dancing under the moonlight. We talked until the wee hours of the morning, with the conversation flowing so effortlessly that it's as if we've known each other forever. Of course, we had to take a few breaks to get in some breathtaking kisses that simmered heat through my bones and made me want to melt into a puddle of sheer bliss. He kept trying to talk me into going out onto the bow of the ship to act out the Titanic flying thing, but I was too chicken. He teased me about it until I grew so exasperated that I socked him in the gut. His rock-hard abs did more damage to my knuckles than I did to him. He only laughed and teased me more. Oh, wait. It wasn't a dream. A contented smile curves my lips. It really happened. I didn't get back to my cabin until after 2 a.m. The knocking continues. I press my pillow over my ears. Go away, I need sleep. And I'd like to get back to my dream. Corbin and I were just getting to the kissing part. His lips were brushing against mine with a feathery persuasion that almost made me feel like I was flying. The infernal knocking is so loud that it rattles my bed. I moan as I twist myself around to the nightstand. Fumbling for my glasses, I slip them on and look at the alarm clock. It's a little after 6 a.m. My eyelids are weighted in lead, and I could swear I'd just laid my head on the pillow to go to sleep. The bed is so nice and soft, I could sink deep into the cushy mattress and sleep for a year, or at least a couple more hours. We're not heading out on an excursion today until 11. Corbin planned to go to the gym and get a workout. Skeet and Jasper will probably grab breakfast and do whatever suits their fancy until we're scheduled to meet up at 11. Open up, Skeet demands. Ugh, I might have known. Coming, I grumble as I throw back the covers and stumble to my feet. Raking my tangled hair out of my face, I pad over to the door and open it. Hey, Skeet begins, giving me a once-over. Sorry to wake you. Liar, I grumble. Jasper and I are headed to get some breakfast. Want to come along? Her cheerful voice grates on my sleep-deprived nerves. Do I look like I want to come along? We can wait while you get ready, she offers. The back of my hand goes over my mouth as I suppress a yawn. No, thanks. I'm gonna catch up on sleep. All I want to do is collapse into the bed and go back to sleep. She gives me a tentative look. Late night? What time did you get in? Are you checking up on me? My eyebrow slides up. Of all people, I would have thought you would be jumping for joy that I'm not sitting around and boo-hooing over Reed. Her eyes go wide. I'm thrilled you met Corbin. She makes a face. Why do you always have to be so cantankerous? I'm sorry. I sigh. I'm just tired. Her eyes zing with curiosity. Because you stayed out until 2 a.m.? Wow, that's late. Or early, I say practically, depending on how you look at it. She props a hand on her hip as a slow smile slides over her lips. It's good to see you doing so well. Thanks. Are we still planning to go on our excursion at 11? Yep, we are. I'll feel more human then. Because of yesterday's incident on St. Martin, the captain insisted on hiring a personal driver to take us around St. Kitts, and presumably to keep an eye on us to make sure we don't get into any more trouble. Skeet knits her brows and works her jaw like there's something she wants to tell me. What is it? I prompt, her features smooth. Nothing that can't wait until after you get some sleep, she says breezily. A tug of anxiety clutches my stomach as I search her face. Are you sure? My biggest worry is something going wrong at home with either Reed or Mom and Dad. Without my devices, I'll be the last to know what's going on. Yep, she throws me a buoyant smile. Get some rest. We can talk after you wake up. Are you sure? Absolutely. Her voice lifts. Hey, how about this? Jasper and I will coordinate with Tat and Corbin. We can meet you in the cafe around 10. That way you can eat something before we head out. I can read between the lines. You mean so that Jasper can eat before we leave? She laughs easily. You know your brother well. Yesterday he complained all day that he was starving. The guy is a bottomless pit. He is, I agree. Mom said her grocery bill got cut in half when Jasper moved out. I believe it, Skeet chuckles. A second later, she straightens to her full height. Okay, get some rest and we'll see you around 10. Sounds good. I give her an apologetic look. Sorry I'm such a bear this morning. I stifle another yawn. I'm just so tired. Too much partying with your MAM fighter, she teases. A grin tugs at my lips. MMA fighter. Her expression goes dubious. Huh? It's not worth explaining. I wave a hand. Never mind. See you around 10. I close the door, hurry back to bed, and go back to sleep. Several hours later, I make my way into the large cafe where food is served buffet style from morning until 9 p.m. I go over to a station serving eggs. I grab a small plate with 2 eggs over medium before moving to an area where I find fruit, toast, pastries, and several breakfast meats. After my plate is full, I meander through the cafe, looking for Skeet and Jasper. I find them sitting in a booth. Tat is with them. Both he and Jasper are chowing down on food. Skeet is munching on dry toast and picking at fruit and yogurt. Corbin is nowhere to be found. I'm surprised at the disappointment that coils my stomach. He'll be here soon, I hope. It would seem that I have it bad for Corbin Ledger. I slide into the booth beside Tat. Good morning, I chime to everyone as I unwrap my silverware and spread the napkin over my lap.
Good afternoon,
Jasper responds in a mocking tone. I stick my tongue out at him. In response, he scrunches up his face.
Did you get your beauty rest?
He taunts. I touch my hair and bat my eyelashes. Can't you tell? Not wanting to miss out on the opportunity of getting into the pristine Caribbean water, I opted to wear my glasses. Yesterday, during dinner, we kicked around the idea of going snorkeling, which I'm looking forward to. I look down at my plate, trying to decide what I want to eat first. I reach for a slice of crispy bacon and take a large bite. The savory saltiness tingles my tongue as I chew appreciatively before swallowing. Everyone commences eating. The conversation drifts from what activities we want to do in St. Kitts to Corbin's upcoming fight. Finally, when I can no longer handle not knowing, I ask, "Where's Corbin?" Tat glances around.
He should be here any minute.
A coy smile plays on his lips as he turns to me.
He's probably taking his time getting dressed after his workout, so he can look good for his new lady.
My face flames as I choke on my toast. I cough to clear my throat from the crumbs that went down the wrong pipe. Tears rush to my eyes as I reach for a glass of water and gulp it down.
You got her all worked up,
Jasper chuckles. I place the glass down and glare at Jasper, who's grinning like a goober.
Blakely's got a boyfriend,
he taunts. Put a sock in it, I growl as I kick him under the table. Ouch, Skeet yelps. Why did you kick me? She demands. My eyes fly open wide. Oops, that was meant for Jasper. I tried to kick sideways. Well, you didn't, she harumphs. I give her a sheepish look. Sorry.
No need to be embarrassed about being C's woman,
Tat counters.
It's a good thing.
I cringe inwardly at Tat's use of the word woman. It's like Corbin is a caveman who has claimed his possession. Normally, I would say something cheeky about it to put Tat in his place, but I get the feeling that Tat meant no disrespect. Rather, he's simply speaking in the manner that he knows. I turn to look at Tat. Just as I thought, he meant no harm. His expression is earnest.
You're good for C,
he continues.
I haven't seen him this happy in ages.
Really? I squeak. The idea that I make Corbin happy pleases me immensely. That's exactly the same thing I've been saying about Blakely, Skeet chirps, with a note of pride at having been right.
You're much better for him than Sedona ever was.
The edges of Tat's eyes and mouth harden.
I couldn't stand that diva and how she wielded so much control over C.
My body goes stone cold. I've only eaten a few bites of my food, but suddenly I'm no longer hungry. What type of control? I prompt, clenching my jaw. Tat's eyes go round as he shakes his head.
I'm sorry. Forget I said anything.
He turns his attention to his food. He's not getting off the hook that easily. What type of control? I demand. Jasper gives me a warning look.
Take it down a notch, sis.
Steel slips into my voice. Tat brought up the subject. I'm only asking him to expound on it. I pin Tat with a glare. What type of control? I ask a third time. Tat's shoulders slump in defeat.
Well, for starters, she was super needy and whiny, always wanting C to drop everything and go to one of her parties.
His eyes narrow with resentment.
I tried to tell C that she didn't care about him, but he was too wrapped up in her to listen. Sedona only wanted access to the fame.
He looks at me.
You're different. You care about my boy. For you, it's not about his celebrity status.
His voice quivers with fervor.
You're a good person.
Thanks, I say quietly, touched by his sincerity. His eyes shadow with pain.
It's like I told C. When you find a good woman, you gotta have enough sense to hold on to her for all it's worth.
He reaches for his glass and shakes it around to swirl the water and ice before draining the remainder of the liquid in a few noisy gulps. He sets the glass down with a plunk and wipes the water from his mouth with his hand. Skeet and I look at one another. Skeet has a big heart. No surprise, sympathy is radiating from her expression. "You lost someone you love," Skeet surmises, her voice gentle. Tad works his jaw as he looks away. The tightening of his shoulders suggests that he's trying to get a handle on his emotions. A few seconds later, he takes in a calming breath. His voice is coarse as he speaks.
Me and my lady had a misunderstanding, and she dumped me.
"That's rough," Jasper laments. "I'm sorry, man." Pressing his lips together, Tad acknowledges the comment with a curt nod. "Is there any way you could patch things up with her?" I ask.
"I don't think so,"
Tad answers sadly. He gives me a tight smile.
"This isn't about me. It's about you and C. The two of you have a good thing going."
He punches out his words with a breathy emphasis.
"Don't let the media or anyone else get in your way."
I blink. The media? I look at Jasper and Skeet, whose busted expressions let me know that something is up. My throat constricts. "What's going on with the media?" "Nothing that you can't handle," Skeet assures me in a screechy tone, the one she uses when she's sorely uncomfortable. "Jasper," I bark, "spill it."
"The news about you and Corbin is out,"
Jasper spits out. I fold my hands tightly in my lap. "Okay, I figured that would happen. Is there anything else?" I survey Jasper and Skeet. "What is it?" I growl when they remain silent. "Tell her," Skeet prompts, touching Jasper's arm.
"Word of you and Corbin has reached Comfort. Mom called this morning in a frenzy, wanting to know why you were sucking face with a guy you just met."
"What?" I squeak. My mind races to put the pieces together. Did she see the photo of Corbin kissing me in front of the shop? "Not exactly," Skeet answers. She and Jasper exchange looks. "Okay, then what?" I demand. Skeet turns and fishes her phone out of her purse. She scrolls through the screen and hands it to me. "There are a series of photos." The space around me expands and contracts in a hard punch that whooshes the breath out of my lungs. The pictures are of Corbin and me on the deck. In several of the photos, we're kissing. In others, we're dancing. There's one where we're standing by the railing and gazing into one another's eyes. How? I sputter. A shaft of anger stabs through me. "How dare they?" I fume, tears rush into my eyes. "We were alone last night."
"A reporter must have been lurking somewhere nearby,"
Tat mutters in disgust. "Last night was private, special, and now it has turned into a mockery." Unable to look at the pictures any longer, I hand Skeet's phone back to her. "What did Mom say?" I ask hoarsely, homing in on Jasper.
"She wanted to know about Corbin."
My voice rises. "What did you say?"
"That he's a great guy."
Jasper's volume matches mine.
"Geez Louise, I don't know why you're getting so upset about this. A reporter took a few pictures of you kissing, so what?"
Something clicks in my brain as I throw Skeet an accusing look. "This morning when you came to the door, you knew about the photos." "I did," she admits. "Your mom couldn't sleep. She got up in the wee hours of the morning, got online, and saw the news." I throw my hands into the air. Why didn't you tell me? Her eyes pop. You said you needed sleep. I knew if I told you the news, you'd be wide awake. I do the math. Comfort is on Central Time. We're on Atlantic Standard Time, 2 hours ahead. The reporter must have uploaded the pictures to the internet shortly after taking them. That's the only way they would have been posted in time for Mom to see them. The internet is so spotty on this ship that I'm surprised the reporter could get anything out. The shark probably has some premium plan. I ball my hand, my fingernails digging into my palm. Is Mom okay? I direct my question to Jasper. He holds up a hand and speaks in the voice of reason.
She's fine.
A crooked grin splits his lips.
She wants to know when she's gonna get to meet Corbin.
Really? Startled laughter tickles my throat as I curl my hand around my neck. He nods. What about Dad?
Dad's thrilled.
Why? Jasper's smile widens.
He's glad you're seeing a real man instead of a cream puff who goes around spouting off poetry.
He'd be surprised if he knew how often Corbin spouts off quotes, I retort. A hand rests on my shoulder.
Spouting off what?
Corbin asks, his voice laced with humor. I whirl around. How long have you been standing there? My heart skips a beat at the knowledge that he's here. Laughter swirls in his eyes.
Long enough to hear you throw me under the bus.
I wasn't throwing you under the bus, I protest. Who says it's a bad thing that you spout off quotes? He folds his arms over his chest.
Uh-huh,
he drawls.
You're digging yourself in deep, Doc.
He has on a navy t-shirt and swim trunks, with sunglasses perched in his messy hair. I take in the length of him, noting his tanned, lean legs and thong sandals. Good grief, even his feet are masculine. A goofy grin stretches over my face. Suddenly, I'm deliriously happy that Corbin is here. Our gazes meet and hold. The tenderness in his golden eyes is a powerful reminder of all that we shared the night before. Corbin slides into the booth beside me and drapes an arm around my shoulders. The movement is as casual as it is intimate. Heat fans my face. I look down to try and hide my reaction, but not before I see the smirk of amusement on Skeet's expression. What? I growl under my breath. That reporter was right, she says sweetly. Y'all do make a cozy picture. I turn to Corbin.
Sorry about that.
He winces. Anger comes rushing back with such a vengeance that it bubbles acid into my throat. It's not your fault. It's those infernal reporters. I grind my jaw. I can't believe one of them was spying on us. A dangerous edge seeps into Corbin's voice as his face goes a shade darker.
If I'd realized, I would have put a stop to it. I heard that your parents were in an uproar. I'm sorry.
My voice shoots up an octave. When did you hear about that?
This morning,
he answers, looking across the table.
Jasper and Skeet told me.
The corners of my mouth turned down. When did y'all have time to talk? This morning, during Jasper's first breakfast. Skeet makes a point of looking at Jasper's plate.
We're on vacation, Jasper counters. A man should be able to eat what he wants. Amen,
Tat chimes in. He picks up a slice of bacon from his plate and folds the entire thing up like an accordion before shoving it into his mouth.
Speaking of food, that looks good.
Corbin points to my plate.
May I?
He's so darn cute that I can't help but grin. Of course. I slide the plate over to him. He reaches for the fork I was using and digs in. Normally, I would put up a fuss about him eating after me, the whole germ thing. Then again, we've been swapping plenty of germs since we've met, so him eating after me is a moot point. Ribbons of warmth stir through me at the thought of those knock-your-socks-off kisses we shared last night. I have to fight the urge to fan my face. My thoughts turn back to the photos as I contemplate possible ramifications that could come from the news of Corbin and me spreading like wildfire. I was so focused on the pictures that I didn't even think to read the article. I home in on Jasper and Skeet as I punch out my next words. Exactly what did that reporter write about Corbin and me? I hate being in the dark. I fume. It's so frustrating to not have my phone or computer. I have no idea how this will affect my standing at the college. Or what Reed must be thinking, I add silently. You haven't gotten anything from the college, Skeet says in the calm tone of a mediator. Relief spills over me. That's good to know. I can only imagine what my colleagues must be thinking about all the buzz. I can see the headline now. I spread my hand and scan it across the air as if displaying an imaginary banner. Professor of Psychology goes wild on Caribbean cruise. Skeet rolls her eyes. I would hardly think sharing a few kisses can be considered going wild. Jasper goes into big brother mode as he eyes Corbin and me. That is all that's happening here, right? He points at Corbin. Don't make me hurt you, choir boy. I know my brother well enough to detect the layer of seriousness behind his good old boy drawl. An incredulous giggle rises in my throat. Seriously? You're threatening Corbin? Somehow I don't think a fight between you and Corbin would end well on your behalf. I don't know, Tat muses. The fireman is tough. I'll bet he can hold his own. Jasper thrusts out his chest and grins like a moron. Corbin puts down his fork. His eyes sparkle with a wicked glint as he turns to me. At the risk of getting pounded by your older brother, should we come clean now and tell the truth? My jaw drops. We are telling the truth, I counter as I shove his arm. All we've done is kiss. I give him a scorching look. Right? That's our story and we're sticking to it, he chimes as he picks up a slice of bacon and munches on it. Y'all know what kind of person I am. I snip, my cheeks flaming like they've been lit with a match. My glasses fog up. I don't dare make a spectacle of myself by taking them off to clean them. They'll just have to clear up on their own. Tat holds up both hands in defeat, grinning like a possum. I'm just an innocent bystander. I point a finger, moving it between Jasper and Skeet. These two know that I would never do anything to embarrass myself or my family. I straighten in my seat. I'm a good, upstanding person, I say stiffly. I don't take relationships lightly, and that includes kissing. Corbin slips an arm around my shoulders. I try to wiggle out of his grasp, but he holds me fast. We're just yanking your chain, he utters in my ear. I whip around to him as my voice goes high. Why are you tormenting me? A boyish grin streaks across his face. Because you're so quick to rise to the bait. His eyes soften a smidgen. And you're so dang cute when you're angry. I grunt in partial amusement as I remove his arm from my shoulders. Corbin looks around the table and proclaims, Let the record state that all we've been doing is kissing. He turns to me, his eyes moving to my lips. Lots of long, slow, and thorough kissing, he murmurs. Gah, now my face is on fire. Stop, I wail. This is as bad as being 13 years old and getting taunted by my first crush. Laughter erupts from around the table. I look at Skeet, whose hand is covering her mouth to stifle her sniggering. Jasper shakes his head in admiration.
You're good,
He says to Corbin.
It's not often that I get to watch my brainiac sister squirm on the hot seat.
Hey, I protest. What is this, the Roastin' Blakely hour? I jerk around to Corbin. My glasses slip as I push them back up on my nose. Thankfully, the fog cleared on its own. Okay, funny guy, there'll be no more kisses for you. I jut out my chin, eyes shooting daggers.
Come on, Blakely,
He begins in an easy tone.
you don't mean that.
He thrusts out his lower lip in a pout, giving me a puppy dog eye look. You'd better believe I mean it, Buster, I snap. He just shakes his head and laughs. Then he has the audacity to lean into my personal space.
We'll take this up later,
He murmurs, his golden eyes deepening to a vivid jade. The husky promise in his tone circles anticipation around my spine. In your dreams, I snip. More steam covers my glasses. How annoying. If I had known Corbin was going to torment me all day, I would have opted to wear my contacts, even if it means that I won't be able to snorkel or swim. Corbin's cocky grin is proof that he loves getting a rise out of me. He turns his attention to the group as he holds up a hand, the volume of his voice going up a notch.
In all fairness, I should clarify that I never kissed Blakely.
Just what is he trying to pull? I give him a look that could kill. He's not affected by my outrage in the least. His expression remains deadpan.
Too late to back out of that one, bro,
Jasper drawls.
Evidence of your deeds are all over the internet.
Ugh, just what I needed, to be reminded of my predicament. After the fun and games of the cruise are over and done, I'll have to go home and face the townsfolk, Reed, and my colleagues.
It's true,
Corbin counters, his voice rolled in innocence.
I never kissed Blakely.
He turns to me, his eyes brimming with such merriment that I can't help but chuckle. I can't wait to hear this one. He pauses for dramatic effect before exclaiming,
She kissed me.
A chortle slurps up my throat. At the same time, Skeet giggles, Jasper hoots, and Tat chuckles. Ha ha, I say dryly. Corbin slides his arm around my shoulders again.
You know you love me,
he says casually. I stiffen momentarily at the word love, but then realize it was merely an expression. After we all settle back down, I motion at the remaining food on Corbin's plate. You've had your fun. Now you need to finish eating so we can meet our driver on time.
Yes, ma'am,
he clips in mock solemnity as he removes his arm and continues eating. A few minutes later, when the plate is clear, he pushes it back and touches his stomach.
That hit the spot. What's on the agenda for the day?
Tat asks. We talked about finding a good spot to go snorkeling, I answer.
Sounds good.
Corbin shrugs.
Anyone know anything about St. Kitts?
Normally, I would have scouted out some good areas for us to go, but since someone confiscated my phone and computer, I suppose we'll have to ask our driver the best places to go. I make a point of looking at Skeet, whose cheeks are stained with pink.
Wait a minute. I thought you were going to give Blakely back her phone,
Corbin says. This is news to me. I turn and give Corbin a questioning look. Then I look at Skeet, who's blinking fast like her eyelashes are trying to take flight. What's going on here? Have y'all been talking about me behind my back? I get my answer a second later when I see Skeet's guilty expression. She reaches for her napkin and begins fiddling with it. I turn to Corbin. You've been trying to talk Skeet into giving me back my phone and computer?
I have,
He answers resolutely. This is a turn of events I never would have expected. Why? He sits back in his seat, his expression turning serious.
because you're perfectly capable of making your own decisions about who you want to be with.
I can tell that Corbin firmly believes that given the choice, I'll pick him. Will I? Right this minute, I would answer that with a resounding yes. However, the practical side of me questions how I'll feel when I get back home. The painful truth of the matter is that I'm not sure what I'll do. Too much is up in the air. No, I don't want to be Reed's fallback girl. I'm sick of him using me. However, I don't know that I'm ready to jump into a long-distance relationship with Corbin. The chemistry between us is electric, and we connect emotionally and intellectually. But will our closeness wane when we are back in the real world? I'm not sure how I'll navigate his celebrity status, which includes the constant hounding of reporters. Maybe I'll just swear off men altogether, take some time to focus on myself. Who am I kidding? I don't want to be away from Corbin Ledger. Not for 1 minute. Corbin gives me a smile of encouragement.
You've got strength stored away in that feisty body of yours which you haven't even begun to tap into yet.
Thanks, I utter quietly. I'm not sure if Corbin is right, but I certainly appreciate the vote of confidence. I look at Skeet with a raised eyebrow. Did you hear that?
I did,
she answers warily. But you don't believe it, I fire back. Of course she doesn't. It's written all over her face. The edges of her eyes tighten. I know that Corbin means well. She offers him a sympathetic smile. But he doesn't know you like I do. She crushes the napkin in her fist. My spine goes stiff. What's that supposed to mean? Skeet moistens her lips. You're getting stronger. Corbin has been great for you. She pauses. But I don't think you're ready to get thrown back into the fire just yet. I rock back as the meaning of her words hits me square between the eyes. My voice goes razor sharp. Give me my phone. Obviously, Reed has been texting or calling. What sort of messages has he been leaving? Curiosity gnaws at my insides. Eyes sparkling with defiance, Skeet lifts her chin. No, we have a deal. You'll get your devices back when I think you're good and ready, not a moment before. She clips. See what I have to put up with, I mutter, turning to Corbin. Something in his pensive expression tightens my gut. What? I question.
You really do have it bad for the professor.
He muses with a wounded expression. Not any worse than you have it for Sedona, I blurt. Gah, that came out sounding petty and jealous. His face falls.
Where did that come from?
I jut my thumb at Tat. Corbin throws him a hard look.
What have you been telling her? Only that I didn't like how you let Sedona lead you around by the nose,
he mutters. Corbin takes in a breath and lets it out slowly. When he speaks, his voice is calm and reasoning.
We both have a past, which we have been open about.
I nod my agreement. The muscles in his jaw flick as he continues.
We're moving on from our mistakes.
He searches my face.
Right?
Right. He studies me with such intensity that I wonder if I'll melt under his scrutiny. Finally, his expression relaxes.
Okay.
Okay, I repeat, grateful that the tension between us has eased. It occurs to me that I've been trying so hard to get us to define our relationship moving forward. However, that's not exactly fair considering I still haven't sorted out my feelings for Reed. How do I feel about Reed? There are so many loose ends in my life that it's impossible for me to reach a definitive conclusion. All I know is this. I feel blissfully alive when I'm with Corbin, and I don't want our time together to come to an end. That has to count for something, right? Corbin turns his attention to Skeet.
The only way that Blakely can put closure on her past is to face it.
His words hold significance as he continues.
When the dust settles, I want to know that she's with me because I'm her first choice, not because you're shielding her from going back to a mistake.
My breath catches in my throat. I turn to Corbin, my eyes going moist. I'm still working through my past, I admit hoarsely.
I get that, he acknowledges. I'm still working through my past, too.
Disappointment coats my throat as I swallow. He still has feelings for Sedona. I can't exactly fault him for that. God, my feelings are all over the place. One minute I'm fretting over how I might or might not feel about Reed. The next I'm fretting over Corbin still being hung up on Sedona. I've never considered myself to be a wishy-washy person, but at this rate, I might have to reevaluate that opinion. Corbin reaches for my hand and squeezes it, his gaze holding mine.
One day at a time.
One day at a time, I repeat as my glasses fog up again. This time I'm grateful for the barrier. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and then we're entering a brand new year. Ironic, considering that January 1st is the fateful day when I'll be forced to part ways with Corbin, at least until he visits Comfort.
Corbin makes a good point,
Jasper says to Skeet.
The only way Blakely will know her own mind is if you put the ball in her court. Maybe you should give her back her phone and computer.
I will, Skeet snips. She eyes me with stubborn determination. When she's ready. Chapter 13. Isn't this exciting? Skeet throws me a sidelong glance. Sure, I respond tonelessly. I never thought I'd be this excited about a fight, she squeals. Excitement is not the word I would use to describe what I'm experiencing right now. Snorkeling on St. Kitts yesterday was exciting, sublime. This is something entirely different. My stomach is heaving like I'm trapped in the spin cycle of a washing machine, and it's all I can do to hold down the dinner I just ate. As worked up as I am, one would think that I'm the one about to fight rather than Corbin. I push out a soft grunt. He's probably cool as a cucumber right now. The exhibition fight is being held in an event area on the third deck of the ship. As Skeet, Jasper, and I, along with hordes of other people, make our way down to the lower deck, my stomach drops every time the boat lurches. Several announcements over the intercoms have warned that we're traveling in rough seas tonight. I've felt the floor shift subtly under my feet a few times when I was on the upper decks. However, down here it's so brutal that I can hardly walk straight, especially in these skyscraper heels. I smooth my moist hands over my dress and remind myself to stand up straight and hold my stomach in. After all, I never know when one of those wretched reporters will snap a photo. Earlier today, Skeet and I were lounging by the pool when we spotted a man snapping pictures. Corbin assures me that things will settle down once we get off the cruise ship.
Right now, we're all they have to focus on,
he explained. I sure hope he's right, because I don't like living in a fishbowl. Will the reporters follow me home to comfort? I shudder at the thought. The floor tilts, knocking me off balance. I stumble as Jasper catches my arm to steady me.
Easy, sis.
Thanks. He gets a good look at my face and gawks.
Are you okay? You're green around the gills.
The rough waters are getting to me, I'm afraid. Skeet cuts her eyes at Jasper.
It's not the rough waters. She's worried that Corbin will get his clock wound in the fight.
A chortle bubbles in my throat. At the same instant, Jasper doubles over laughing.
What?
Skeet asks, perplexed. Jasper encircles Skeet's waist with his arm.
I think you mean clock cleaned, hun, not wound.
He looks at me, his eyes zinging with amusement.
Oh,
she laughs hesitantly, her cheeks turning red.
You'll know what I meant,
she blusters. We do, I sigh with an affectionate smile. Skeet's mix-up helped to take the edge off. I needed that.
You don't need to worry about Corbin,
Jasper assures me.
This is a walk in the park for him. It's an exhibition fight.
I know, that's exactly what Corbin told me. A shudder runs through me as I rub my arms. Still, I'll be glad when it's over. Smile, Skeet chirps as a smile stretches over her lips. I turn in the direction Skeet is looking to see a woman taking pictures of us. Let's go, I growl as we continue toward the entrance. We wait our turn in line. When we reach the front, we show our tickets to an usher, whose eyes go wide when he realizes that we have front row seats.
If you'll wait here, I'll have someone escort you to your seats,
he says cordially.
VIP treatment,
Jasper drawls.
I like it.
A few seconds later, a girl in her mid-20s approaches. Gracefully, she motions with her hand. This way, please. The heat of numerous eyes ping us with interest as we follow behind the girl. The ship heaves as I stagger, and then quickly regain my footing. I'll be so glad when the fight is over, and when we can get to a higher deck. It has been a long, boring day without Corbin. I saw him briefly this morning over breakfast before he, Tat, and Jasper left to go to the gym. Jasper was elated to be able to help Corbin get ready for the fight. Rather than venturing off to St. Lucia on our own, Skeet and I opted to hang out on the ship. We got spa treatments and lounged by the pool, soaking up sun. Several times I tried to broach the topic of which texts I received, but Skeet wouldn't even throw me a crumb. She kept reiterating that I would get my phone back soon enough. Then she asked me something that threw me for a loop. Are you sure you want your phone back? Of course, I retorted. She made a point of lowering her sunglasses and throwing me a superior look. You sure about that? You're enjoying spending time with Corbin. Once you open up your phone, you'll be forced to decide what to do about Reed. You should be thanking me for giving you space away from your problems. I never thought about it that way. No, I'm not ready to sift through my feelings concerning Reed. Still, Skeet's words have me curious. What in the heck has Reed been texting? Here we are, the girl announces in a cheerful tone. The sight of the octagon-shaped cage made of chain-link fencing coated in black vinyl churns my stomach. Corbin will get into that cage and fight. If someone would have told me a week ago that I'd be waiting for my quasi-boyfriend to come out and fight in a cage, I would have laughed hysterically. And yet here I am. The second I get seated, the girl touches my arm. "Ma'am, I have been asked to escort you backstage." "Me?" I squeak, touching my chest. I clasp my hands in my lap. Maybe I'll just wait here."
Go on back, sis,
Jasper urges with a teasing grin.
your man wants to see you before the fight.
My man? Seriously? Couldn't you just say that Corbin wants to see me? What is it with guys and their tough talk? He gives me a gentle shove.
Quit your yapping and go.
Fine, I grumble as I rise to my feet. The second I stand up, the floor moves. Great, more walking in these impossibly high heels with the ship weaving. Intensely conscious of people watching, I follow the girl to the back. She directs me down a hall to a nondescript door. She knocks twice before twisting the knob and pushing the door open. "Go on in." She smiles. I step into a lounge area that includes a sectional sofa, ottoman, and an enormous flat-screen TV. Corbin and Tat are sitting in folding chairs off to the side. Facing one another, Corbin is sitting normally, whereas Tat has the chair turned around backwards and is straddling the back. Corbin is shirtless and wearing compression shorts. He's barefooted and his hands are taped up and ready to go. I can't help but gawk at his fabulous muscles, even though I've seen him shirtless while we were at the beach.
Hello,
Corbin begins with a smile that stretches from ear to ear. "Hey," I say softly. Tat removes his legs from the chair and stands.
this is my cue to leave.
He raises a fist.
What's it gonna be tonight? Guts or stupidity? A little of both.
Corbin grins. They clasp hands in a firm grip. With a single forcible shake, they quickly let go. I get the feeling that I'm watching an oft-repeated routine.
You've got this.
Tat winks. He struts a few steps, then pauses when he gets next to me.
Take good care of my man.
"I will," I say, even though I'm not quite sure what his statement means. Corbin rises from his seat and looks me up and down with open appreciation that pumps blood faster through my veins.
You look great,
he murmurs. "Thanks," I say softly. Not wanting to have to wear the red dress again, I went shopping at a boutique on the ship and paid an exorbitant amount for this sleek black dress that hugs my curves. Even Albany, with all her fashion prowess, would faint if she knew how much it cost. Having Corbin look at me this way brings home the fact that it was worth every last cent. He crosses the distance between us in quick, sure strides. In a swift movement, he pulls me into his arms and gives me a long, thorough kiss on the mouth. I get lost in the rapturous demands of his lips as I rest my palms against his hard chest muscles. Having his strong arms around me and being pressed against his bare skin infuses me with a sizzling energy that zigzags through my entire body. All traces of the nausea have vanished, leaving me rejuvenated. When the kiss is over, he draws back and looks down at me. I take in the chiseled lines of his face, taking note of the hairline scar on his chin, and how his nose is slightly crooked. Trepidation flutters through me. I don't want him to get hurt. 1, because I care, and 2, because it would be a shame to damage his incredible face. I peer into his eyes, which are greener than gold tonight. His prominent brow is shadowed with a warrior-like intensity that screams fierce. His gaze is as sharp and probing as ever, missing nothing.
How you holding up?
Fine. I force a smile, but I can't stop tears from rushing to my eyes. The corners of his lips turn down.
Hey, what's this?
His voice is so achingly tender that it melts through me as he releases my waist. He raises his wrapped hands to my wet cheeks and clumsily uses his thumbs to wipe at my tears. A hoarse cackle escapes my throat. "I'm sorry," I say miserably. "You must think I'm a nut job. This may be a walk in the park for you, but it's all new to me, and I'm terrified for you." He blinks in surprise, and then something happens that throws me for a loop. His eyes go moist. He swallows, his Adam's apple zipping up and down.
Wow, that might just be the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
I laugh through my tears. "Now you're getting emotional. Aren't we the pair?" He gives me a meaningful look.
Yes, we are.
The possessive tone of his voice wraps me in silky euphoria. Then I remember why we're here and what he's about to do. My stomach clutches. "About the fight."
You don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine.
A surge of anger shoots through me. "You don't know that. You're fighting some guy named the Panda in a cage. Anything could happen."
I've got this.
He says emphatically as he takes hold of my arms.
You've got to trust me on this. It's what I do.
A quirky grin lifts a corner of his mouth.
As it so happens, I'm quite good at it.
I have no doubt. I take in a quick breath to get a handle on my erratic emotions. It's not just the fight that has me tied in knots. It's also the knowledge that I'll have to say goodbye to Corbin tomorrow. In an impossibly short period of time, he has captured a very large piece of my heart, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. His tone goes placating.
How about this? I'll keep the fight short and sweet.
I eye him with wariness. What do you mean?
I'll end it before the first round is over.
How can you make that promise? I bunch my brows. You're going up against an opponent and have no idea what he'll do. His eyebrows shoot up in amusement.
It's not what he'll do, but what I'll do that counts.
A snicker ripples through my throat. You are cocky, choir boy. He leans close and utters in a low, throaty tone.
Sometimes it pays to be cocky. It got me you, didn't it?
I suppose it did.
See?
He flashes a smug grin.
Cockiness pays dividends.
This time I can't hold back my laughter. It flows out in a long, cathartic string that makes me light enough to float. Corbin laughs with me.
What's so funny?
He asks, his shoulders shaking. You know, I'm not really sure, I admit. I suppose I just needed a release from all the tension. His gaze lowers to my lips.
There are lots of ways to release tension.
Warmth stirs through me as I give his chest a playful shove. So, you're gonna win the fight before the end of round 1.
Sure am.
I'm both impressed and intrigued by his bold confidence. How can you be so sure? He cocks his head as if collecting his thoughts. I motion toward a sectional sofa. Would you like to sit down?
No can do. I've got to stay in the zone, keep myself revved up.
A grin tips his lips.
So I can win.
He takes my hand and twirls me around before dipping me back. When he lifts me up, I look him in the eye. I'm distracting you. He doesn't skip a beat.
You're worth it.
I go back to my earlier question. What makes you so sure you're going to win? A peculiar light touches his eyes. Tell me, I implore, sensing that I'm about to uncover a nugget that will help me understand what makes Corbin Ledger tick. I'm hungry to learn everything I can about him.
You really want to know?
I do.
Okay, let me see if I can explain it.
He motions to a folding chair.
Do you want to sit down?
Nah, I'll stand. He begins talking with his hands.
It's like this. There's always a point in the fight when everything comes together. My vision sharpens and I see the situation clearly with no flaws. For one breath of a moment, a calm assurance comes over me, and I know that everything will be okay.
A faint, self-deprecating smile touches his lips.
I'm sure that sounds ridiculous.
Actually, no. What you're describing is a sort of paragon or acme. He makes a face.
Really? You think so?
You don't agree? There's the slightest trace of amusement in his voice.
I always thought of paragon as more of a model or example of excellence, and acme is the pinnacle of something.
He's right, and I can tell that it thrills him to set the doctor straight. I don't mind him giving me pushback. In fact, I rather like it. It's stimulating. How can he be so boyishly cute and so dang handsome at the same time? The Neanderthal knows his vocabulary words. Impressive.
I call the experience finding my sweet spot,
he says proudly. A psychology term I know well. I hold up a finger. It was my understanding that the term refers more to a self-actualization exercise where you find that optimal spot rather than intuition. His mellow laughter cuts me off short. What? I demand. He holds up one hand and then the other as if balancing imaginary platters on his palms.
You know the saying about tomato. Is it tomato or tomato?
He finishes in an Italian accent. His beautiful eyes zing with a challenge.
It's my sweet spot.
I shake my head, grinning. Your sweet spot, huh?
Yep.
I tip my head like I'm giving his words some heavy consideration. Okay, sweet spot it is. He rewards me with a bold smile.
I knew you'd eventually come around, he taunts. Are you impressed by my intellect?
A chortle clips my throat. Supremely impressed.
The Neanderthal likes to read and dance.
In fluid movements, he does a couple of dance moves before hopping lightly from one foot to the other. Okay, Channing Tatum, better save that energy for the ring. Cage. He makes a face.
Channing Tatum? You're comparing me to him again?
I roll my eyes. It was a compliment. Channing Tatum is a great dancer, and so are you. I don't risk embarrassing myself by pointing out that it's not only Corbin's similar experience, which reminds me of Channing, but also his raw masculinity and blunt personality. His expression glows with pleasure.
You think I'm a good dancer?
Don't let it go to your head. He just chuckles.
Speaking of dancing, are you still up for the New Year's Eve party tonight?
Of course, I wouldn't miss it, I say softly. Time is trickling away. I want to hold on to every second that Corbin and I have together. My stomach tightens. Should we talk about what happens tomorrow?
Well, I have that press conference at 10 a.m.
His expression turns hopeful.
After that, I was thinking that I could go with you to the airport.
I'd like that, I say, trying not to gush over how considerate it is of him to accompany me to the airport, even though he doesn't fly out until the following day. The moment slows as our eyes catch. Do I dare bring up the topic of what happens after we part ways and go home? I need something to hold on to, something that will help me believe that maybe we can make a long-distance relationship work. Tat sticks his head in the door and circles his finger.
Time to wrap it up.
My heart lurches at the same time excitement brims in Corbin's eyes.
Wish me luck.
You don't need luck. You've got skills, right? My voice matches the intensity building inside me as I grit my teeth. I need to know that you have skills.
Right, skills. I have them,
he asserts with such bravado that I can't help but laugh. A couple of beats pass before he searches my face.
So, are you gonna cheer me on? Be the Adrian to my Rocky?
No, Adrian, and no Rocky, I balk. But I will cheer you on. A resplendent smile tips his lips.
That's all I needed to hear. I'll make it quick. First round,
he promises.
See you on the other side.
He touches my cheek before sauntering away with the jaunty step of a champion. He pauses at the door, turns back, and winks. The girl who led me into the room reappears and escorts me back to my seat. From the way Tat acted, I expected the fight to take place soon after Corbin left me. However, we wait 20 or so minutes before a middle-aged announcer dressed in a black suit, black tie, and black shirt steps into the cage, holding a cordless microphone. In a deep, booming voice incongruent with his lanky body, he says,
Welcome to the exhibition fight between former light heavyweight division champion Corbin Ledger, the choir boy from Compton, and Michael Andrew, the panda. They'll be fighting 3 5-minute rounds.
Thunderous applause breaks out. I clap along with everyone else as the announcer rattles off both fighters' height, weight, and fighting records.
Ew,
Skeet scrunches her face. It would be horrifying to have your weight rattled off in such a public fashion. Only you would be worried about that, I chuckle. It's dreadful, Skeet says with a shudder. I don't think guys see it that way. The lights go dim as strobe lights flash around the arena. The crowd goes wild with anticipation. Then the music starts. My eyes nearly bug out of my head when I hear the twangy lyrics of the country song that has a gospel message. An incredulous giggle rises in my throat as I turn to Skeet, who's also laughing. He is called the choir boy, Skeet points out. I guess it makes sense that he would choose that song. I look over and spot Corbin striding up the aisle. He's the picture of a confident warrior with his chiseled features and die-hard expression. If I were the panda, I certainly wouldn't want to go up against the choir boy from Compton. Attraction warms me to my toes as I soak in his tall, lithe frame and how his muscles move so effortlessly beneath his tanned skin. It's awe-inspiring to think that I know this larger-than-life celebrity intimately enough to share those long, slow, thorough kisses that energize my blood and curl my toes. My cheeks go hot just thinking about the kiss that Corbin and I shared a short while ago in his prep room, or whatever that lounge area was called. I can certainly see how people could get swept up by his celebrity status. No wonder Corbin has a hard time deciphering which of his relationships are real. While I'm impressed with this production, my interest in Corbin Ledger in no way hinges on his fighting abilities. In fact, it would suit me just fine if Corbin never had to step into the cage again. However, I get that it's who Corbin is. I could feel the excitement buzzing off him like a summer electrical storm when he realized it was almost time to fight. I can't separate Corbin's fighting from him any more than he could separate my love of psychology from me. I suppose I'll have to take the whole package, long distance and all.
Wow, he's something to behold. Skeet murmurs in my ear. No wonder you're so moon-swept over him. I wrinkle my nose. Is moon-swept even a word? I haven't the foggiest. I only wish Albany and Penn were here to see this, Skeet continues. I nod, only half listening. Tension crackles through me as I straighten in my seat and swallow the tightness in my throat. Please let Corbin come through this unscathed, I pray. When he steps into the cage, he goes over to his corner where Tat and another man I haven't seen before are waiting for him, on the other side of the chain-link fence. Light on his bare feet, Corbin shifts around and pumps his gloved fists while waiting for the panda to come out. Another song starts. This one is a rap song. I crane my neck to see the panda headed to the cage. He's coming from the opposite direction of where Corbin made his entrance. A shiver runs through me. The guy is as formidable as Corbin, with his taut, muscled body and strong jaw set in stone. I understand at once why he's called the panda. His snow-white skin is a stark contrast to his closely cropped, coal-black hair and mustache. He observes the crowd through squinted eyes that are hooded by dark, bushy brows. Even though the panda is roughly the same height and weight as Corbin, his frame is slightly larger, making me wonder if he had to lose weight to be in the light heavyweight category. Corbin, on the other hand, doesn't strike me as being concerned about his weight. I would venture to say that he's naturally the size he is, especially since he described himself as being gangly as a kid. Corbin has simply filled out his frame now that he's an adult. The panda steps into the cage and lifts a glove to the audience, like he's ready to do some damage. My gaze travels to Corbin to gauge his reaction to his opponent. I'm startled when I realize that instead of looking at the panda, he's looking at me. Our eyes meet as he gives that boyish grin I'm coming to love. He is calm as can be. A smile quivers over my lips. I laugh when he lifts his glove to me. I can almost picture him shouting, "Adrian!" The announcer leaves the cage and a stoutly built referee with a bald head and a salt-and-pepper goatee takes his place. Corbin and the panda wait in their respective corners. The announcer gives the ref an introduction from where he's standing, just outside the cage. A few seconds later, the referee looks from one fighter to the other. Stretching out his arms to each of them, he clips out an abrupt, "Let's go fight, gentlemen." He steps back as Corbin and the panda come forward and touch gloves in a show of good sportsmanship. They dance around light-footed as each tries to gain the advantage. They punch at one another lightly for the first several seconds, as if testing the waters. Then, in a flash, Corbin lunges forward and lands a two-sequence punch to the panda's face. The panda punches back, going for Corbin's face, but Corbin neatly blocks his attempt. Around and around they go, punching one another's gloves. From this viewpoint, it looks as if Corbin and the panda are tapping gloves to the beat of some song that only they can hear. I gasp when Corbin suddenly hauls off and kicks the panda in the head. "Ouch," Skeet says. A few punches later, the panda kicks Corbin in the shin. I wince, but it doesn't seem to faze Corbin. The two trade blows as they dance around, shifting on their feet, each trying to gain the advantage. The panda charges and grabs Corbin in a clench. He holds him around the waist as Corbin tries to break free. All the while, the two keep punching one another. Corbin breaks free. Just when I breathe a sigh of relief, the panda goes low and lunges.
Holding Corbin around the waist, he pushes him into the fence, trying to take him to the ground. Corbin fights to stay on his feet, but the panda takes him down to the ground. The two are now in an all-out wrestling match. The panda gets on top of Corbin and pins him down. Corbin writhes to get out from under the hold, punching the panda in the face the entire time. My stomach twists. It's not looking good for Corbin. He was so sure that he would win and that it would all be over by the end of round 1. The panda holds his position, and for several long, agonizing seconds, Corbin is stuck. In a flash, the scene changes. Corbin wraps his ankles around the panda's head. He twists his body to where he's now on top of the panda. Somehow, don't ask me how, Corbin holds the panda in a headlock while using his body to pin him against the mat. The panda tries to break out of the hold, but Corbin is too strong. He punches the panda in the face and gives him a few elbows to the mouth. The panda's face is deep red, making me fear that he'll pass out. His arms flail before falling down loosely by his side as Corbin holds him fast. I look at the clock overhead. Only 20 seconds left in the round. The referee crouches down to assess the situation. Just when I don't see how the panda can stand the pressure any longer, he taps Corbin's arm twice. Corbin releases him and springs to his feet, pumping his fists in the air. Thunderous applause breaks out as the announcer yells, "Victory by submission goes to the choir boy from Compton. The panda has tapped out." Corbin looks at me and winks before turning his attention to the panda, who has now gotten to his feet. Corbin goes over and touches the panda on the arm and says something to him. The panda shakes his head and grins as he and Corbin bump fists. Skeet whips around, her voice pitching high. "Did Corbin just wink at you?" "He did." I chuckle. I look down and realize that I've been squeezing my hands so tightly that they hurt. I release the tension, noting the deep crescent imprints my fingernails left in my palms. Now that the fight is over, I can finally relax. My shoulders ache from the stress. Jasper looks over at me with a smug, "See, what did I tell you? A walk in the park." "Yeah, a walk in the park," I repeat with a shaky laugh. Heaven help me when Corbin eventually goes up against an opponent of equal caliber in a title fight. Chapter 14. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Corbin and I chant in unison as applause breaks out across the dance floor. He pulls me into his arms as we share a long kiss that stokes heat through my veins.
"Okay," Jasper taunts several minutes later. "You've given the reporters their show. Time to break it up before you cause too much of a ruckus."
"Oh, let them have their fun," Skeet shushes. Corbin and I pull our lips apart. He keeps his arms planted firmly around my waist as I slide my hands around his neck. I glance around at the people crowded onto the dance floor. You know what? I haven't given those ruthless reporters a second thought since we got to the party. Let them take their pictures.
"Amen,"
Corbin pipes in. Jasper yawns.
"Well, folks, it's past my bedtime."
"He's afraid he's going to turn into a turnip now that it's after midnight," Skeet teases. Seeing the surprised expression on Corbin's face bubbles a giggle in my throat. "She means pumpkin." "Pumpkin, turnip, what's the difference?" Skeet argues as she twirls her hand. Jasper chuckles.
"This one needs some rest."
He places his arm around Skeet's waist and pulls her into the curve of his shoulder. "I do need rest," Skeet agrees. "It has been a busy evening." Her hand goes over her mouth as she suppresses a yawn. "How about y'all? Are you staying out a little longer?" Corbin and I exchange glances. Our last night together is precious, and neither of us is ready for it to come to an end.
Yeah, we'll stay out a little longer,
Corbin answers for us. He releases my waist and takes my hand, lacing his fingers through mine. We turn to face Skeet and Jasper.
That was some fight,
A guy says as he steps up to Corbin.
You're the real deal, man. Thanks,
Corbin says graciously.
You mind if we get a selfie?
The guy asks.
Sure.
Corbin releases my hand and allows the guy to step next to him and snap the picture.
Thanks, man,
the guy says as he shakes hands with Corbin. That's how it has been all evening at the New Year's Eve party. People offering congratulations and asking to take a selfie. I suppose that's the price of fame. I'm so ready to get Corbin all to myself. This ship is starting to feel impossibly small with all the reporters and fans. Skeet squeezes Jasper's arm as silent information passes between them. A second later, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out my phone. My chest tightens as I look first at the phone, then at Skeet. It's like I'm seeing Pandora's box. Now I'm supposed to open it with Corbin watching? A large smile fills her face and she exclaims exuberantly, "You're finally ready." Am I? Jasper places the phone in my palm.
The ball's in your court now, sis.
I turn to Corbin, who's watching me carefully, his expression unreadable. Thanks, I say lightly as I curl my hand around the phone. Skeet makes a point of looking at Corbin as she says, I know you'll make the right choice. Good grief, why does Skeet have to make the situation so awkward? I don't dare look at Corbin right now, otherwise he'll see how uncomfortable I am. Jasper reaches for Corbin's hand. They shake, then fist bump.
It has been real,
Jasper says.
I suppose we'll be seeing you in comfort in the near future? You can count on it,
Corbin says heartily. My head snaps up. Don't say your goodbyes too soon. Corbin is going with us to the airport. Jasper's eyes widen as he looks at Corbin.
You are?
I am, Corbin says with a smile.
That is, if you don't mind waiting until after my press conference to leave.
Sure, Jasper says.
We can wait. I guess we'll see you tomorrow.
He looks at me, his voice tinged with authority.
Don't stay out too late.
Yes, Daddy, I say sweetly as I bite back a cheeky grin. He smirks before throwing me an annoyed look.
I don't know how you put up with her,
he says to Corbin. Corbin clicks his tongue.
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
Hey, I protest. Jasper takes in a deep breath.
All righty, folks. This is where we make our exit. Good night.
He yawns again. Good night, Corbin and I say in response. As they walk away, Corbin turns to me and looks down at my phone.
A big night, huh?
Yeah. I tighten my hold on the phone, not liking the sudden tension that has crept up between us. Skeet's timing is rotten. Why couldn't she have waited until tomorrow to give me the phone? Is she trying to make things difficult between Corbin and me? Now he's going to expect me to check my messages. My stomach twists, wondering about Reed's texts or messages. How will I react when I see them? Will my feelings for Reed come rushing back? Or will I feel disconnected from him, now that Corbin is in the picture? Corbin motions with his head.
Should we go someplace quiet?
I nod as he places his hand on my spine and navigates me through the tight maze of people. Before we can escape, we're stopped several more times by starstruck passengers, asking if they can take selfies. Every time I have to bite my tongue and feign politeness. I don't know how Corbin can be so graceful under the pressure. Finally, we make our way up to the top deck. All the while, I keep my head on a swivel, looking for reporters. We go over to the railing. It's windier tonight than it was last night, and the water is choppy. The moon is chunkier and more yellow than silver. Stringy clouds blaze a fast trail across the night sky. The stars are countless tiny pinpoints glittering against the darkness. Has it only been one night since we were here? So much has happened that it seems like it has been longer. I'm not sure if Corbin is at a loss for words or if he thinks I need silence. Whatever his reasoning, he doesn't say anything. Instead, he places his hand on my bare back and rubs his hand lightly over my skin. I close my eyes for a few seconds, letting myself get lost in the warmth of his touch. The silence between us deepens. Finally, I open my eyes and turn to him. My voice sounds squeaky in my own ears as I ask, "Shouldn't we be worried about photographers?" My skin prickles with unease as I imagine someone lurking in the shadows and snapping pictures of our every move.
Nah,
Corbin responds easily.
I've got the situation covered.
I turn to him in partial amusement. How so? A pleased grin slides over his lips.
Right about now, Tat is holding a private Q&A session with the reporters, where he's going to announce whether or not I intend to fight the hammer to regain my title.
I blink several times. Shouldn't you be there? His smile widens, crinkling the edges of his eyes.
Nope. I'm right where I need to be, here with you. The Q&A is a decoy to get the reporters off our backs.
Impressive, I murmur. Do you think your plan will work? I glance around. We appear to be alone, but one can never be sure. As I'm learning, I lower my voice to a whisper. What if a straggler is lurking somewhere nearby? He shrugs.
Can they really do any more damage than they already have?
I suppose not, I sigh. If we truly want to be alone, we could go to either my cabin or yours. A low chuckle rumbles in his throat.
Don't tempt me.
He caresses my jaw with the backs of his fingers.
You know how you were freaked out about your parents and colleagues seeing us kissing?
Yeah, I say hesitantly, not sure where this is going.
What do you think would happen if a reporter took photos of us going into a cabin together?
I stiffen. Oh, I didn't think about that.
This is about as private as we're gonna get on this ship,
he says sadly. I relax my shoulders and turn back toward the water. He slides his arm around my shoulders as I snuggle close to him. When I speak, my voice soaks into the dense air. Are you going to try and win back your title?
Of course.
He answers like he can't believe I would ask such a question. I figured as much, even though I don't like to think about it. You fought well tonight.
Thanks,
he responds with a smile in his voice. I push out a soft chuckle. You had me worried for a few seconds there when the panda had you pinned down.
I was worried too, he admits. And then I moved into the sweet spot and knew everything would be fine.
You and your sweet spot, I say with a rush of affection. I peer ahead at the fathomless sea, a sense of wistfulness overtaking me. I wish we could stay like this forever, that we didn't have to go back to our normal lives and face all the problems.
Speaking of problems, you should probably check your phone.
He reaches into his pocket and pulls it out. Not having a purse, I didn't want to have to carry around my phone the rest of the night, so I gave it to Corbin after we left the party. My throat thickens. Maybe I should forego checking any texts or messages tonight. I don't want to ruin our last night together. He tenses.
Are you that worried about how you'll react when you find out what the professor has sent you?
Regardless of what Reed texted or left on a voice message, it won't change anything between us. He turns to me with a raised eyebrow.
If that's the case, then what can it hurt to check it?
My heart begins to pound. It irritates me that Corbin is putting me on the spot. Then again, would I have expected anything less from him? He's a power player from the word go. Fine, I say flatly. I'll check it. He hands me the phone.
Your hands are ice.
It's chilly out here.
Actually, it's not.
It is to me, I say defensively. Trembles run through my hands as I slide a finger over the screen and punch in my passcode to open it. I'm keenly aware that Corbin is looking over my shoulder the entire time. Service is spotty on the ship. Will the texts or messages even show up? Probably, since they've already been loaded on my phone. My heart is in my throat. I check the text messages first. There are a string of them from Reed. I get the uncanny impression that my spirit has disconnected from my body and is floating above me, watching from a distance. As I scroll to start reading from the beginning, I go to the text where Reed canceled our date on the day after the auction. Then there was the one 2 days after Christmas when he tried to reschedule. That was the text I wasn't able to respond to, since Skeet confiscated my phone.
Blakely, are you there? Is everything okay? Where are you, and why aren't you answering my texts? I ran into Albany at the Piggly Wiggly. She told me that you went on a cruise. Why didn't you tell me? I miss you. I wish you would respond to my texts. This isn't like you. Why are you tormenting me this way? I miss you like crazy. Why are you ignoring me? I thought you cared. I just heard the news about you and the martial arts guy. Nellie Kinsey is having a field day about it in her blog. Is this you trying to get retribution? If so, it's working. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I love you, Blakely, and want us to start fresh. Going back to Cresta was a mistake. I know that now. Don't throw away everything we have on a whim. Please text me back or call. I'm worried sick about you.
For a few seconds, I'm so stunned that I don't know what to think or how to feel. My mind spins as my stomach roils. No wonder Skeet didn't want to give me my phone. Corbin grunts in disgust. This guy is a piece of work. I can't believe he's stringing you along like that. Not sure how to respond, I remain silent. Corbin turns to me, his jaw hard. Surely you're not falling for his crap. I'm not sure what to think. The guy's a narcissist. Outrage quivers in his voice. He has the audacity to think that you're with me to get retribution. Everything is about him. I'm spiraling down a black tunnel and don't know how to get out. Reed has never been that forthright about his feelings before. He's everything I thought I always wanted. And now? I can't shift gears that fast. I need time to process this. I need space to figure out how to proceed. Yes, I care about Corbin. Not to mention the fact that I'm intensely attracted to him. However, I can't just up and throw away a history with a man that has been built over a long period of time. A man who lives in my same town. He comes from my world. We share a common profession. Life with Reed is predictable, safe. Corbin looks me in the eye. His expression is agonized. What are you gonna do, Doc? The last thing I want to do is hurt Corbin. But I need to be truthful about how I'm feeling. My insides crumble. I don't know. I admit. His voice goes hard.
Surely you're not falling for that drivel. He's trying to put a guilt trip on you, questioning if you care when he's the one who went back to his ex.
Everything Corbin says is true. You're right, I admit. About everything. Reed has a lot to answer for. He should have never toyed with my affections. Will he stay the course this time or run back to Cresta? Corbin blinks in surprise as if he's not sure he heard me correctly.
Good,
he clips.
You should shut him down hard right now.
I rock back, panic trickling through me. I don't think that's a good idea. Suspicion flicks over Corbin's features.
Why not?
I scramble to come up with a plausible excuse. It would be unnecessarily cruel to respond with a hateful text. It's a complex situation. I wouldn't even know what to say. Before I realize what's happening, he grabs the phone out of my hand.
Okay, I'll do it for you.
No, I blurt. Corbin's eyes narrow.
You don't want to break it off with him.
I thrust out my chin as I hurl out my words like razor-tipped arrows. That's not what's happening here. I grind my teeth. This isn't some cage fight where you can strong-arm me into doing what you want. I need time to figure this out. My voice gathers intensity. You don't even know Reed. How could you possibly know what kind of person he is? He throws me a condemning look.
No wonder Skeet was so worried about giving you back your phone. You still have feelings for him.
Duh, that's not news. I told you as much. You knew I was working through some things. I raise my voice. You're working through things too. Sedona has as much of a hold on you as Reed has on me.
This isn't about me, he counters. It's about you and how you keep letting that loser lead you around by the nose. I'm doing you a favor by ending it here and now.
Anger surges through me like a torpedo as I reach for my phone. He holds it above his head in an attempt to keep it out of my reach. Give me my phone, I demand, grabbing his arm.
Cut it out, he yelps. You're scratching me.
A short laugh clips my throat. The choir boy is complaining about getting scratched? I'll do more than scratch you if you don't give me my phone. I growl. He may be 100 times stronger than me, but I refuse to be bullied by him. I stand on my tiptoes and strain with all my might to reach his hand. I jump to get higher. When I come back down, my foot slips as I fall forward and knock his hand, sending the phone flying backwards. Oh no! I cry as the phone falls overboard. Look what you did! I seethe. He makes a face.
I didn't do it. You did. If you hadn't attacked me, it wouldn't have happened.
I can't believe he's taken that stance. Tears blur my vision as my voice goes hoarse. You had no right to take my phone.
I'll buy you another phone,
he roars.
I'll buy you 100 phones if that's what it takes.
I match his tone. It's not just about the phone. I punch his chest with my finger. You had no right to interfere with my relationship with Reed. A wild look comes into his eyes.
Your relationship with Reed? Seriously?
He barks out a hard laugh.
You don't have a relationship with Reed,
he thunders.
Your relationship is with me.
He balls his fist and beats his chest. Right, I scoff. A relationship that started a few days ago. We face off, both of us breathing hard.
I'm crazy about you,
he finally says, his expression pleading. Something in me softens. I'm crazy about you, too.
Then what's the problem?
I'm mixed up right now. I need time to sort things out in my head. A tear slips from the corner of my eye and dribbles down my cheek. Hastily, I swipe it away. Why can't you understand that? The muscles in his jaw flick.
I do understand.
His eyes harden.
But I refuse to be a consolation prize. It's like I said earlier. I need to know that you're with me because you want to be.
I get that, but don't you think you owe me the same consideration?
Of course,
he spouts.
That goes without saying.
I get up in his face. Can you honestly say that if Sedona showed up this minute and begged you back that you wouldn't be tempted to give her a second chance? Hesitation clouds his features, giving me the painful answer. He lifts his chin in defiance.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would, I hurl back. I can see it on your face.
Sedona's not trying to get me back,
he says stubbornly.
So, it's a moot point.
My voice goes shrill. But Reed is trying to get me back. Now do you see my quandary? He looks me in the eye.
I want to give us a chance.
Emotion thickens his voice.
What we have doesn't come along every day. Surely you must recognize that.
I do, I acknowledge.
Then what's the problem?
He demands. Brittle laughter scratches my throat. Around and around we go.
I thought you cared about me the same way I care about you.
He sulks. I do care about you. A deep weariness settles over me as I take in a long breath and let it out slowly. How can I make him understand what I'm feeling when I don't even understand it myself? You need to know that I'm not saying I'm going back to Reed. He arches an eyebrow.
But?
There's no but about it. My voice goes practical. You're coming to comfort. When you do, we'll spend time together. See how it goes. A corner of my lip turns up in a slight smile. We don't have to do a DTR now. Let's wait and see how it goes. He pushes both hands through his hair and rests his hands on his head as he assesses me with a penetrating gaze that cuts right through me. He knows I'm running scared.
I don't like it.
My eyes fly open wide as my hand goes to my hip. You don't like what? He lowers his hands and plants his feet in a battle stance.
You're giving up on us. This is your way of letting me down easily.
I clench my hands. Am I giving up? I don't know what in the heck I'm doing. I've been thrown into the ocean along with my phone and am treading water trying to stay afloat. No, this is my way of putting on the brakes. You and I both need time to come to grips with our pasts.
Time,
he grunts. Yes, time, I say in exasperation. Is that such a bad thing? How did we even get to this point? Things were going so well, and now it's all ripped to shreds. Blast Skeet for giving me back my wretched phone. Something in him shifts, and I can see him withdrawing into himself. His expression goes hard.
You want time. You've got it.
He gives me a cold smile.
Take all the time you want, Doc.
He turns away from me and rests his arms on the handrail. My heart twists. Don't be like that. I hate the desperation that seeps into my voice. Corbin, please. Stony silence. Even though he's right beside me, he might as well be 1,000 miles away, completely beyond my reach. I stand looking at the rigid outline of his stubborn, bull-headed shoulders for a handful of seconds before turning on my heel and stalking away. Chapter 15. The next morning, after having gotten hardly any sleep, I drag myself out of bed and scamper out of my cabin and go over to Skeet and Jasper's door. I feel like crap. My head is pounding, and I don't have to look in the mirror to know that I'm a wreck. I was so distraught last night, early this morning, that I didn't take off my makeup. At least I had the presence of mind to remove my contacts so that I wouldn't run the risk of getting an eye infection. That's the last thing I need right now. It's a little after 6 a.m. Skeet and Jasper are probably still asleep. However, I can't wait any longer to talk to my best friend. I need her advice, and I need it now. I knock on the door and wait. Nothing. I knock harder. If I have to, I'll pound on the door. Wrapping my arms around my body, I wait. Nothing. I'm just about to knock again when the door opens. "Hey," Skeet slurs. She's wearing a long t-shirt and her eyes are glazed with sleep. "What are you doing up so early?" A second later, she gets a good look at me. "What happened?" she demands in a low, urgent tone. That's all it takes for tears to pool in my eyes and roll down my cheeks. My nose runs like a faucet and my mouth quivers. I can't see a thing through my fogged glasses, but I don't even care. "Hey," she says again, this time softer. "It's okay." She steps forward and pulls me into a hug. "No, it's not," I say hoarsely against her shoulder. Stepping back, I remove my glasses and wipe at my eyes. My nose keeps running. I sniff a couple of times to try and control it. When that doesn't work, I have no alternative but to wipe my nose with my forearm, and then rub my arm against my pants. So gross. "Can we talk?" "Sure." She glances back into the cabin at Jasper's sleeping form beneath the covers. "We can go to my cabin. I love my brother dearly, but this is not a conversation I want to have with him around. I need a woman's perspective." "Let me leave him a note so that he won't freak out wondering where I am when he wakes up." She chuckles dryly. "You know how worked up Jasper can get. He'll automatically assume that something terrible has happened to me if I'm not here." Yep, his firefighter mentality. As a first responder, Jasper has seen more than his fair share of tragedy, even in our sedate town of comfort. I can understand why he takes a worst-case scenario perspective to everything. Heck, I often take that same stance and don't have near the excuse that Jasper does. Maybe pessimism runs in our family. I grunt inwardly at the thought. Skeet goes back into the cabin while I remain outside. A few seconds later, we go back to my cabin. Luckily, I had the presence of mind to take my key card with me. I pull it from the pocket of my lounge pants and use it to open the door. We go in and sit down on the bed. Sympathy emanating from her expression, Skeet reaches for my hand and squeezes it. "Let's hear it," she begins gently. I choke out a sob. "Corbin and I had a fight." I slide my hand out from beneath hers and rake my hair out of my face. My voice breaks as tears start flowing again. "I think it's over." Ugh, my glasses go misty again. I pull them off and clean them with the bottom of my t-shirt. I wipe my eyes and put my glasses back on. Hopefully I can manage to keep the tears at bay so I can at least see Skeet while I'm talking to her. She frowns. "Y'all were getting along so well. What happened?" "It started with the phone," I fire back, not trying to hide my frustration. Her eyes go round as she puts a hand over her mouth. "I'm so sorry." She shakes her head. I thought you were ready and that it would be good for you and Corbin to clear the air before the end of the cruise." "We cleared the air, all right," I grunt. No more tears, I order myself. Blinking hard, I clasp my hands together in a vice grip. My arms are tucked tightly into my sides. I wish I could make myself small enough to disappear. Skeet takes in a resolute breath, then touches my arm. "Tell me everything that happened," she prompts. I do so in halting breaths, choking back a few sobs. Several tears fall, but I lift my glasses, managing to keep the lenses clear. When I get to the part about the phone going overboard, Skeet's eyes round in astonishment as a giggle bubbles from her lips. "Wow, talk about fireworks. Y'all have some energy between you." "We have something," I smirk. She cocks her head, looking thoughtful as she dissects everything I told her. "So, Corbin was frustrated that you were stalling about Reed. He wanted to send a text that would get Reed out of the picture with one fell swoop." A wise smile curls her lips. "Kind of like how he took the panda out in round 1. "Yeah, I haven't thought about it that way, but that's what he was doing." "But you weren't ready." "No, I wasn't," I say reflexively. Her eyes cut into mine. "Why not?" Confusion rolls over me like an avalanche as I throw my hands into the air. "That's the million-dollar question," I rage. She lifts an eyebrow. "Is it because you still have feelings for Reed?" I chew the inside of my cheek. "I don't know. Maybe," I admit. I narrow my eyes. How could I not still have feelings for him? I've only known Corbin for a few days. A shrill edge slips into my voice. As much as I'd like to, I can't just snap my fingers and pretend that all of the pieces will magically fall into place and that Corbin and I will float off into the sunset. I stop short when I realize that Skeet is grinning. "What?" I growl. "Do you hear yourself? You want things to work out with Corbin, and you want to float off into the sunset." I make a face. How could you possibly reach that determination from what I said? "Because I know you," she says empathetically. "I've seen how you look at Corbin." Her expression turns smug as she wags a finger. "I know you, Blakely Donelson, through and through. You're head over heels for Corbin, and it scares you to death. That's what this is really about. Fear." "Now you sound like Corbin," I smirk. "If the sweater fits." "You mean if the shoe fits," I counter. "You get the point," she sniffs. Her voice gathers intensity. "Blakely, you are not in love with Reed Thornton. Contrary to what you think, you never were." Before I can utter a word of protest, she rushes on. "He was a stand-in, an idea that came out of you wanting to find your significant other." Her words cut my insides. "No," I shake my head. "That's not true. I don't need a man to make me whole. How could you even say that?" She lifts her chin. "Because it's true. You need Corbin just as he needs you. Think back to when you were with Reed. You were never as happy and content as you are with Corbin. Not for 1 minute. Reed is boring. Drier than Melba toast." Is there a grain of truth in Skeet's assertion? I search my mind. Reed and I were happy initially, weren't we? Granted, he never lit me on fire the way Corbin does, and we don't banter back and forth. I can't imagine myself ever getting into a scuffle with Reed where my phone ends up going off the side of a cruise ship. An involuntary grin touches my lips. When Skeet sees it, she points a finger. Aha! You know I'm right. I shift gears. Okay, if I'm so gaga over Corbin, then why did I panic when he threatened to send Reed a text? Because you're afraid of cutting ties with Reed. He represents security and everything that you know. Skeet makes a good point. Are you sure you haven't studied psychology? I joke. She gives me a superior look. You don't have to teach at a college to know a little something about human nature. I speak aloud as I run the words through my head. So, you're saying that Reed represents security and the known? Yep. Corbin represents the unknown. I push out a short chuckle. He's certainly not the type of guy I would have ever imagined I'd end up with. Remember how I was so fixated on the idea of me and Wade Claiborne? Of course. Well, this is no different. You're caught up in the idea of Reed. It is different, I insist. I jab my index finger into the mattress as I speak my next words. You had a crush on Wade, whereas I had an actual relationship with Reed. She waves a hand. Okay, that part is different. But the principle is the same. I was supposed to be with Jasper, but I was afraid of taking our relationship to the next level. You're afraid of falling for Corbin because you don't want to get hurt again, and you can't see the end from the beginning. I inhale, then let out the breath slowly. Maybe you're right, I admit. She grits her teeth, her voice ringing with certainty. I know I'm right. A smile touches her lips. Remember how I used to be petrified of getting a pet because Trotter got hit by a car and was killed? Skeet is referring to her childhood pet. You used to rattle off those ridiculous stats about the millions of dogs that are killed each year and all the sad pet owners. I shake my head, remembering. You claimed that the best way of avoiding the heartache of losing a pet was to not get one at all. My eyes go wide as the ramifications of my words hit home. Oh my gosh. Corbin was right. I dig my fingernails into my hair. This is about me being scared. I view Skeet through new eyes. I never equated my situation with what you and Jasper went through. Skeet gives me a shrewd look. We often can't conceive the cookie that can come from the dough because we're too busy dwelling on the mess the dough is making. A cackle circles my throat. That's good, I say appraisingly. Thanks, Skeet grins. A second later, her expression turns serious. There's one more thing I want to point out while we're on the subject of what a bonehead Reed Thornton is. Just one more thing? I joke. I can't guarantee that there won't be more, she snips. Okay, let's hear it. Did you notice anything interesting about Reed's texts? I think back. Not really. According to Corbin, he's a narcissist. Tell me something I don't know. Skeet scoffs. She gives me a meaningful look. The text about him proclaiming his love didn't come until after he realized you were with Corbin. Had Reed not been worried about you moving on, he never would have texted those things. You're probably right. And, she continues in a checkmate tone, Reed only texted you. Not once did he try to call. Really? I didn't get around to checking the voice messages. Sparks fly from Skeet's eyes. If he truly cared, he would have called to have a conversation. Okay. Reed's a dud. What? She puts her hand behind her ear and cocks her head. Did I hear that right? Yes, I say emphatically as I lift my arms into the air. He's a bonehead. I'm done with him." "Good. It's about time. Now, what are you gonna do about Corbin?" Despondency rushes back. "I messed up, didn't I?" "Yeah," she says simply. "But it's not too late to fix it." My spirits lift. "Really?" "Really," she affirms. I knit my brows. "But what about Sedona?" "What about her?" she asks in exasperation. "Corbin still has feelings for her. Shouldn't I be concerned about that?" My stomach tightens. "No." I flinch. "No?" "No," she repeats with certainty. "Sedona is Corbin's Reed." A chortle gurgles in my throat. "Corbin's Reed? Seriously?" She throws me a sheepish grin. "What I meant to say is that Sedona is Corbin's past. She hurt him the same way Reed hurt you." "How do you know so much about Corbin and Sedona's relationship?" "Tat told me." Skeet's tone turns gossipy. "She treated Corbin like dirt. She's even worse than Reed." "She'd have to be scuzzy to dump Corbin for his rival and to run around behind his back." Skeet nods in agreement. Several beats later, she looks me in the eye. "This isn't about Sedona or Reed. It's about you and Corbin facing your fears and moving forward." Is it truly possible for two people to fall for each other over the course of a few days? I muse. "You're living proof." The quote Corbin recited rushes through my mind, filling me with inexplicable warmth. I repeat the words aloud. "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man." "Or woman," Skeet adds. We share a smile. "Or woman." She pins me with a determined look. "You know what has to happen next, right?" "No, but I'm sure you're going to tell me," I retort. Her eyes brim with excitement. "It's time for you to make a guaranteed gesture." Guaranteed gesture. I scrunch my nose. What does that mean? She talks with her hands, her words coming faster. "You know, where you do some big thing that lets Corbin know that you're willing to lay everything on the line for him." Realization dings through my brain as I start laughing. "You mean a grand gesture?" She makes a face. "If you ask me, guaranteed gesture is more appropriate." "Why do you say that?" I ask, intrigued. A coy smile plays over her lips. "Because when you make your guaranteed gesture, Corbin won't be able to resist. And then your send-off into happily ever after land is guaranteed." Okay, time to make my guaranteed gesture. Anticipation spritzes through my veins. I'm doing this. I'm diving head first into the unknown, and I have no idea how it'll turn out. And yet, I feel exquisitely alive and hopeful. How should I do it? Skeet looks me up and down. "Let's start by getting you cleaned up, and then we'll take it from there." After kicking around ideas about me doing some grandiose thing, I decide in the end to temper my newfound spontaneity with a lifelong regimen of practicality. I'm going to the press conference, and will talk to Corbin afterwards. I'll open my heart and tell him how the thought of him not being in my life fills me with a dark, depressing angst. I'll follow that up with how I want him in my life, regardless of the hardship that a long-distance relationship will create. As he's digesting that bit of information, I'll play the trump card by telling him that I ended my relationship with Reed with a short, succinct text, which I sent from my computer earlier this morning. "How are you doing?" Skeet asks as she casts me a sidelong glance. "Petrified," I admit with a tremulous smile. But good.
You've got this,
She assures me as she squeezes my hand, which is a block of ice. My heart racing, I walk beside Skeet and Jasper as we go to the area where the press conference will be held. As we get closer, the sight of the crowd up ahead roils my stomach. A few more steps and then I'll come within view of Corbin. How will he react to my guaranteed gesture? If only Skeet were right. If only I could be assured of a guaranteed happily ever after. I suppose this is where faith and courage come into play. I force my wobbly legs to keep moving forward. I was too keyed up to eat this morning, but now I wish I had. There's nothing worse than juggling a bundle of nerves on an empty stomach.
Incoming,
Skeet chimes as we're ambushed by a reporter.
Blakely,
The man begins with a brisk, intrusive tone.
how do you feel about Corbin and Sedona?
Jasper swears under his breath.
Do you vultures never get tired of digging up old stories?
Everybody knows that Corbin and Sedona are ancient history, Skeet pipes in. The man pushes out a derisive snort.
I don't know what rock you people have been hiding under, but from the lip lock Corbin just put on Sedona, I'd venture to say that the two of them are anything but ancient history.
Blood drains from my face as the reporter's words sink into my brain. Somehow I manage to force the words from my throat. Sedona's here, I croak.
She's here, all right.
The man crows and immediately changes his tactic. With a sadistic gleam in his eye, he taunts.
Didn't Corbin tell you that Sedona was coming to the press conference?
The floor shifts. Jasper catches my arm to steady me.
Buzz off,
he orders the reporter.
Sure thing, buddy,
the man says in a good-natured tone. He snaps pictures of us as he backs away.
I'll kill him,
Jasper seethes, the veins in his neck popping like ropes. Assuming Jasper is referring to him, the reporter nearly trips over himself as he scuttles away. I know exactly who Jasper is talking about, and it's not the sleazy reporter. No, you won't, I assert with all the moxie I can muster. Let's just go. Hot tears fill my eyes and blur my contacts. Now, I bark. All I can think about is getting off this ship and getting far away from Corbin Ledger. So much for the guaranteed gesture. Just as I've known all along, there are no guarantees in life, especially when it comes to love. Chapter 16. 3 days later. I can't believe we're back to this point, Skeet pouts as she steps up behind me and fiddles with the sleeves of my dress. I gulp down the knot in my throat and straighten my shoulders. I've already cried rivers over Corbin. Not anymore. I've buttoned up my emotions, locked them away in a sturdy box where they'll never be revisited again. Such is life, I say tersely. She pushes out a long sigh and talks to me through my reflection in the full-length mirror. You could call him. It's insane how affected I am by those 4 words. Sweat beads pop over the bridge of my nose as my breath comes faster. How could you even suggest such a thing? I snap. Corbin made his choice, and that's that. A tidal wave of emotion rises in my chest. No more crying, I vow as I tamp the emotions back down. Calm down, she urges. I take in a ragged breath as I smooth my moist hands over the bodice of my dress. I'm dressed to the nines and even took time to curl my hair. I thought it would help make me feel better. It doesn't. I stare at the girl in the mirror. She looks hollow and empty. You don't know what choice Corbin has made. I whirl around to face Skeet as my voice rises. Don't I? No, you don't, she says firmly. I've been scouring the web. There's nothing about Corbin and Sedona getting back together. According to one celebrity news article that I read, Sedona surprised Corbin by showing up at the press conference. And the writer of the article said that Sedona kissed Corbin, not the other way around. My hands go into the air. You just don't get it, do you? She raises an eyebrow. Evidently not. Enlighten me. Corbin still has feelings for Sedona. Now that she wants him back, it's only a matter of time before they're back together. My heart wrenches at the thought of Corbin with the glamorous beauty that I've seen online. I don't hold a candle to Sedona. She's so beautiful that she's almost not real. No wonder Corbin was captivated by her when they first met. Skeet folds her arms over her chest, giving me a steely look. I still think you're jumping the gun here. Her voice goes high. And going on a date with Reed? What are you thinking? I thought that chapter of your life was closed, for good. So did I, but after I ended things via text, Reed texted back and begged me for another chance. You'll be happy to know that he even called me. You checked your texts through your computer? I nod. She scrunches her face. How did he call you? You don't have a phone. He called me over my computer. A furrow dents her brows. I didn't even realize that was possible. And no, it doesn't make me happy, she mutters. I clench my jaw. Well, seeing as how I'm here, alone, I figured that having dinner with Reed beats sitting around licking the gaping wounds that Corbin left. She shakes her head in weary frustration. I don't know what to do with you. I square my jaw. You don't have to do anything. I'm a grown woman and can make my own decisions. You don't love him. This has nothing to do with love, I growl as I ball my fists. The phone call I had with Reed was stilted. Reed was so composed and careful about his manner of speech. I kept wanting him to just spit out whatever it was he wanted to say. I wanted him to be Corbin, but he's not. You love Corbin. I bark out a hard laugh. I hardly know Corbin, I roar. That's not true, and you know it. I'm not doing this with you. I hold up my hands as I march out of the bedroom and go into the living room. Skeet follows on my heels. Tat has been calling Jasper. I halt in my tracks, my heart skipping a beat. Slowly I turn around to face her. What did he say? An unreasonable sprig of hope sprouts in my breast. Would it be too much to ask for Corbin to come running after me like guys do in the movies? Why would he? The two of us spoke harsh words and now it's over. I have no idea what Tat wants to say. Her eyes go round in exasperation. Jasper is as stubborn as you are. He refuses to take Tat's call. Good, I clip. No, it's not good, she shrieks. Y'all are idiots. Both of you are too prideful for your own good. Seeing Skeet so worked up sends a rush of tenderness through me. If she didn't care so much, she wouldn't be this upset. The same goes for Jasper. I'm supremely grateful to have both of them in my corner. I take hold of Skeet's arms. I appreciate what you're trying to do. My voice quivers as I continue. However, I'm a big girl and can make my own decisions. She eyes me with doubt. I mean it, I affirm. I'm just having dinner with Reed, that's all. A deep furrow creases her brow. You said y'all were eating here at your house. That's the plan. Is he bringing the food? I guess. Why is Skeet so worried about the blasted food? An intimate dinner here with the two of you. Reed is up to something. Amusement tickles my throat. Of course he's up to something. He's trying to get me back. I know, she growls, and it ticks me off. I'll be fine. The doorbell rings. I wonder who that could be, I muse. Reed won't be here for another hour. I'll get it. Skeet rushes to the door and opens it. Margie, what are you doing here? She asks, her voice laced with open disapproval. I'm catering the dinner, Margie says pleasantly. She looks past Skeet. Is Blakely here? I step up and offer Margie a welcoming smile. Hello. Hello, Margie responds. She looks down at the cardboard box she's holding. Do you mind if I set this down? Come on in. Do you need help getting stuff in? No, ma'am. I've got it covered. Skeet throws Margie a dark look. Reed hired a caterer? Unbelievable. She seethes. I swat her arm. Shh. It's not Margie's fault that you're ticked about Reed, I say in a low tone as I glance at Margie. Thankfully, she doesn't appear to have heard Skeet's rant. A woman on a mission, Margie walks briskly past us, going back outside to get more items. You should go, I say to Skeet. If she stays any longer, she'll be looking over Margie's shoulder and giving her pointers on how to do a better job with her food presentation. Fine, I'll go, Skeet huffs. She turns to me and points, her eyes sparking. Don't do anything stupid tonight. I won't, I assure Skeet as I shoo her out. Several minutes later, Margie comes back in carrying another box. She goes into the kitchen and deposits it on the island. I don't mind helping. It seems odd for me to just stand here and watch while Margie works in my kitchen. Not that I do very much cooking. Still. Nah, I've got it. Her smile turns juicy. You just need to relax and get ready for tonight. Reed wants to make everything perfect. Her words sour my stomach. Maybe Skeet was right. Dinner with Reed is a bad idea. I'm in no mood to deal with him tonight. It's ironic that I was so worried about whether or not I still have feelings for him on the cruise. Right now, all I can think about is Corbin and how he broke my heart. Of course, in Corbin's defense, I was wishy-washy about Reed. Now I'm paying the price. How will I feel about Reed once he gets here? I suspect the same, but time will tell. Something shifted in me that last morning on the ship when I chose Corbin. It's like my heart moved on from that point, and there seems to be no going back. The phone conversation with Reed was downright awkward. I hope dinner will go better. I'll be in my bedroom. Holler if you need anything, I say to Margie. Will do, hun. She throws me an insinuating smile. You're gonna love what's on the menu, she coos. I can hardly wait, I respond, trying hard to keep sarcasm from leaking into my voice. Since I'm already dressed, I have no idea what to do with myself for the next hour. I can already tell that the rest of the week is going to drag by. I'm glad school starts back next week. At least then I'll have something to focus on other than Corbin. I really need to get a new phone. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I can take a day trip to Mobile. That will help fill the time. Skeet is probably slammed at the bakery and with the outreach center after having been gone. I can see if either Albany or Penn can go with me. A humorless grin tugs at my mouth as I picture my phone floating in the Caribbean Sea. It has probably been eaten by a whale by now. Corbin promised to buy me a new phone, 100 new phones. and I won't even get one out of the deal. I open my laptop and watch a show on Netflix. 10 minutes before 7, Margie knocks on the door and informs me that she's done. "Everything is ready for your special evening," she chirps. "The manicotti and rolls are warming in the oven. Dessert is in the fridge." "Thanks so much." I offer her an appreciative smile. "You're welcome," she responds with a magnanimous smile. Has Margie heard all the buzz about Corbin and me? My mom stopped by this morning to check on me. According to her, the whole town has been jabbering about me having a whirlwind romance with a celebrity during my cruise. Of course, Nellie Kinsey has discussed the matter at great length in her blog. Margie must be wondering why I'm having a romantic dinner with Reed when I was with Corbin a few days ago. She's probably just too polite to say anything. Reed hired her to cater, and she's trying to be professional about the situation. I can respect that. I wait until I hear the front door close before going into the combination kitchen and dining room. I freeze in my tracks when I see the lavish display. There's a white linen tablecloth, lit candles, and cloth napkins. Margie even went to the trouble of bringing her own tableware that boasts of milky white china adorned with lacy blue trim. A spray of red roses adds the crowning touch to the table. The zesty scent of the manicotti mingled with the yeasty smell of rolls rumbles my stomach. I haven't eaten much since coming home. I can't believe Reed went to all of this trouble. My eyes go moist, thinking of how thrilled I would have been about this setup a mere week ago. Now I'm curiously detached and a little sad in an ironic way that it took me falling for someone else for Reed to finally realize my value. That's what tonight is all about, right? Reed capturing the one who got away. An image of Corbin flashes before my eyes. The longing for him is so fierce that it slices my insides. Should I call him? Oh, the irony. I have no phone. I suppose I could call him over the computer. No, that won't work. I don't know how to get in touch with him. Although, I could make Jasper share Tat's number with me. A plan begins to take shape in my head. That would work. Wait, what would I say if I called Corbin? That I made the biggest mistake of my life because I was indecisive? That I was scared? Another thought occurs to me. He could be with Sedona right now. Maybe he's glad things didn't work out between us because it gave him an easy out. My stomach balls into a hard knot. Wow, talk about a punch in the gut. Reed is finally coming around, and now I'm lovesick over a man that I'll never be able to have. The doorbell rings. Smoothing my hands over my dress, I go and open it. Reed is as impeccable as always, dressed in a white shirt, khaki pants with creases in the center of each leg, a navy vest and matching bow tie. His dark hair is perfectly gelled with a lock trailing down and covering his eyebrow. Did he style his hair that way on purpose? It looks to be the case. Well, it's effective, no doubt about it. Reed is a heartthrob in a scholarly way. His brown eyes flicker over me with appreciation. "Hello," he begins in a cordial manner that borders on being stiff. "Welcome home." "Thanks," I murmur. He steps in and closes the door behind him. Then he moves close and gives me a peck on the cheek. I catch a whiff of his spicy cologne, which brings back a trove of memories. His nearness is not unpleasant, but it doesn't rev up my cells. If anything, I'm curiously unaffected by Reed. This is certainly new. "Something smells good," he observes. "You pulled out all the stops. Everything looks and smells great."
"It was the least I could do,"
he says softly, giving me a lingering look. A few awkward beats pass before I motion to the table. "Shall we eat? We might as well get this over with." He shifts his feet as if unsure of himself.
"Sure. Do you mind if we put on some music first? Something classical?"
My throat constricts. He's certainly taken great pains to set the stage. "We can do that." I go over to my home speaker device and ask it to play classical music. Corbin didn't need music to set the stage. He created his own. I think about how he hummed softly in my ear as we danced on the upper deck of the ship. I take in a quick breath, ordering myself to get a grip. I can't keep pining away for Corbin. I suppose I should be grateful that he finally got me over Reed. I suppose I'm going with option 3, living life on my own, without a significant other. "Do we want to eat the salads first?" My voice is off kilter, a dead giveaway that I'm sorely uncomfortable with this situation.
"Sure,"
he says again. Grateful to have an occupation, I go and retrieve the 2 bowls filled with crisp salad and drizzled with Italian dressing. The salads are garnished with shaved Parmesan cheese and topped with crusty croutons. It would seem that Margie thought of everything. I place my bowl down first in the center of my plate. When I go to do the same for Reed, he touches my arm. I'm surprised by how soft his hand is compared to Corbin's. I don't think Reed has done a day's worth of manual labor his entire life.
"I've missed you."
He gives me an imploring look. "Thanks," I respond with a wooden smile. It occurs to me that I don't feel anything from his touch, not even the slightest tingle. Pulling away from him as gracefully as I can, I go and sit down. I pick up my fork as we commence eating. All the while, I'm trying to figure out what to say to fill the silence. "How are Matthew and Lainey enjoying their Christmas break?" He settles into his seat, obviously pleased with my question.
"They're enjoying every minute."
His voice takes on a note of affection.
"Matthew got a new Nintendo Switch and would play with it 24/7 if he could. Lainey got a new iPhone and some new clothes."
I let him go on about his kids and their various activities as I pick at my salad. I've always felt left out when Reed talks about his kids. However, tonight I'm grateful because it takes me off the hot seat. As I watch Reed talk, I'm struck by how normal his physique is. He's super thin and moderately fit. However, I don't remember ever hearing him mention working out. He goes on the occasional hike, but that's about it. I must be more superficial than I thought, because I miss Corbin's cut muscles and how he commands a room with his masculine bravado. Reed is so ordinary in comparison. He doesn't have much pizzazz. I feel guilty for thinking this, but Albany is right. Reed is a bit of a limp noodle. "I'm glad your kids are doing well," I say when the conversation lags. More awkward silence passes. He could help to fill these long, awkward gaps in the conversation by chiming in with something, anything. I fight the urge to roll my eyes. "How was your Christmas break?"
"Terrible."
A droll smile overtakes his lips. "I'm sorry," I respond reflexively.
"You weren't here to share it with me."
The wounded criticism in his voice rubs me the wrong way as I plunk down my fork. "I guess we're doing this," I mutter. "Maybe it's better this way. I don't know how much more of dancing around the topic I can take." He throws out the first punch with a plaintive,
"Why didn't you tell me you were going on a cruise?"
He places his fork down beside his plate. My eyes lasso to circles. Do you really have to ask? He looks genuinely perplexed. Is he really that clueless about all the angst and hurt he has caused me? An edge slips into my voice. You broke up with me and went back to Cresta. He holds up his hand.
That's not true,
He says in the calm voice of a seasoned professor, accustomed to enlightening his students.
I went back because of Matthew and Laney.
His expression turns pleading.
I made a mistake, and I'm so sorry.
His voice catches. He balls his fist and puts it to his mouth as he coughs.
I never meant to hurt you.
Well, you did, I fire back.
That's why you hurt me,
He counters, the lines around his mouth hardening. My jaw drops as my hand goes over my chest. I hurt you? I bark out a hard laugh. Seriously? He wrinkles his brow.
That's why you went on the cruise and had the fling with that fighter. To get back at me.
His words take the wind out of my sails. Wow, he is narcissistic. Everything is about him. Heat sweeps through me as my voice rises. Do you actually think I would have a romantic relationship with someone just to get back at you? He doesn't so much as flinch.
I know that's what happened.
I shake my head in disbelief.
You need to know that it's okay. I understand why you did it.
His lyrical voice takes on a recitative quality as he begins quoting.
Man's love is of man's life apart. It is a woman's whole existence. In her first passion, a woman loves her lover. In all the other, all she loves is love.
I recognize the quote. It's by Reed's favorite poet, Lord Byron. I can't believe he would have the audacity to spout those words to me in light of our current situation. I can feel flames shooting from my eyes as I level a glare. So you're saying that I'm only a part of your life, but that you're my whole existence? That's a bit presumptuous. Shame on me for letting this man control my emotions for so long. I was an absolute idiot. Well, not anymore. Red blotches up his neck as he adjusts his bow tie.
The poem is meant as a compliment.
He dips his head and talks with his hands like he's expounding some great truth.
You see, you, as a woman, feel things more deeply than the opposite sex.
I purse my lips. That sounds like a blanket statement to me. The blotches seep into his face.
What do you mean?
Looking him in the eye, I punch out every word. Just because you don't feel things deeply doesn't mean that all men are that way. Corbin is passionate about everything. He would welcome the opportunity to spar with me on this topic. Irritation twists over Reed's face.
Why are you being so adversarial?
I'm not, I retort. We're simply having a conversation. He draws in a breath.
I didn't mean to offend. I was trying to give you a compliment.
Some compliment, I mutter.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing.
Blakely,
he utters, his expression pleading.
Our time apart prompted me to do some soul-searching.
His voice trembles with fervency.
I realized that I'm in love with you.
Silence descends between us. I moisten my lips, searching for the right words. While I'm irritated with Reed, I need to remember that he's a good man in many ways. He'll always be the same. I'm the one who has changed. He watches me expectantly, waiting for me to respond. I'm not sure what to say. Your guaranteed gesture with the roses, candles, and food is touching, but it's a little overwhelming to me right now, considering the circumstances. My voice dribbles off. I'll be so glad when this awkward dinner is over. Big mistake for agreeing to this date. A faintly condescending smile creases his lips.
I believe the correct term is grand gesture.
Laughter tickles my throat. It's official. Skeet is rubbing off on me. I motion at the table. You're absolutely right. In this case, grand gesture is much more appropriate, especially considering that your efforts won't yield any guaranteed results. Frustration tightens his features.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He speaks the words like it's my fault that he doesn't understand the reference, as if he's above even wanting to know. That's okay. I don't expect you to understand. Urgency coats his voice.
I want us to start fresh.
As if he could just speak the words and deem it so. My spine goes ramrod straight. Fresh, huh? You mean until the next time Cresta snaps her fingers and wants you to do her bidding? His face falls.
It's not like that.
I narrow my eyes. Isn't it? I taunt. It feels good to get that out in the open. What makes this time any different from all the rest? My voice hardens. You keep waffling back and forth between Cresta and me so often that it's given me whiplash. He pulls at his bow tie.
I was hoping to do this after we ate, but here goes.
He scoots back his chair, rises to his feet, and comes over to where I'm sitting.
I realize that you need proof of my intentions. It'll be different this time. I swear.
My hand goes up around my neck. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut. Reed is as nervous as I've ever seen him. My heart skips, skitters, and trips over itself when he gets down on one knee. He whips out a small velvet box from his pocket and peers up at me with soft, hopeful eyes. This is really happening. My mind screams. How many times have I dreamt of this moment? Now that it's here, I can hardly breathe. I'm vaguely aware of the upbeat song playing in the background. Seconds later, it gets drowned out by the frenzied pounding of my heart. The great philosopher Evelyn K. Donelson, also known as my mother, often says, "If you think you're in love with someone but you're not sure, then you're actually not in love. For if you're truly in love, you'll feel it clear to the bone." Am I in love? Tears spring to my eyes. Ugh, I told myself that I was done crying, but there it is. The tears are back, full force. Yes, I'm in love, and it cuts me clear to the bone, just like Mom said. How in the heck did it happen so quickly? I guess time truly is irrelevant when it comes to relationships, and especially love.
Blakely Catherine Donelson,
Reed says solemnly.
Will you marry me?
Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler. Long I stood. Thanks, Robert Frost, for that high-definition visual. Am I sorry I can't travel both? Heck no. There's only one road I want to travel. I want it with my entire heart. I bring my hands together and place them over my mouth as tears splash over my cheeks. Reed graces me with a noble smile as if to say, "It took me long enough, but I finally came around." Scratch that. Knowing Reed, he is probably thinking, "It took you long enough." He's right. It did take me long enough to come to my senses, but I'm finally there.
Blakely,
He prompts, his expression pleading.
I love you. Please, give me a chance to prove it.
A knock sounds at the door. This is followed by a persistent pounding that rattles the windows. Reed looks past me in annoyance.
Are you expecting someone?
I glance back over my shoulder as the door bursts open. Chapter 17. I hiccup out an incredulous giggle. Corbin? He charges into the room and marches over to me in long, confident steps. What are you doing here? I squeak. A cocky grin slides over his lips.
What does it look like? Coming to claim my woman.
Giddy laughter flows from my lips. My heart floats right out of my body and up to the ceiling. He's wearing jeans, Converse tennis shoes, and a gray t-shirt that puts his chiseled biceps and tanned forearms on full display. Wow, he looks good. Corbin's jaw goes razor sharp as he looks at Reed, who's still kneeling on the floor and holding out the ring.
From the looks of things, it would seem that I got here in the nick of time.
Reed closes the box with an audible click and rises to his feet. His expression is indignant.
How dare you barge in here and try to lay claim to my girlfriend?
He fumes. His girlfriend? Seriously? The man is so caught up in his own magnificence that he's delusional. My mind whirls, trying to come to grips with the fact that Corbin is here. He came for me after all. Tears fill my eyes.
Look what you did,
Reed rages.
You made her cry.
Tears flow down my cheeks and I start laughing at the same time. Yep, Corbin has a tendency to do that, elicit strong emotions from me. I sniff as I wipe away the tears.
You need to leave at once,
Reed demands.
Before I call the police.
The muscles in Corbin's jaw flex dangerously. His body pulls taut. A panther about to pounce as he points at Reed.
Shut your trap, Professor, before I shut it for you.
I'm awed by the sheer power that Corbin wields. Reed feels it too, and is immediately quelled into silence. Corbin turns his attention to me. The fierce look in his jade eyes ignites my cells. Even the air sizzles with excitement now that Corbin is here. How did you know where I live? I bluster.
I might have told him.
I whip around to see Jasper leaning against the frame of the door. His hands are stuffed into the pockets of his jeans, and he's grinning like a goober. Skeet is beside him, also grinning.
This guy is relentless,
Jasper drawls, motioning to Corbin.
He shows up at the station. I'm ready to bust his head, and then he demands that I take him to your house.
I look past Jasper and Skeet to see not only Albany and Gavin, but also Penn, Memphis, and even Bo, Penn's brother. What are y'all doing here? I sputter. Skeet's cheeks redden. I might be the one to blame. When Jasper called and told me that Corbin was making his guaranteed gesture, I might have jumped on the phone and called Penn, who then called Albany. She rolls her eyes. Of course, the guys also had to come along to watch their MAM hero in action.
MMA,
Bo corrects. Whatever, Skeet waves a hand. Reed smirks.
What is it with you people and your guaranteed gestures? The correct phraseology is grand gesture.
He glares at Corbin, condescension dripping from his voice.
What kind of caveman barges into a home wearing a t-shirt and tennis shoes and says he's here to claim his woman?
My tone turns musing. I know exactly what type of Neanderthal would have the gall to do something like that. Corbin and I lock gazes as we share a smile.
What's going on here?
Reed demands, looking from Corbin to me.
Well, Professor Reed, this is what us country bumpkins like to call a guaranteed gesture,
Skeet injects with a bite in her voice.
You see, the minute Corbin made the gesture to storm in here, the outcome was guaranteed.
A triumphant smile fills her face.
In case you need me to spell it out for you, that means that Corbin won Blakely over the moment he charged through the door.
Longing washes over Corbin's rugged face.
Please tell me that's the case,
he says with such depth of emotion that another tear slips down my cheek. Everything in me wants to jump up this instant and fling my arms around Corbin's neck. I want to kiss him until I can't breathe. However, I need something clarified first. I peer into his eyes as everyone around us disappears. What about Sedona?
A fair question. You asked me on the ship how I would react if Sedona were to suddenly show up and want me back.
His jaw works.
I tried to give you a straight answer, but you and I both knew I couldn't.
He gives me a meaningful look.
Not then.
He steels his jaw, his voice quivering with fervor.
Now, I can say without the slightest hesitation that when it comes to you and Sedona, there's no competition. It's you, all the way.
He chuckles softly.
From the moment we met, it has only been you.
Tears blur my vision as he continues.
You're my sweet spot, Doc.
Oh, how I love hearing those words. They fill my hungry soul and complete me in a way that I've never known. I press my lips together as I try to contain my emotion. Corbin searches my face.
What about you?
His voice hardens as he glances at Reed.
Now that the professor has popped the question, which will it be, him or the Neanderthal? Do you even have to ask?
Reed scoffs.
Blakely would never be happy with someone like you.
Corbin balls his fist, letting me know that Reed is 2 shakes away from getting the snot beaten out of him. I rise to my feet and wedge between them. I turn to Corbin. Actually, when it comes to you and Reed, there's no competition. I realize now that there never was.
Told you,
Reed says smugly. I look Corbin in the eye. It was always you. From the first moment we met. My voice trembles with emotion. You were right. I was scared. An understanding smile touches Corbin's lips.
I was scared too. That's why I grabbed your phone and tried to shut the competition down hard. I'm sorry,
he says softly. Me too.
I owe you a phone, by the way.
You do. A playful grin tips my lips. And a workout.
That's right, Corbin drawls. We never did get around to working out together.
His eyes deepen with a smolder as he makes a point of looking at my lips.
Too many other tasks were commanding our attention. Are you actually choosing him?
Reed scoffs. The astonishment in his voice rises a dry chuckle in my throat. Wow, you are one arrogant man.
Amen,
Albany belts out. Reed draws himself up, his face turning purple.
You're making a mistake,
he says coldly. He throws Corbin a contemptuous glare.
When you get bored of your caveman, don't come crawling back to me.
Corbin swears under his breath and moves to attack, but I place my palm in the center of his chest. "Don't," I say. "He's not worth it." We lock eyes for one long minute, until Corbin nods and relaxes his shoulders. I turn back to read. Yes, he's arrogant and clueless when it comes to relationships, but I don't wish him any ill will. "Go back to Cresta and your kids," I encourage. "That's where your heart has always been. For once you should make a decision and stick to it." I can tell from the way Reed's eyes narrow that my words have fallen on deaf ears. So be it.
"Goodbye, Blakely,"
he clips with stilted dignity as he turns on his heel and strides to the door. When he reaches my group of friends, they part like the Red Sea to let him pass.
"So,"
Corbin says, his eyes brimming with mischief,
"now that our lesson on the 101 on love has officially come to a close and the professor has exited the building, what should we do now?"
I have no idea how we'll navigate the various obstacles that the future will hold, but right now, I don't even care. One way or another, we'll figure it out. I need Corbin in my life as much as I need air. What matters is that he's here. My eyes move to his lips as heat simmers my blood. "You could always kiss me," I utter. In a quick, forceful movement, he encircles my waist and pulls me to him. His gaze trails to my mouth as my lips part instinctively.
"Nah, I could never kiss you."
He pauses, a wicked glimmer in his eyes.
"It's your job to kiss me,"
he finishes with a cocky grin. Amusement circles through me. "Is that right?" I taunt.
"Yeah."
He swoops in and gives me a demanding kiss that leaves us both breathless. A minute later, Skeet interrupts us by chirping, "Smile for the camera." I freeze, pulling my mouth away from Corbin's. "Please tell me the reporters haven't followed you here." He blinks in concern as Skeet giggles. "This is all me, and these are for your photo album." She holds up her camera and snaps several pictures. "Photo album?" I ask dubiously. "Yep. Y'all turn and face me," Skeet directs. Sharing a look of amusement, Corbin and I turn towards her. He keeps his arm firmly planted around my waist. "Say cheese," Skeet prompts as she takes a picture. "This is the first photo of the rest of your lives together," she points out. "That fateful evening when Corbin swooped in and made his guaranteed gesture that marked the start of y'all floating off to find your very own happily ever after."
"I like the sound of that."
Corbin grins. "Me too," I agree heartily.
"Something smells good,"
Jasper observes as he shoves his hands into his pockets and rocks forward on the balls of his feet.
"Is anyone else hungry?" "I am,"
Bo pipes in. "You're always hungry," Skeet harumphs to Jasper. She throws him an affectionate grin before shaking her head. "I can't take him anywhere." She looks at Bo. "Or you either." Bo holds up his hands.
"I can't help it that Presley is out of town and I've had to fend for myself."
I tip my head. "You know what? I'm sure there's plenty of manicotti for everyone." "Are you sure?" Pen asks hesitantly, looking at the candle-lit table. "We don't want to intrude." "Of course we do," Albany pipes in. "Intrudin' is what we do best." "I won't argue with that," I quip as Albany sticks her tongue out at me. My gaze goes to my sometimes intrusive but always fiercely devoted older brother before traveling over my best friends, one by one. They had the torque to set me straight, even when I didn't want to listen. What would I ever do without them? I stop at Corbin, my heart overflowing with gratitude over this manly warrior who thrills me from head to toe. I may not be able to see the end from where I'm standing at this very moment, but I know that it will be an epic thrill ride, and I'm pushing aside the fear and diving in full force. More moisture prickles my eyes as I say exuberantly, all joking aside, I can't think of a better way to end this day than by sharing it with y'all. Corbin shifts so that he can look me in the eye. His expression goes earnest.
Is it too soon for me to say I love you?
My heart melts into a puddle of goo as my tone goes ponderous. I'm sure I can find something in my gargantuan bag of quotes that talks about how human relationships aren't limited to the constraints of time. Smooth laughter rolls from his throat.
You're good,
he appraises. I purse my lips like I'm sifting through the contents of my brain. You want a quote? How about we start with this one? I love you, I proclaim with significance. He blinks in surprise before a large smile fills his handsome face.
Exactly which philosopher said that?
Blakely Donelson, and you can quote me on it. I don't need to be standing on the bow of a ship to fly as high and free as Kate Winslet ever did. I'm soaring so high, I might never come back to earth again.
Trust me, I will,
he murmurs as his lips claim mine once more. This has been The 101 on Love, Good Girls Don't Come Last. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Laurie West. Copyright 2023 by Jennifer Youngblood. Production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood.